just a few moments. We will also be going live in just a few moments on racertv.com, so you can begin telling folks to get ready to tune in as we welcome to the broadcast booth today JC9 himself. Josh Creamer is in the house with us, former AMA Pro ATV champion. Going to be giving some color commentary today, so stand by. The action getting underway here in just a few moments. I'll be And hello, everyone, and welcome to RacerTV.com as we come to you live from Bike Week in Daytona Beach, Florida, from the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. Hello, I'm Rodney Tomlin, along with Josh Creamer, former AMA Pro ATV champ, and of course, we're here to give you all the action. Casey Greek will be along with us throughout the course of the day, and a whole host of visitors going to be paying a visit here to the Racer TV broadcast booth. Want to welcome you out on behalf of our friends at Fly Racing, our title sponsor of the Fly Racing ATV Supercross at Daytona International Speedway, and a special thanks to those folks as they have come out once again in big ways to make sure that ATV Supercross is out in the forefront here in Daytona Beach. Josh, I tell you, it's a great day to be along here. I know a little overcast. We were talking about it a few moments ago. You woke up on Daytona Beach itself. It was bright and sunshiny there just a couple of miles away. Well, a few moments ago, it was bright and sunshiny here as well, but some cloud cover has moved in. It's chilled down just a little bit, and it's not your typical what you would think Florida morning, but at the same time, it's a great day to go racing.
Yeah, for sure, Rodney. We woke up this morning. I mean, I had a gorgeous sunrise, and it didn't stick around long. Cloud cover moved in, but I've watched the weather, and I don't see any rain in the forecast, and it looks like hopefully clouds should break about noontime, and, you know, if that happens, hopefully it'll dry this track up some. It doesn't seem too bad, but I wasn't out there.
Well, as you can see, there was a lot of rain that's fallen over the course of the last couple of days. Sunday we saw rain. Yesterday we saw rain. We did get the RCSX event in yesterday before the rain fell, and the track crew was able to get the track sealed. But you can see we got a lot of rain in the overnight hours. We got some puddles off to the side of the track. The main race course itself in great shape. Not so much on the outskirts of that track, so it's going to be key to stay on the track as much as possible.
Right, you're going to want to stay on the track, and unfortunately when you're dealing with mud conditions like this, it narrows the track even more than it's already narrowed up, just due to the fact that nobody's going to ride the outside edge of this track, because unfortunately it'll suck you right off of it.
Well, I can tell you right now, these guys are going to be pushing the envelope. They're going to have to make the passes. And, you know, one thing that I can say, what we did see out of the RCSX yesterday with the amateur two-wheel supercross racing was a lot of passing. You know, oftentimes folks say, you know, it's hard to pass on supercross tracks, and those kind of tracks are not designed for that. It's a whole shot win scenario situation. I'll tell you, the great one, the GOAT himself, Ricky Carmichael, designed an amazing racetrack here this year, and it afforded great amateur two-wheel supercross racing. And then, of course, we've made a few modifications. I think we've actually opened up a little bit more of the track than what we saw for the two-wheelers there yesterday. So it's going to be pretty interesting, but still a great layout, great design. As we can see, there is a lot of moisture in the soil. What that translates into, as much as we've ever seen in the past, is conditions are going to get choppy, and conditioning physically is going to be the key in 2017 to kick this one off.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you can see the track crew right now. I mean, they're moving a lot of dirt out there, trying to flip over, get to drier dirt, I'm sure. But with changing the track up like this, it's going to be different every time people get out there, and it's definitely going to get rough today for sure.
Well, we can already see a lot of dirt has been churned around there through our practice sessions this morning. We've had two-time qualifying session for our AMA Pro ATVs. Just to update you on that, fastest qualifier, I believe, let me go back and double check that, but Chad Wienen actually was able to finally best the best score. For a long time, Josh Upperman had the fastest lap time at a 50.9 there in the second session. Actually, Nick Janusa capped the first qualifying session off as the fastest rider this morning. Upperman came out and bested that, and Janusa actually bested his best time, but not enough really to beat Upperman's time. It was less than half a second. That was about 4/10 of a second between Janusa and Upperman. And then, get this, coming out, Chad Wienen, here's the lap times, 50.587 for Wienen. And he didn't get a practice that first time out, could not get his machine running. So we didn't see the #1 defending champ out on the track at all during first qualifying session this morning. But he did make it out for the second one. It looked like it was taking him a while to get the track dialed in. I don't know if that was by design or not, but he turned in a burner at a 50.587, which gave him about a 4/10 of a second advantage over the rest of the field in time qualifying, and gives him first gate pick as far as today's racing is concerned. Josh Upperman, second fastest at a 50.9. Says a lot about Josh Upperman. I know he's been doing a lot of hard work in the offseason and so forth. I know he's had some struggles the last couple of years making the transition from the Baldwin Motorsports to Root River, but honestly, the changes that he made in his Root River racing program, Josh, I think we're going to see some big things out of him this year.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, there's a lot of new names on this pro list that I'm not used to. You know, I try to stay up on it as much as possible, but once you get out of the sport and you get onto the everyday working world, it's a whole different ball game, and you kind of lose contact with everything that's going on. And as much as I'd like to stay into it, it's hard to keep on top. Yeah,
it is, and I'll be honest with you, there are a lot of new names. So even if you have been keeping on top of things, if you didn't follow a lot of the amateur progression the last few years from the A to the Pro Sport to the Pro-Am and into the AMA Pro ATV class, there might be some names that you don't recognize, but we've got about 4 or 5 AMA Pro ATV rookies. We'll count them right now. Zach Kazimarzik out of Davis Junction, Illinois. He is a Media All-Stars rider. Actually, I didn't realize that Zach was going to be making the step up into the AMA Pro ATV ranks. Kind of a surprise there, but good to see him up there. We also see Dylan Tremellon from the Root River Racing Team, the New Cumberland, PA rider there. The 940, Dylan Tremellon is a rookie. We also see Parker Weworka from right here out of Florida, riding your old number, as a matter of fact, Josh Creamer, the number 9. So now we got a PW9 and a JC9. But Parker Weworka, that's our third. Sam Rowe, I think, dabbled in a little bit there last year in AMA Pro ATV racing, but we look up, we see Wesley Wolfe. He actually qualified 8th fastest as an AMA Pro ATV rookie. He made his XC1 GNCC Pro Racing debut 2 weeks ago in, well, a little over a week ago in South Carolina. Raced the first 2 rounds of GNCC and now making his AMA Pro ATV racing debut. And one of the prodigy kids from ATV motocross racing also, he was 7th fastest in time qualifying today. He is making his AMA Pro ATV racing debut today. It is Cole Sepisi on the 345 Motorsports machine. He's also got a lot of backing with a lot of folks. He's worked through the Wienen Motorsports program. And one thing that we've seen as a constant throughout his program, from his amateur and youth ranks all the way up into the pro ranks, has been former AMA Pro ATV racer Harold Goodman. He has certainly brought a lot to that program. He keeps that kid probably about as dialed in as anyone can. A former TT champion himself, Extreme Dirt Track champion. He's vied for national championships in ATV motocross side of things. So he knows how the game is played, and you couldn't have much better better person in your corner, I don't think.
No, I agree.
So as we look at that, that's 5 rookies that we've got.
Yeah.
And you take Sam Rowe into account, because it was kind of he had a shortened season last year. There was a lot of races that he wasn't able to attend. So we've got, let's call it 5.5 pros rookies this year, man.
Yep.
And that's
a lot.
That is a lot. That's good for the sport. It's kind of heartbreaking to see that maybe some of the guys have had to step away, but I think that there's some guys that may be still working on their program. Once we head to Texas, I think we're going to see a few more of those AMA Pro ATV guys into the fold of things. One name that we haven't mentioned either, Silas Lemons, a.k.a. Slice Lemons. That guy got a really good opportunity this year. I know in talking with him last year, he was having a lot of heartache and struggling with getting sponsorships and deals. Well, man, he worked together a great program this past off season, rolled into it with the best that he had. He comes into this year in the best shape and condition. Unfortunately, heartbroken this morning as he pushed his ATV back to the pits. I asked him what happened. He said, blown motor. Now, I'm not sure how prepared he's come. I know they've been training down here, so whether he's toasted motors already, and that was the last one, I'm not sure. But hopefully they were able to get a motor in there, and hopefully they'll be able to get him to the starting line. Now, I don't think he got any time qualifying laps, but there might be some provisions that might still allow him an opportunity to go race. We'll just have to wait and see what that is. But chances are that might spell the end of the race day for Silas, and I certainly hope not, Josh, because that's a real heartbreaker to kick off the new season and not be able to participate and be here at the same time.
Yeah, that's a tough way to kick off the new season for sure, especially when you've been training and you come ready physically and mentally for it, and unfortunately things happen that aren't in your control.
Well, just a moment ago, you mentioned that you worked a real job. You've got a real life nowadays. You're no longer the premier athlete that we've known you as in so many years, but you've always been a hard worker. Working concrete and construction now, I guess, these days?
Yeah, mostly tile installation is what I do, and work right now is crazy busy. I wasn't going to make the trip down. And about 3 weeks ago, I just decided to book a ticket and said, I'm going because I need a break.
So you're a craftsman then, huh?
Yeah, I've been doing it for a long time. I remember being on the job with my father when I was 7 years old. So
wow.
People ask how long I've been putting tile in. I tell them 23, 24 years, and they go, how old are you? Child labor laws, I guess, didn't exist back when I was a kid.
Or they didn't matter to your dad.
They didn't matter to my dad. And that doesn't bother me because it gave me a good work ethic, and it probably helped throughout my whole racing career as well.
Well, as you can see, you wonder what maybe the holdup is. They're trying to ensure that we've got the best surface possible. There's been a situation there with some drainage, it looks like. They're trying to work on that and get that area of the racetrack to drain, if you're wondering what the holdup is right now. I want to welcome out Sunset Bob. Bob Pistol is here with us. Also, world-famous Redbud Track and Trails. Tim Ritchie is here with us. And we've got Randy Poulter, one of the top racetrack designers in the world, out here working on this racetrack this weekend and this week, I guess I should say. They've been here through the long haul, so they've been making sure that amateur two-wheel supercross has gotten off well. They also working here to make sure that things happen properly here. And I tell you, Josh, it's certainly an honor and a privilege for ATV Supercross to be here again. This is only our 3rd season, but one thing that Daytona Speedway noted the first year we were here, it brought in a lot of interest. A lot of folks came out and watched. They had some of the biggest crowds that they had during the week of racing on ATV Day. This event has bolstered so much interest that it has also broken viewership records on our RacerTV.com live feeds and stuff like that. And this year, broadcasting in full high definition. So the folks back home with good internet service should be getting some crystal clear pictures coming their way here pretty soon. And again, as the technical crew always likes to remind, weather pending. And I believe, like you say, you know, not a lot of, I haven't heard any forecasted. I haven't seen it in the forecast. It's supposed to actually clear up today. So don't expect to see that. Keeping our fingers crossed that that don't happen. But, man, look at that track already. They have turned that thing around from the qualifying session and the amateur practice session this morning. That looks like basically there hasn't been any wheels turned on it yet, Josh.
No, she looks beautiful right now.
Hey, we do want to take this opportunity to say thanks to corporate sponsors for the 2017 ATV Motocross Championship Series. Of course, a big thanks to Fly Racing for helping bring this ATV Supercross to Daytona. Also want to salute and welcome aboard Wiseco Performance Products here in 2017. One name, one solution. Our presenting sponsor in 2017 will be CST Tires, where passion meets the ground, and a host of other great sponsors, AMSOIL, Rocky Mountain ATVMC, and Maxxis Tires, all back as feature sponsors. And BP Racing Fuels, Prox Racing Parks, Elka Suspension, Henson Racing, Fox Shocks, SSI Decals, DWT, at Defiance Lifestyle, Fly Racing, all associate sponsors. And this is the Production B class off and rolling. We'll give you a heads up of who's there in just a moment, but right now we pick up with what looks like the 24 Brogan Geyer out of Peru, Indiana, on a JB Racing back machine. Opening up with the early lead, checking back to the number 2 spot. It is the 126 Logan Tremellon. Tremellon on the Root River Racing FTR Range ATV with those Hoosier tires back to the number 2 spot. And folks, I can tell you, we can expect to see a barn burner starting to develop in this Heat 1 already. Things trying to get sorted out back there as we see a Yamaha pilot. That is the number, is that the 51 possibly, a Matthew Bernard. Let's check in a little closer as this third place position rider goes by. It is the 51, Matthew Bernard out of Quebec, Canada, on a Technoport back machine. He's also got company coming in, Josh. And I'll tell you, man, under race conditions, this track is looking pretty primo right now.
It doesn't look bad at all. I mean, skies aren't really too muddy, and
well, right now as we continue to roll and moto through this first lap of racing here with our Production B Heat 1. We'll get those times up for you in just a moment. But how about the Canadian coming down and making his marks here in the world of American Supercross? The 24 machine, Brogan Geyer, though, got to hand it to this young man. I know he had his struggles last season, due largely because of injury. It seemed like every time that kid would get going, something would happen and the wheels would fall off. But, man, he opens up with a handful of steam here today. And if this is any indication of what the rest of the year is going to look like, Brogan Geyer is going to be a player. We got Geyer out front, Logan Tremellon in second, Matthew Bernard in third, Richard Pinella, the 88, is now fourth place. Austin DeCanto, number 39, is running in fifth place. Tyler Baldwin in sixth. Mason Hunt in the number 7 spot on the 8. Dylan Rouse, the 77, is 8th. And then Devin Kendrick is the 9th place position. From what I understand, I believe he'll be taking the top 6 and transferring directly to the main event. Then we'll take 4 from the LCQ, the qualifier there, for the making of 16 riders on the starting line. We have 9 riders in this particular division in this heat race right now. So 3 of these guys will be heading out to the LCQ a little later on today. Brogan Geyer, after 3 laps, still out front. Pinella in second. Logan Tremellon dropping back to the 3rd place position. So we actually had a change there. Pinella moving up. Also, Matthew Bernard, the 51 machine, dropping back to 4th. So Pinella appears to be the man on the move. And as we keep an eye on this, we could very well see a challenge for the lead out here, Josh Creamer, as we look at this right now. Brogan Geyer, a 54.988 as his fastest lap. Pinella only turned to 55.799. But that was last time around, and he didn't have a free racetrack. We'll see what the clear and free racetrack is going to give Pinella as far as to try to track down the 24 of Geyer. Last time around, Dyer turned almost a 57-second lap time. He just now dropped it to a 56.8, a 55.7 last time around for Richard Pinella, and then a 57.3, so a little bit of breathing room maybe opening up there for Pinella at this point. Let's check in again. There's Dyer, and we're watching physically on the racetrack. Yellow flags are out. Our amateur riders, no jumping, no passing on yellow flags. Now on the professional side of things, it's a little bit different. Red cross flags indicate no jumping, no passing for those guys, but at their own discretion, they can proceed with discretionary caution on a yellow flag, but not in the amateur ranks. A yellow flag means no passing, no jumping, and these riders all seem to check up perfectly. Checkers are out, and Brogan Dyer takes the win here for the first race of 2017, the Production B Heat 1. Richard Pinella will hold on for second place. Logan Tremellon in the number 3 spot, it appears. If my timing and scoring is correct here, we'll reformat this here. It's got me set up for a practice time, to be honest with you. So actually, no, I'm sorry, I was wrong. That was on fastest laps. I thought I seen the 88, but wasn't real sure. But that was Tremellon still in second. Sorry about that. So Dyer, Tremellon, Bernard, Pinella actually finished in 4th. He was just one of the faster riders out there. It's hard to see the racetrack from where we're at right now, so I do apologize. Austin Ducato in 5th, Mason Hunt in 6th, Devin Kendrick in 7th, Dylan Rouse in 8th, Tyler Baldwin in 9th. So, yeah, we just updated the scoring computer and got that. That was all on fastest times. Those were fastest times I was announcing off the computer, but it was the 24 of Brogan Dyer taking the win. Here we go with Division 2. Sorry about that, folks. That is frustrating to me as much as it is to you, I promise you. The number 5, Ethan Underwood, out here with us. Also, Matthew Saramento. Let's see who's got out in the number 1 position, trying to catch a number off that rear number plate. It is the 18 of Dustin Bowden out of Raleigh, North Carolina. B&H Motorsports, Bowden Contracting's, also Huntscapes, AGX Designs, Capital Power Sport, all bringing this young man to us here today, and he's got company coming in already. Look at this battle. Looks like we got a pass for the lead taking place right before the finish line. Oh, they get together. Both go down. One goes over. One remains on the machine, and that resets the field, Josh Kramer.
Yeah, that's a game changer for this race.
Tyler Hudson now out front on the 9 slash. Hunter Grimes, the 758 in second. Talon Fincher is third. We do have timing and scoring computer updated, so this is actual appearance on the racetrack, not lap times. So Hudson, Grimes, Finchner, Ethan Underwood in the 4th place position. Hunter Newell, the 99 in 5th. Dustin Bowden gets back out there in the number 6 spot after leading early on. Alexander Benet Patuante is the 7th place position. Matthew Sarmiento, the number 9 in 8th now. Brock Jumper is your 9th place position. Again, there's 9 riders in this one. Top 6 will transfer to give us 12, and then we'll take the top 4 from the LCQs a little later on. But still out front as we motor toward the second lap complete. Tear-offs being ripped off there by your leader. As actually that second place looks like Tyler Hudson already checking in. That is your second place ride back there. I believe still. And the battle for third is one we're keeping an eye on right now. Dustin Bowden, as he's up to third from 6. That's how quick he moved back up through the pack. That's pretty impressive. And look at the 99 machine of Hunter Newell trying to get back around there, as he knows that Bowden is a man on a mission right now, trying to work his way to the front of the pack, trying to latch on. Now, Josh, in a situation like this, you see a rider come up behind you, go past you, what do you try to do, man? You try to latch on?
Yeah, I mean, if you get past, you just try to stick to the back of him and try to get back at him, or, obviously he's a faster rider, so try to pick something off him, find out where he's going faster, for sure.
That's it. Try to learn something.
Yep.
And right now, as we wrap up lap 3, our leader checking in, Tyler Hudson had a 4.5 second lead. Get this. It drops to a 2.3 second lead. Hudson's lap time went down to a 1:01.262. Talon Fincher, the number 12 59.092, 2.3 seconds back. At this pace, if it stays like that, that could tighten up. Bowden, though, 5 seconds back with a 59.173. I got to wonder, with a little freer and clearer racetrack, if he might be able to track down the number 12 machine and battle for at least the number 2 spot. There is Hudson making his way by on the 9th slash. That's 3 laps down. We're running 5 laps in our heat races today for these riders. So 5 laps heat races. Will have longer main event motos, but those will not be coming up till a little later this afternoon. Working on lap 4. There it is in the history books. A 58.9 that time for Tyler Hudson. White flag comes out. 3.9 seconds back. So Talon Fincher not able to gain any more ground. He actually drops back a little himself. So Dustin Bowden 6 seconds back. A remarkable ride for him. He loses a little time out there, but still a top 3 heading into the main event. He's going to have a fairly decent pick of the gate. He's got to hope, though, I'm sure, Josh, that this be the fastest qualifier so he gets the advantage on the gate picks.
Yeah, that would be an advantage. Right now, this looks to be the slower of the qualifiers, lap time-wise.
Right on. So that right there might play a little bit. So instead of getting 3rd pick, he actually will get 6th, if I understand right?
Correct.
So it goes, the 2 first place finishers get picked, the 2 second place, and the 2 third.
Right.
The riders from the fastest qualifier get first option in those positions.
Now, whether the first group was actually faster or track conditions changed that much, that quick, that's a possibility.
Well, Tyson Hudson capped off a 56.776 for his lap on the final lap. A 56.592 was his fastest lap. He dropped to a 101 at one point, so it's going to be rather interesting to find out. Talon Fincher will finish up in 2nd. Dustin Bowden in 3rd aboard the 18. Matthew Sarmiento in the number 4 spot. We have Hunter Newell in 5th. Your final transfer spot, Alexandre Benet Patouan. Women heat coming up next. The women's, we got Kelsey Dyer, Rachel Trent, Caitlin Gibson, and Emily Young. Gate down on this one. The number 10, Kelsey Dyer out of Quincy, Illinois, grabbing the early lead, if I'm not mistaken, on that one, on a Johnny Hoffman Janssen Motorsports Moto Wasback machine. So she's still maintaining a bit of control as she goes past the TV booth here. She's got behind her some stiff competition coming, it looks like there, Josh. These girls seem to be kind of hungry and very evenly matched out here in this women's class. The 19 machine, Emily Young out of Orange Park, Florida. Fox Shocks, Tyloob, FTR Power Sports, Work Connection, Fuel, FMF 100%, and number 44 sponsored. Now, one name that and this is not WMX, but one name we likely won't see in the WMX a little later today is your 3-time and defending women's champion in Megan Shepard. As I was talking to her these past couple of weeks at the GNCC, it looks like she's going to be focusing mainly on GNCC for 2017. She says she will be out at a few ATVMXs, but don't look for her before round 4. Kelsey Dyer, Emily Young, Rachel Trent, the number 15 in the number 3 spot. Trent from Parts Unknown riding on a Honda with Caitlin Gibson, the number 16, rounding out the 4th place position. As we can see, 3rd and 4th place seem to have a bit of a battle going on right now as things have tightened up there. And in reality, Emily Young is not letting Kelsey Dyer have much way in breathing room either.
No, she's staying fairly close to the back end of Kelsey.
Kelsey, Quincy, Illinois. We've watched Kelsey grow through these girls and women's ranks now. Won't be long, I'm sure, before we'll be seeing them dabble in the pro ranks. Of course, Kelsey, Johnny Hoffman, Janssen Motorsports, MotoWaz. She's no stranger to the ATV. There's a lot of great and strong competition now in the North Midwest out there, and she brings it here to Florida this week, no doubt. Oh, look at this. Speaking about bringing it, Emily Young from Orange Park, Florida is bringing the sunshine from back in second, or our own sunshine anyway, and she's putting the pressure on. Side by side, these girls pull up to each other now. And, wow, Young can't make the pass, but she's certainly showing Kelsey Dyer a whole lot of competition and the wheels to that machine in and out of some of these turns.
The whole field's actually staying fairly close here, Rodney. That last few corners, they all tightened up. They're starting to space out a little bit, but certain parts of the tracks, they seem to all bunch up a little bit. So it's actually a pretty good race.
Well, I believe that Caitlin Gibson may actually be turning the fastest lap, our third-place rider back there, at a 1 minute .531. She did that in lap 2. She just turned to 1 minute .695. She's only 0.6 of a second behind Young, so the three-way battle here. Oh, what just happened to our leader? Kelsey Dyer missed a gear, got high-sided. Something went on there. She drops from first to third as Young moves into the number 1 spot. Caitlin Gibson now into second. Or is she?
She was in second. She went off the track here right in front of us, and she fell back to third.
So there the big change takes place. Dyer back up to number 2 spot now. Wow, Caitlin Gibson had that moment in the sun for just a second or two before she went off the racetrack there and found out how hard it is to get back on the track. But look how hard she's coming back, Josh. She might still be ready to mount challenge here as we're wrapping up lap number 4 with a lap left to go, and she being 2 seconds faster. And we've got a red cross flag, which could mean that Rachel Trent, the 15, an issue over the finish line jump there. So hopefully everything's going to be all right for her. She's there. We can see him trying to get her back up. I know we've got a very safety-oriented safety crew out here. If you go down, their mindset, you hit the ground, they want you to stay down. So if you aren't back up and on your quad by the time they get around to you, you're not getting back on your quad. So, and that's all for safety measures. You got to realize, man, these folks, they know racing about as well as anybody in the World Center of Racing here at Daytona International Speedway. They've got a hospital on site. If there are any injuries, they can take them right there to the hospital, the emergency room. They've got x-ray machines and a whole lot of other things that they can do testing with. So safety is of the utmost importance in our sport. Oh, got a little bump and grind action going on there as we got another pass. And it looks like Kelsey Dyer just passed right back into the number 1 spot as she pulled up side by side Emily Young. This is going to mean really good action, I think, come main event time. Checkers are out now. This one in the history books. But again, Josh, I think that sets the stage for some. I mean, every rider out there on the racetrack had an opportunity to win that race. Every one of them are going to feel whenever the main events come around, they're all going to feel in potential to be a winner. So that was 5 laps. That was scheduled for 5 laps. It was 5 laps. It did come out on the 5th lap. I know Chelsea was wondering. And there, unfortunately, Rachel Trent off the track. But again, she's moving around. You can see there's not a lot going on. Most and probably 80 to 90% of that might be and likely is for precautionary measures. And again, of the utmost importance, safety. Daytona has a very strict safety policy here, and rightfully so. We respect that. Well, we go to the 450Cs next. We've got, wow, 16 riders in this one. This is going to be a full gate right off the bat. So fortunately for these riders, they won't have to qualify to get on the gate. They'll just have to qualify for gate position in this. We got the number 5, Joe Caesar out of Seville, Ohio, qualified racing engines. We got the number 17, Larry Kendrick out of Earlysville, Virginia. 25, Ronald Hall out of Newark, Ohio. Number 29, Grant Campbell from Tampa, Florida. 33, Tyler Rager out of Altoona, Iowa. Number 37, Nick Crawford out of Monahans, Texas on a Crawford Motorsports Lobo transport machine. The 88, Kenny Pennington out of Fort Worth, Texas. 91, Matt Wegerzen out of Linden, New Jersey. Travis Jumper, the 105 out of Carlisle, PA on a Velocity Cycle Suzuki. Brett McKee, the 111 out of Newark, Ohio. 329, Brian Wood from Newark, Ohio on a Briarcliff Maxxis SSI machine. We got Travis Lattonville out of Beaton, Ontario, Canada on the 330 Suzuki. 383, David Schrock from Newton Falls, Ohio. 523, Brandon Oparka from Cedar Lake, Indiana on a Weena Motorsports SSI Decals JSR Moto Designs machine. 727, Vinny Spadavecchia from Parkland, Florida. And the 881, Jacob Newcomer out of White House, Ohio. Newcomer is kind of a newcomer here to the ATV Supercross, I believe. So 450C heat race, 16 riders. That's what we allow on the gate, I believe, here for these amateurs. So all riders will be transferring into the main event coming up a little later. We're going to get this set the stage. And again, just because they finish like this in the qualifiers does not mean that that's how, or the heat races, that's how it's going to be for the mains. That's the beauty, especially of ATV motocross. Revs up on this one as the gates are down and a fistful of throttle into turn one. The 17 machine of Larry Kendrick out of Earlysville, Virginia, taken to the early lead. This kid making his way through the amateur for the youth ranks into the amateur ranks, and now look at him go. His first year on the big flag. He pulls the whole shot and looks to me like Larry's saying, see ya, boys, don't want to be ya. Position jockeying going on back there now. Larry Kendrick still holding on to the lead as we move our way around to the finish line. This will be the completion of lap number one now. It is Larry Kendrick, Nick Crawford, the 37. Behind him then is Brandon Oparka, the 523 out of Cedar Lake, Indiana. Jacob Newcomer, the 88 machine, in fourth place position. In fifth spot, the 329, Brian Wood from Newark, Ohio. Vinny Spinovacia in the number 6 spot. Joe Sizer, the number 5 in 7th. Travis Jumper is 8th. David Strock in 9th. And Ronald Hall Jr. rounds out the top 10. We do take the top 6. Again, remember, top 6 is what transfers. Oh, actually, all these will transfer, as this is only 16 riders in the class, so all gates will be full. We only have 14 riders now that have checked in for a full lap complete. There's 15 and 16 now. So we see Larry Kendrick in for second lap complete. 57 and a half, 58.6 for Nick Crawford, 2.7 seconds down now with Brandon Oparka in the number 3 spot, 4.2 seconds. Watch out for Brian Wood, Newark, Ohio's Wood on the move. 1.3 seconds back. He is about a couple 10-second faster than Brandon Oparka. Smelling blood in the water. He can close up the gap in that 1.3 seconds pretty quick. Looks like the 17 machine under its own forms of pressure, as we called it yesterday, into the boa constrictor known as the lap traffic here at Daytona International Speedway. He slips the grasp of the boa constrictor, which can change the face of these races so quickly here in the Supercross event. Over the finish line for lap 3 complete for Kendrick now. 58.394 on that lap. His fastest a 57.579. So running well within contention of that. Nick Crawford, a 1-minute lap time, sees a gap back to the 5-second gap, but the battle is back here in third. Brandon Oparka and Brian Wood, as we talked about that one a few moments ago. The lap times nearly identical, but these riders are starting to inch up on one another and starting to really mount the pressure. Not a problem, folks, and just want to let you know that Larry Kendrick continues to lead this one 5 seconds now as white flag is out for LK. There is second place checking in, 1 second behind. We see him. Brian Wood has made the pass into third. Actually, Brandon Oparka up to second. Brian Wood into third. Travis Jumper is fourth. Joe Sizer is now fifth. Nick Crawford drops to the number 6 spot. Tough break there for him. David Schrock is 7th. Vinny Spadavesia is now 8th and holding on to 8th, I should say. Tyler Rager in 9th. Travis Lattonville is 10th. But again, it's the top 6 that go. Crawford holds on to that final Again, no, I keep forgetting it says heat race, but these are 16 riders only. There's only one heat race in this. So again, they all do go. But this is how they're going to transfer as the checkers fly. I apologize, folks. We'll try to get it straight. When we get into the mains, it'll be a lot easier, Josh Kramer.
Yeah, it should be easier to keep track of everything. And honestly, I think we're going to have a lot better racing in the mains. This track seems to be coming around quite nicely. I just got up and walked around a little bit. And, I mean, for as much moisture is in the ground, it's drying up. It's packing down. And it seems to be, you know, making a pretty good racetrack out there.
I know when you first showed up there a little bit ago, you were being pessimistically optimistic there, I think. But now I can see that you are truly being optimistic a lot more so here now that you've seen the track with some bikes on it. I know looking at it after that track maintenance heading into these heat races, it was starting to look a little bit on the, oh my gosh, I don't know if it's going to turn around or not. Right. But, man, I tell you, the track crew has just done an amazing job in combating the weather. Obviously, they've had their hands full with that. But they've been able to, and fortunate enough that they've been able to shield a lot of that rain off and keep it from soaking so much in. They've got some dry sand that they've also churned into it on occasion, and if it gets bad enough, they'll continue to do that. Our top 6 here, Larry Kendrick, Brandon Oparka. Actually, again, it's the top 16 that transfer, but Kendrick, Oparka, Wood, Jumper, and Kaiser, your top 5. Crawford in 6th, Schrock in 7th, Spadavicia in 8th, Lantonville in 9th, and Rager rounds out your top 10. As we go to the Pro-Am Heat 1, we got 8 riders in this one, and they will all transfer. By the way, locally here at the racetrack, Mad Moose in the house. Mad Moose Media is the leading company in event photography. Their commitment to capturing is here with us, and they want you to stop over and check out all the great things they've got going on. 8x12 prints in as low as 30 seconds. Wow, that's pretty fast. Mad Moose here with us today. Want to welcome them out. Want to welcome you out here to Daytona International Speedway on behalf of our great sponsors. And again, a special thanks to Fly Racing. And, of course, to our friends at Wiseco Performance Products and CST Tires, where passion meets the ground. Pro-Am Heat, including the 22, Zach Harris out of Rocky Mount, Virginia. 24, Alan Myers out of Sewell, New Jersey. 26, David Selecti from Acton, Ontario, Canada. 27, Brad Reilly from High Point, North Carolina. 28, Tyler Turner from Langhorne, PA. 135, Hayden Mickelson from Iona, Minnesota. 301, Cody Gifford from Eustis, Florida. And 798, Drake Coling. He's out of Brimfield, Illinois, and this is going to be an exciting one, Josh. Some new names. Cody Gifford, though, to the front of the pack aboard the 301. Behind him now, I believe, I don't want to make that call just yet. That is a very colorful ATV that rider is racing upon, and it is the 26, David Selecki, and third down to second. As we see him threaten needles out there, Selecki's going to be one to keep a very close eye on. And another change back in the second place position. This is pretty amazing. Talk about not being able to pass somebody. Hush your mouth.
Yeah. We already saw a lot of passes, and we're only a few turns in.
And look at this, more passing taking place as the 24 of Alan Myers, who's expected to be a major contender in this class this year, is just now making his way into a battle for third. So it's Gifford now out front, Coling in second. Whoa, down goes Drake Coling. I believe that was our second place ride. Tyler Turner was third, Myers fourth. Those are the guys who'll move up now. Coling back up, and he remounts that machine pretty quick, man. That seems some big flying W's and everything else out of that one.
Yeah, that was a good cartwheel. I'm surprised he rebounded so quick. I don't know, must have got off into the mud a little bit. Didn't look like he had any help, but it didn't look like a fun crash at all.
Not at all, but I tell you what, rebounding quickly. Cody Gifford maintaining that number 1 spot, but keeping an eye out behind him. I'm kind of shocked and surprised. Haven't seen the 135 of Hayden Mickelson yet. He's all the way back in 8th place. That's rather surprising, to be honest with you. Must have had some major issue coming off the starting line, but expect to see maybe that change throughout the course of this race. Yellow flags out. They're sending these guys a little farther away from the incident. Coling still trying to get his machine fired back up. Fortunately, he is okay health-wise. So Cody Gifford, Tyler Turner, Alan Myers up to third, David Selecki is fourth. And watch this battle now. It's turning into a three-way battle and shootout for the number one spot. It's a two-way shootout, was anyway, for second. Now it's moving up to first. It's Cody Gifford. Every time it looks like he's going to get a little breathing room, Josh, things turn right back around on him. Two riders, one trying to pull up beside, one trying to push him through the turns right now. Past the finish line. This is 4 laps complete now. Actually, 3 laps complete. Gifford, Turner, and Myers, 1, 2, and 3. Myers trying to get to the inside. Myers trying to make that pass here. Are we going to see it happen? Alan Myers right behind Gifford will move now into the number 2 spot as he follows your leader around. But he can't follow the leader for so long because here comes Turner right back at him, challenging for the number 2 spot. Myers still with a slight advantage. Oh, and a little bump off the track there by Tyler Turner on Alan Myers, and that was textbooks, Josh Kramer.
Yeah, he came in there and just stood his ground. You know, those things happen in racing.
And rubbing is racing, and, you know, that was not overly aggressive at all. That was what I call a beautifully executed move there on behalf of Tyler Turner. Now, I'm sure that Alan Myers may be looking at it a little differently, but once he goes back and watches the replay, I'm sure he would have done the same thing given the same opportunity.
He didn't take him out of the race. He just wanted the spot, and he took the spot. You know, and unfortunately with a Supercross race like that, they're shorter races, so you have to do what you have to do.
Well, with just a couple of laps or so left to go, Brad Reilly moving into third. Want to talk a little bit, Brad Reilly. Right now watching, and I was talking about Brad Reilly there just a moment ago. Brad Reilly actually racing his first ever two-wheel Supercross. He said last night, he told me, he said, I've never raced motorcycles before. He said, I thought I'd come down and give it a try while I was down here. He won his class, like a junior 25 plus class. He wins that class, and he said, funny thing about it, he said, I was bumping elbows instead of wheels. He said, that was pretty weird. So he comes out here. He's going to be racing Pro-Am today, and I think maybe even some Pro Sport. He got injured last year. They actually had to reattach his Achilles tendon. It snapped his Achilles tendon right in two. They reattached it. He said the doctors told him it'd be stronger than it was before. That's pretty impressive.
That is impressive.
Cody Gifford, Tyler Turner, Brad Reilly in third, Alan Myers in fourth, David Selecki, Hayden Mickelson, Zach Harris, Drake Coling. He gets back up and moving and finishes 4 laps. As we roll into our next race, the junior 25 plus class, Ethan Kepper. Let's check out with our leaders first. I believe that was 37, Travis McGowan. Let's double check. 327. That is Brian Nolt out of Manheim, Pennsylvania, grabbing the early lead in this junior 25 plus class. His other competitors, Ethan Kepper, the number 3 out of Narrows, Virginia, the number 4 of Christopher Fellers from Middletown, Indiana. 13, Paul Martinez from Bloomfield, New Mexico. 21, Cole Wirtz from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. 37, Travis McGowan, Amarillo, Texas. 42, Gray Parker from Humboldt, Tennessee. 52, Ed Franco from Roswell, New Mexico. 69, John Jones from Charleston, Indiana. We got 70, Earl Heddy out of Bloomsbury, New Jersey. All out of Belding, Michigan. Chad Reed, the number 90. 91, Matt Reskin out of Linden, New Jersey. Out of Uwe, actually, I believe in Dubai. Khalif Al-Raisi, welcoming him. Great guy. Can't quite get his name right, I'm sure, but man, what a great dude. Robert Vega, the 239. Ryan Bevan, the 269 from Elberfield, Indiana. You got the 327, your early leader, Brian Nolt. The 537, Michael Cleese. 16 riders in this one. All 16 will transfer. Nolt, Parker Gray, or Gray Parker, I should say, running in the number 2 spot on the 42. Khalifi in the number 3 spot. Our visitor from Dubai. And I'll tell you, man, what a great guy. We had him on the show yesterday. Very humble, loves being here in America and being with the U.S. ATV Supercross and Motocross, getting to meet all of his heroes. He's a professional racer in his land, but obviously he didn't feel up to par and up to speed coming here. But he tells me he races in like 7 different countries, Kuwait being one of those, believe it or not. And he's one of the top Kuwaiti ATV motocross racers as well.
Wow, that's impressive. But that's also something that I've learned with meeting different racers throughout the world. You know, we get the luxury of just racing one country. I mean, we do travel the entire country doing it, but you know, I've met people that race in Africa, and they have to race in South Africa. They race in Zimbabwe. They go up to other countries. I mean, they travel a long ways.
And look at him go. I believe he's battling for second right here. Go, Khalif. So looks like he's going to take over the number 2 spot, or did he? No, maybe drop back to third. Battle for third. Khalif is being challenged for third. I thought he moved up to second, but Brian Nolt and Parker Gray are there in first and second. Khalif is being challenged by Ethan Keffer for that number 3 spot. And the 239 of Robert Vega also challenging the 202 machine. So we're seeing that Khalif has dropped to 4th place. Ethan Keffer has moved into 3rd. Ed Franco now in 5th place position as Robert Vega drops back a spot. But how about it? Good to see him. And you know, I understand that he's actually in law enforcement. He's like a police officer over in Dubai, and I think that is pretty cool that he take his vacation time. He's not one of these guys that has all the oil monies and stuff like that you would expect. He is a hardworking citizen of his country. He works diligently and a very respectful individual, I tell you. He greets me in the customary way that his homeland does. And he told me, he said, if I did not greet you that way, Rodney, my father would punish me. So they have respect for their elders, and I am an elder, especially for him. David Bailey, welcome to Florida, brother. And, of course, maybe we can get him on the microphone here a little bit. But I just thought that was neat to be greeted that way and everything, and let his father know he is being very respectful.
Well, it's good to see things like that.
I wish we had that in our country. I really do.
I really wish we had that in our country, because that's something that you see a lack of, is a lack of respect for elders, just a lack of respect in general.
Exactly.
And, you know, the whole punishment thing. That's a gray area in the United States.
This man's in his 20s, maybe pushing close to 30, man, and he he still worries about being punished from his father. That is respect. That is true respect.
That's how it should be.
It should be.
In my opinion, that's how things should be.
I felt that way about my father. I listened to my father. I might not have agreed with him. I might have fussed about it behind his back. But when Dad said this, I did that. And I tried to do that all the way through. But Brian Nolt, speaking of all the way through, carries this one all the way through to the checkers. A 15.5-second gap over Gray Parker. Brian Nolt come gunning this year, it looks like. The number 42, then Ethan Keffer in 3rd. Ed Franco, the 52, is 4th. He made a pass. Khalif drops back to 5th. My regards to you. A great race, Khalif. Love watching that. The 202 in 5th. Ryan Bevan, the 269 in 6th. Robert Vega in 7th. Cole Wirtz, the 21, is 8th. Chad Reed in 9th. Christopher Fellers rounding out the top 10. We go to the college 16 to 24. Yet another potential barn burner as far as racing goes. We got names like the number 13 out of Canada. I believe that is that Canada or is that?
New Brunswick, I believe.
New Brunswick, okay.
Maybe. Oh, I don't think we have any NBs in the States.
Nope. And anyway, he is on a
Can-Am?
Yeah, on a Can-Am, as a matter of fact. Then we got... looks like Jacob Stevens at 21 out of Fogelsville, PA. I'm trying to read his sponsors. The program, he's here with the program, E-Sticky Moto Hose.
That's all I'm going to try.
Yep, I don't want to try that something sports in Lamb Track. I'll go with Lamb Track, but that other one, yeah, I'll really butcher that one. Also, we got the 27 Nick Mathard out of Val d'Or, Quebec, Canada, Action Motorsports, Pior Honda. and Chrysler sponsor. Kirkland Jack, the 35 machine in a Newport Richey, Florida, on a West Florida battery. Walsh Racecraft Axis machine. Alex Gillette out of Onalaska, Wisconsin, on a Root River Racing Rage ATV with those Motowa shocks. And Hoosier Tires, JB Racing, Rath Racing back. The 88 machine there. 93, Bryn Marr. Good to see this rider back out of Bordertown, New Jersey on a AGX Design Wiley Mods machine. 94, Michael Perkins from Tennyson, Indiana. 116, Cody Lincoln out of Summerfield, Florida. I'm thinking that Cody could be somebody to watch out for. I think he might be one of the local fast guys down here. Bringing the Payne, Kenny Payne himself, the Payne Train, 496 out of Butler, Tennessee on a Henson Scott Rath ODI machine. And Martin Gramigna out of Branson, Florida. We know he's fast on a Calco's Multimedia Branson back machine, 823. Revs up on this one, and the gate about to go down. Race on. Good drive off the line there. The 88 machine gets a good jump. He drops back in the number 2 spot, Alex Gillette. It is the number 13, though, Michael Gauvin out of New Brunswick, as we'll call that right now, on the Can-Am, grabbing the early lead. As we look back to second place as this all gets sorted out there. Looks like some position jockeying taking place as Gillette has dropped to the number 4 spot. Let's see if we can get that number again. I thought it 21 machine. There it is. Jacob Stevens out of Foglesville, PA. He's up to the number 2 spot now as he tries to get things sorted out here in the college 16 to 24-year-old class. 10 riders in this. All 10 will transfer straight to division. They are racing for gate position. And, whoa, Stevens going for the lead, trying to pull the trigger from the inside there. Lots of great lines there as inside and outside are working for different individual riders. And I can tell you, this is a photographer's dream. When you got as many ATVs in one picture shot like this, I know Kenny Hill's got to be pretty excited. Also, Harlan Foley from ATVRiders.com. He's super pumped right now, I'm sure, with the action as close and as tight as what it is right now.
Yeah, we got some good racing going on so far today, and it should be an exciting day for sure.
So Gauvin still out front. Stevens in second, at least for the moment. Nope, Stevens has taken over the lead, it looks like. Now the 88 into the number 2 spot, so changes are happening. I keep looking at the TV screen and looking away back and forth at my monitor, so I may miss a few things here and there. So I did miss what happened to Gauvin there, unless he's just really stretched things out, and that's not the case as Stevens checks in now, and Gillette checks in behind him in the number 2 spot. Man, Alex Gillette's coming out with both guns ablazing this year.
It seems that way, Rodney.
I know that Alex, you know, he's had some good runs and so forth, but he seemed a little timid there last year. I don't know if it was due to injury or what. But there were some times he seemed a little more aggressive than others. But, man, he opens up here in 2017. Both guns ablaze in second place. Kirkland Jack, the 35 and third. Second just went down. We were just talking about Alex Gillette, and, oh, man, I hate to see that.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker there.
Taking himself. Now, let's hope he bounces back up and gets back on that quad. And if not, at least can make it back out for the main event. But, man, what a heartbreaker. He had the ride of a lifetime going on there, and Gillette was showing all that hard work that he put in was starting to pay off there. But like we know, man, these ATVs, they certainly are a beast with a mind of their own sometimes, Josh.
ATVs are tough in general, and then you get them on a supercross track. It adds another twist to it, and then you get them on a muddy supercross track, and it just changes the whole game. It
does. New battle for third down. Michael Perkins and Martin Gramigna out of Branson, Florida, trying to position himself to take over the lead. The yellows are still out, so obviously Alex still down for at least the moment. I can't see exactly the extent of what's going on, but again, we're hoping again it's just another precautionary measure there, Josh. It's the Fly ATV Supercross live from Daytona International Speedway. We are in the midst of amateur qualifying right now, and Josh Creamer is here with us, former AMA Pro ATV racer. Myself, Rodney Tomlin, I consider myself the voice of the championship, at least at this point. And also another voice and familiar face from around the racetracks for so many years. Talk about David Bailey. David, welcome to
That's all right. I can be called David Bailey.
That's not a bad name to be called. But anyway, welcome aboard, man. Glad to have you back here. And it's just good to be back to ATV racing again this year.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. Back for another season in 2017. Really looking forward to it. I've been walking around the pits and really enjoying seeing everybody. Just nice to see everybody back.
Yes, it is, and it's good to have you back. I know that you spent a lot of time with us last year. You helped out with some announcing. You helped out with some refereeing and stuff. You're going to be back on the scene again this year?
Yes, absolutely. We're starting at down at Monster Mountain, so I'll be around. Today I'm going to be doing podiums, so I'm going to help you out with that. So.
Oh, well, good. Yeah, glad to have you. I didn't even realize that, but glad to have you on board. Actually, we were talking about that just a few moments ago, so good to have you. Good to have you here, man, and looking forward to the racing as we just see Jacob Stevens take the win there. We see that the Kirkland Jack will take second place. Michael Perkins in the number 3 spot. Fourth place, Martin Gramina. Michael Galvin, early leader in the class, drops to 5th when it's all said and done. Troy Hunt in 6th. Cody Lincoln in 7th. Kenneth Payne in 8th, Nick Mathard in 9th, and Alex Gillette. Only 3 laps complete for that rider. They had to haul him off, unfortunately. Hopefully everything's going to be all right for him. So podiums are going to be coming up. We're going to be doing those during the main events today, right?
Yes, absolutely. We're following the Supercross format, and, it's just great to be here. What a fantastic track today. After, the rain the last couple days, a little overcast, but what a great track condition today.
It's a little chilly, too. And, Josh Creamer, I got to ask you, temperatures, I imagine this is probably pretty good riding weather, truth be told, huh?
Honestly, this is pretty good riding weather. I know most of these guys have been down south and getting used to the heat and whatnot, but your body always works pretty good when it's cooler out. It doesn't, you don't get fatigued nearly as fast. Your machine, most of the time, will run better in a cool, crisp weather. I'd rather be here than at home right now because my phone's going off. And, we're supposed to get anywhere from 8 to 20 inches of snow today.
Oh,
They shut down the
You're
state
the
of
right
Connecticut.
place.
I'm getting texts on my phone saying if you're not in a emergency vehicle, you're getting a $92 ticket. So I'll take this little bit of a chill. It's fine for me.
Man, we got something warming up the Florida weather right now, man. Daniel Dominizuski, Lane Coyle battling for the number 1 spot. Lane was out front and got passed by Daniel just there heading into that final turn before the end of that first lap. Lane Coyle also winning his senior 40-plus class, if I'm not mistaken, at GNCC this week as he helped kick off Bike Week over at Palatka at the Wild Boar GNCC. So Lane's doing a couple different duties here this week. He's doing a whole lot. We had Brad Reilly yesterday.
I saw that.
Riding RCSX. First time he's ever raced a 2-wheel motorcycle, he said. First time. I swear. I said, you're kidding me. He said, no, man, I'm being serious. He said, it was weird rubbing elbows instead of tires. And in his North Carolina accent, it was great, man. This dude, he's built to the hill. I mean, he looks great. He looks prime. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in 2017. Good to see him back and healthy and strong. Right now we got Shane Foxwell, 3rd place. David Schrock, 383 in 4th. Jason Jackson in 5th. Pablo Montanez in the 6th place. Derek Essen in the 7th place position. Dan Dominizuski checking in with 2 laps complete. Shane Foxwell is now in 2nd. Lane Coyle struggling. You would think that he would doing a little bit better with this looking so much more like a GNCC in areas than a Supercross track.
Well, this track, as long as it is, if you have the GNCC training, it does you a lot better with a long track. We saw it in Supercross. We saw it even yesterday, just incredibly long day, long track. Got to be in shape.
Got to be in shape. But, folks, just to let you know, Senior Plus 40 class, one of our classes that we have to qualify down to the top 16. That says a lot about our senior riders out there. They are pumped about this. We got riders, the oldest rider we got, 57 years old, Steve Mcallister out of Naples, Florida. He's riding the 247 machine. And right now, I'm looking, I don't see him on the track. He didn't check in with the lap complete. Maybe he might be riding in the 2nd heat. But regardless, 2 heats, top 6 from each one. That says a lot about the pioneers of our sport, so to speak.
Maybe one day you'll see me down here for one of these age
I think
races.
I guarantee that.
Now, Josh, I'm going to ask you, how old are you? what, 30?
31. I'm going to be 32 in August. I've been out of the sport since 2014.
So you could theoretically come back and race the vet class, right? Not the C class, but the A class anyway.
I was tempted to do that this year. It's just once you start a different life, you kind of it's a snowball effect, and you just kind of lose track of time. And I mean, it feels like I was on a four-wheeler yesterday, but it's been almost 3 years now, and it's crazy how fast the time flies. And you want to get things accomplished, but once you start running your own business and you get into the work schedule, it's like I said, time just flies. And
you know, you see a lot of people come back in the 40s and 50s, and the biggest gripe they have is they have to scrape the bugs out of their teeth from smiling so much. You know, just you've gone away from that. I gotta win. You know, it's like you step away and you come back, and it's like, God, it just feels great to be here.
And that's a lot of people ask me, you know, do you miss racing? And I say, no, I don't, because it takes a toll on your body being competitive for that long. But I'm still competitive what I do now, you know, my job, tile work, this, that. But I miss riding more than anything. I think that would be, if I came back and raced now, you know, you just race one of these age classes and just enjoy doing it again. And that's what I miss the most, is just actually riding.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to get you back out here riding real soon, Josh Kramer. That's for sure.
One of these days, I just need to make some time. They say that you got to grind in your 20s, build in your 30s, and cool down in your 40s, but I'm still grinding right now. And
I'll bet you there's somebody here would lend you a quad.
I get the opportunity to ride somebody's four-wheeler quite a bit throughout the year, and my phone goes off all the time. Come on, just come out to a race. I'll let you ride my four-wheeler. I'm like, oh, that's great, but I should probably get on one a little bit sooner before a racetrack. I know it's like riding a bike, but 3 years, I'm sure I got a few cobwebs.
Got some rust to knock off anyway, right?
A little bit.
Shane Foxwell taking the win here on the 142. Daniel Dominizuski in second. Lane Coyle is third. David Schrock in fourth. Derek Essen in fifth. In sixth was Jason Jackson. Those would be your top qualifying riders from the Division One, the Heat 1.
And now that we're talking about it, Rodney, unfortunately I lost a lot of contacts, but I just had a text come through. I have somebody wants to build me a bike.
There you go.
Sorry, whoever just texted me. I'm not sure who you are, but you know, who knows? Maybe we'll take the offer.
I have to wait for the 60-plus class to come in, then I'll go.
Senior 40-plus Division II off and rolling again. Top 5 will transfer in this one. We'll see some bugs being scraped out of the teeth of Merle Gross, I'm quite sure, as the Sibley, Missouri Walsh BCS Can-Am rider opens up with the early lead in this one. We didn't get a chance to see Merle a whole lot last year or the year before, but every time we've seen him, he has come out happy. He's come out competitive, and I seen him today. He looks like a bodybuilder, man. He looks like he's ready to go into powerlifting or something. He's crazy huge. You
know, we got a lot of Weston Pikes out here now. It's people realizing that you got to be toned, you got to be fit. The first race. I mean, they're out here now. It's like, got to do it.
B.J. Sosa be also out on the racetrack with us. He's in the number 2 spot aboard the number 6 out of Talmo, Georgia. He's on a SOS Lawn Care, Quinn Motorsports, Gainesville Motorsports, Grumpy Old Man, wife, and K-backed Honda. A grumpy old man is backing him.
I like grumpy old men.
I like grumpy. Some people consider me a grumpy old man on occasion.
Not around here.
Not around here.
Not around racetracks. No.
But my kids do at home sometimes. That's for sure.
Well, that's your blessing. You get to yell at kids.
Yes, I do. Yeah, but I try not to. I love my babies. I miss my babies. I've been on the road for 2 weeks right now, and I tell you, I'm about ready to head out. As soon as the last checker flies tonight, I think I'm heading north.
Well,
but there's one thing that's keeping me from that: the cold temperatures and the snow that everybody keeps talking about up there. I don't know if I want to go back for that.
No, not yet.
Michael Reilly is the third place ride behind B.J. Sosby and Merrill Cross. Then Jason Porterfield is fourth. Jay Viola, the 64 and fifth. Charlie Conger rounds out your sixth and final transfer spot. We got David Newell, 343 and seventh, and Brian Gates in the number 8 spot. You ever figure out who that was yet?
Yeah, I actually might have to take him up on the offer. It's one of the greats. It was my friend Paul Turner.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
So I might have
I'd like
take
to
him
get
up on
that call.
offer, you know?
Hey, welcome aboard, Paul. Glad to have you. I don't know if you're here at the track or.
No,
if
he's watching right now, so it's good to see people watching, you know?
Yes.
And I actually put something on my social media post saying that we were live on Racer TV, so hopefully if anybody didn't know about it, maybe that helps a little bit more, but I'm sure we got a lot of people watching today. And first race of the season, the Supercross is always a very hyped up event, so it should be a great day.
Should be. I think you're absolutely right. Speaking of that, I'm going to have to turn my social media on right now and start doing that. I forgot to post it there. I'm telling everybody, get on your social media. Spread the word. I've got like 5,000 people on my Facebook page alone, let alone what's going on Quad Radio Facebook page. And I haven't even said anything about it yet today. Shame on me. I'm going to have to take a quick break and do that while you guys talk for a moment. But Merle Croce is leading. BJ Sosaby in second. Michael Reilly is still in the third place position. Jason Porterfield still fifth. Fourth, rather. Jay Viola in fifth and sixth. It looks like moving up a little bit there. Getting around Charlie Conger is Brian Gates, the 946 machine.
Well, I tell you what, it must be nice that, you know, you've got your own social media going, but you also have, you know, all the people behind you. Chelsea running at MX Sports, she's, you know, keeps everything going there. Just an incredible job at the last
What do
few
you
days.
want from Chelsea?
I knew that was coming.
So wildly in my head said, I love you, Kevin. I love you. yeah, and you too, Roddy.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yes, Chelsea does a most excellent job. She's known as Moto Chelsea around the racing world, but in our realm, she is now becoming known and loved as Quad Chelsea. Oh, yeah. She's starting to like the ATV racing quite a bit. Chelsea's doing the work on the board. She's doing the directing and everything. She's doing a great job. She's also a media manager at Racer Productions and MX Sports. So she has a lot of stuff on her plate as well. She does a lot of social media as on top of everything. So, yeah, my hat, kudos to her. Dan Reinhardt, thumbs up to him as well. Dan's been working diligently, making sure this, and all of our camera folks, man, I tell you, and technical operators here, they're doing such a great job. Racer TV, good job. Kudos to all you folks as we've got an amazing, I think, hard 2 weeks that we go through, and you guys are doing a great job. Merle Croce taking the win. BJ Sosaby in second. Michael Reilly in third. Fourth place, Jason Porterfield. Jay Viola in fifth. Charlie Conger in sixth. Brian Gates in seventh. Now that top six transfer in that heat race there, so those will be the ones that transfer. And then we got Brian Gates and David Newell. And honestly, depending on how many were in the Division 1, the Heat 1, we might see all 16 transfer because that's only 16 places on the gate. But Open C coming up next. One division of that, 15 riders. This Kevin Bailey, I'm going to give you the helm on this. I'm going to go do some of that social media while you guys make the call on this, and I'll be right back with you folks. And hopefully that you're enjoying the live coverage that we have for you here on RacerTV.com. Again, spread the word, RacerTV.com. Kevin Bailey, Josh Kramer, take the call, brothers.
All right, Josh. We got control now.
It's up to us now, huh? Oh, boy.
I'll tell you what, this the Open C class last year, super competitive. Lots of riders, which is good to see. You know, you got to keep the youth. You got to keep the C riders coming up, so we have stronger classes.
As long as you have a big C class, you're always going to have more classes coming.
Yeah.
You know, all the other classes are going to keep building because it's a new generation of racing, whether it's youth riders coming up or new people coming in. So it's good for the sport. You know, once you see numbers drop in the C class, then you know we got problems.
Oh, into the first turn clean. Full gate as they make their way around the backside of the track. Here they come towards us. And I believe that's the
78, I think I saw. Nope.
I think that was Brandon Oparka. Let's see as they come around here. Heat number one of the Open
His
C.
jersey doesn't match his bike, so we got the 151 of Hector
Hector Tavares.
There you go.
Yeah, Hector Tavares from Adventure, Florida on the Realty Vacation Yamaha.
Looking strong out front.
Boy, it's nice to see this third year of quads here. Last year we saw the signs that said, you know, this is quad week, ATV week. It was like, some of the people at Daytona didn't like that, but it's, you know.
It's nice to see.
It's nice to see.
I really think this event is helping the sport.
All right, Brandon Aparco, the 523 in the lead, but second place. Look at this battle shaping up. Oh, man, it's 5 bikes going at it.
It's a big battle for second. We got bikes everywhere. He actually had a pass for the lead.
Spadavecchio on the 727 bike from Parkland, Florida, and Jeremy Kruger, the 39. Great battle. Oh, one rider. Leader goes off to the side.
It's actually tough to keep track of this. We got a lot of passing going on.
Oh, another big pile up just before the finish line. The third and fourth place quads. So Vinny Spadavecchia still in the lead. Hector Tavares, the 151 rider, in second. Brandon Crone, the 11 rider, in third. Matt Wergen in the 91 rider in fourth. Quentin Ayers in fifth. And Joe Cesar in sixth place. Still a great battle for second.
One of our guys battling for second. Looks like he might have stalled his machine out there.
So Spadavecchia, Vinny Spadavecchia in the lead. Hector Tavares, the 151 in second. Brandon Crone, the 11 in third. And that's going to change. I've seen riders off to the side.
I think our leader had, our leader had issues.
In the same spot.
I don't know whether he has a flat tire or mechanical issue, but he's off the track. So we have a new leader now.
Waiting as they come around. And that could be,
I think, it's
173 in second.
It's the number 91 out front on the Can-Am, I believe.
So where's Matt Wegrin? Matt Wegrin from Linden, New Jersey, on the Can-Am, working his way up. Showed him in fourth, but as we come through the gates here.
Well, now we caught up now. Yeah, he's in the lead now, and Hector has actually worked his way back up into second.
Wegrin gets the white flag, last lap. Hector Tavares in second, Quentin Ayers in third. Now he's moved back. And Joe Cesar up to third, Quentin Ayers back to fourth, Brandon Crone in fifth, Jeremy Newcomer up into sixth place now. So they just keep swapping back and forth.
It's actually tough to keep track of who's who out there. We got a lot of changing of positions. And now everybody's just kind of getting gathered up. We already have lappers out there because we've had some people have mechanical issues, and this one's a tough one to keep track of.
So Jeremy Kruger sitting in the bubble right now. He's in sixth place. Just behind him, Jake Newcomer. So Newcomer moved back one, and he is out of the top six. Matt Wegrin, the 91 rider from Linden, New Jersey, in the lead.
Takes the checkered flag.
And Wegrin with a win.
Yep.
Went from fifth to first. I'm sure he was loving that.
Yeah, that's how you
That's
move
like
up.
one of your moves.
There you go. I used to love
You were the
doing that.
comeback kid back in
the day.
Back in the day.
I've been known to pass a few guys once in a while. It was always the best when you just pull the whole shot and win the whole race, though.
Oh, yeah.
That was always the most fun. 'Cause then you don't have to eat any dirt.
All right, on the line is the Open B class. And it's heat number 1. The 4 Jay Miller from Morris Plains. The 09 of Tyler Baldwin from Howard, Ohio. The 19 of Matt Rule from Mount Gilead, Ohio. The 23 of Chris Clayton from Howell, New Jersey. The 47 of Jerry Turpay from Lebanon, New Jersey. The 97 of Pat Cox from Sunset, Texas. The 99 of Hunter Jewell from Ashland, Virginia. The 202 of Khalifi Alarisi from United Arab Emirates. So we have an Arab rider out there. That's pretty cool. That's got to be the
back
longest.
on the track again. He just got off a couple races ago. So he's making it happen out there today.
Oh, Chucky Creech is giving us a sign out there. I'm glad to see Chucky. He's
he was supposed to make it down here, but I guess he didn't make it. So unfortunately for Chucky, he gets to listen to us today.
Of course, he has to listen to Brad doing a good job too. Brad's out there, and they had a big battle last year in the NEEDT with Chucky coming in second.
Mm-hmm.
So this year the AMA Extreme Dirt Track Championship's coming back. And you should come down for that. Extreme Dirt Track, it's not quite the same.
I've been told that I should try that out too, and I'd love to try all this stuff out. But like I said, I'm not good at making time.
There you go. You got kids?
No kids, just work.
I figured.
And a dog.
Oh, well, dogs.
Yeah.
I can't say more important. I get in trouble for that. But even Rodney loves a dog as much as he likes his kids.
Actually, I hate my dogs.
Uh-oh.
Rodney, that's your guy out there. He just pulled the whole shot. He just got back on the track.
Well, Khalif all the way from Dubai here with us out front in the early going saying, wow, whoopsie. Let's see if he can hold on to this one. I know he comes into this one, and he was talking about the ATVs they have over there. He says, we run about a little over 40 horsepower. He's riding with David Eller and the folks over at Phoenix Racing this weekend. They said, well, Khalif, ours are about 60 horsepower. His eyes got real big. The first day he spent on the bikes, they said he got completely worn out, went straight back to the hotel, went straight to bed. He got worn out, had a blast, and you can see he's adapted quite nicely to it.
Yeah, it's a big difference riding from 40 horsepower to 60 horsepower. And since I've left the sport, I'm sure they're making these things go even faster. But it was always a challenge getting used to hanging on to a race motor versus something that you practice on, where it actually changed, where you had to start racing or practicing on a race motor, because if not, it was a whole different ballgame.
Well, as we wrap up the first lap here for these riders here, we'll see if Khalif can hang on to this. He's got his hands full.
What a battle.
Yes. And he is holding on ever so slightly on board the 202.
You know, it would be wild to see him show up for the National Series. We have the South American contingent that comes every year.
Oh.
Now I'd love to see an Arab contingent come in.
Oh, that would be awesome, that's for sure. So Khalif dropping back to the number 2 spot there, but what a great position he's got himself in the early part of this race. Yeah, Matt Rule behind him. Looks like Jerry Turpay, Hunter Newell back there, Patrick Cox, Justin Fisher. So Khalif now, I believe, maybe in the number 2 spot. There he is behind Matt Rule. Rule out of Mount Gilead, Ohio on an Extreme Tech ATV 1118 Motorsports Fly Racing back machine. Number 19 taking it to the helm here. We got Khalif Alarisi in that number 2 spot. Jerry Turpay 3rd, Hunter Newell in 4th, Justin Fisher in 5th, and Christopher Clayton is your 6th place position in the Open B. Heat 1 of 2, so the top 6 will transfer here. As we can see in our timing and scoring outside the bubble right now, Patrick Cox, Jacob Hill, Tyler Baldwin, and Jonathan Davidson. And folks, we had qualifying earlier this morning. We're going to be soon awarding our fastest qualifier award to Chad Weenan here in just a few moments, as Casey Greek will be joining us. We're getting that set up right now. But, man, I tell you, that time qualifying this morning, rather nail-biting for some. If you were a Chad Weenan fan and you were watching the racetrack during the first-time qualifier, your big question is, where is the number 1? Where is the number 1? could not get his machine started, and it wasn't until almost the end of practice I walked over to check on him and see what was going on, and they just were starting to get it to fire.
Wow. You know, I talked with Chad, and, you know, after his qualifying, I said, how'd you qualify? Oh, I qualified first. Like, no indication that anything was amiss. He's always level.
That's the heart of a champion. He doesn't get too bent out of shape about it. He's got that confidence. He knows it's going to happen. He knows, hey, I can't make the first qualifier. I go out and show what I've got in the second qualifier. That's confidence.
And he made it happen. That's not something you see often from the Wien Motorsports Yamaha, is something to happen like that. But I'm sure they've figured out whatever the issue was, and he came out in the second qualifier and laid it down.
Well, you got to take into consideration, we had a lot of rain, a lot of moisture in there. There could have been a number of things that was causing that. So whatever it was,
I'm sure it was something silly.
It was something probably, that no one even thought about, and it just happened. But Hunter Newell thinking about this one right now, about taking the win, as he's got 4 laps in. He's on his final lap. A 0.7 of a second lead as they cross the finish line over Matt Rule just a few moments ago, but that appears to have stretched out just a little bit. Khalif is still back in the number 3 spot, the number 202. Justin Fisher, the 929 in 4th. Jerry Turpay 5th. Jacob Hill in 6th. And we are in the midst of our final lap of competition in this Division 1, this Heat 1 Open B of 2.
Well, you know, the one thing about him going out and setting that fast time, Chad going out there and setting that fast time, puts all the pressure on the number 88. He put it on the kid. Joel has got to go out there and prove something now, because, you know, let's face it, he didn't have a good race here last year, and it cost him. It cost him the whole thing.
Well, I was talking to Casey Greek, and as much as Chad's one of my best friends, you know, everybody likes to see a good battle for the championship, and I told Casey, I said, somebody better just sit Joel down today, tell him to look at this track as a whole and say, this is not the championship here.
I
today,
went,
yes.
If I was out here, I wouldn't even care about podium. You know, I would just want to get a top 5, come out of here clean, get the most amount of points as you can, no problems, because this is a tough racetrack today. It's a narrow playing field.
Yes, it is.
It's a muddy playing field, and you could turn your whole season upside down here. And
like it happened last year. And here's the thing. I had an interview. You can go to my Quad Radio page on Facebook and find this. But I interviewed the entire Phoenix racing team, starting with Joel Hedrick. And that is one of the first things that he talked about. Talk about a growing and learning experience. It was a hard lesson to be learned. But Joel knows that, and as the old cliche goes, you can't win the championship in the first round, but you can lose it.
Yes,
and
you
theoretically, that's likely what could have possibly happened last season. I mean, there's no way of really knowing how it would have all came out, but you look at the points, you look at it, you do the math, and you're like, wow, that was the difference right there. We'll see. A different game plan, though. You know, Chad approached the season last year, coming into the season a little differently. Then after that incident, he had to change up his plans too. So he's coming back in with a fresh new plan for 2017. Joel's coming in with a fresh new plan for 2017. Jeffrey Rastrelli's coming in with a plan for 2017. How about Josh Upperman? Josh Upperman definitely was putting in some laps out there today, and he is going to be a major competitor, and he was for fastest qualifier today. Had the fastest qualifying time for a while, but in the end, Weenan turned in a burner and ended up capturing the fastest qualifying award. Casey Greek standing by with Chad Weenan, our fastest qualifier right now. Casey?
Thanks, Rodney. I'm down here with Chad Weenan, your fastest qualifier. Chad, you got the ATV Riders Fastest Qualifier Award today. Take us through practice and your morning, and maybe just a little bit about the winner.
Yeah, everything's been going really well. This morning we opted out of the first practice, and you know, kind of glad we did. The track conditions were a little wet, and the second one was a little bit faster, so we had to learn the track and put down a couple heaters, so it took a little bit to really get comfortable in the track. But my Wiener Motorsports Yamaha's ripping out there, and the guys some Fox shocks. Everything's soaking up real well. The guys some Maxxis, and man, hints and clutch components. Just everything's ripping today, everything's sinking, and we got a pretty stacked gate today, and we're going to see what we can do, and you know, we're excited for the first gate drop of the year.
Awesome, thanks, Chad, and we'll turn it back to you, Rodney.
Well, there you go, Chad Weenan, big smile on his face. The first of the steps to becoming a back-to-back ATV Supercross champion are well underway there as he's got that fastest qualifying. But again, it was like, I think we were separated by thousandths of a second. Maybe it was hundredths of a second, if I'm not mistaken. It was something really ridiculous. As Johnny Gallagher also joins us in the broadcast booth here today as well. And we look there and see that we are back in the midst of this with the Open B class. And we have Division II with Cody Lincoln leading out of Summerfield, Florida, having a 1.2 second lead over Robert Rogers, the 55 out of Elkton, Florida. Third place, Mason Hunt out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Fourth place is Dustin Bowden. Fifth place, the 21 of Cole Wirtz. And your final transfer spot is that of the number 58 machine of Seth Torrance. Torrance out of Newark, Ohio. And that, my friends, your top 6 transfer. Talon Fitchner just outside the bubble. Earl Hetty outside the bubble. Tyler Hudson in 9th. And Hunter Grimes back in the number 10 spot. Top 6 transferring again, as we say, as we watch on the screen right here, that 55 of Robert Rogers trying to lay chase to the 116 of Cody Lincoln right now.
You know, Rodney, I recognize that Robert Rogers, he's actually been training out at the Wienen Motorsports facility here in Daytona for the last, off and on for the last couple of months. So obviously he's putting that winter work to work here and out there in his local race, being a Florida boy, trying to get the win here today. But looks like he needs to get a move on if he's going to catch that leader.
For sure, for sure. And Robert Rogers, obviously being a Florida boy, he's gotten listed here as a Wienen Motorsports as his sponsor. So he must put a lot of stock in what everything that happened there with you guys in the training in the offseason, looks like.
Yeah, you know, he's a local boy. We actually met him years ago at PAX Tracks in Bunnell, and when they decided to no longer have the quads come out and play, he started coming out to the Wienen Motorsports facility and putting in the laps, and, you know, he's been getting stronger as the winter went on. But, you know, really, I think the biggest surprise for me so far, and I'm sure you guys have already talked about this, is how good a shape this race course is in. You know, all night long, we live just 2 miles from here and listen to it rain. Yesterday about 4 o'clock, we had that big storm come through, and you know, I can only imagine what this place must have looked like last night or even early this morning. Got some work done at the house this morning and rolled over, fully expecting to see muddy ATVs and everybody in mud boots and get over here. And, man, this is a race course. I can't believe it, Josh. You know, can you believe, I don't know, were you here this morning? Were things in pretty bad shape, or has it been good all day?
I wish I would have got here a little bit earlier this morning to see the pros get on the track at first. But, I mean, I saw some videos this morning of them pushing the slop off the track, and I was like, wow, this is not going to be a fun day for these guys. But, I mean, looking at it now, I mean, nobody's even muddy out there.
Yeah.
This has turned into be a great racetrack, I think, today.
You know, honestly, it almost looks like Mother Nature did the ultimate watering job. I mean, this course right now is like, obviously, we've got an exception here. We've got this guy who's completely covered. I think he must have gotten off the course and got himself into one of these little water holes. But, you know, you really couldn't ask. I mean, at least from what I can see from here and what I've seen so far, you as obviously one of the top pros for many years, these look like ideal conditions to me, no?
Yeah, this looks beautiful. I mean, maximum traction. The only thing, you know, and it looks like it's got a pretty solid base, so I don't think you have to worry about too much sponginess underneath the track, but they won't have to worry about watering the track at all today.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely don't have to worry about that dust, which we have seen be a problem here in the past and just about any racetrack.
Right.
So to see the conditions that we have, you can see the corners are getting a little bit rutted up here. And we got a rider off, and he's into the mud hole.
Yeah.
Now he's back onto the other side of the track. Wow, that was a wild ride there he took.
Yeah.
He got a little bit high on that berm, so that brings a good point, Josh. You know, we've got those berms are going to be soft, so the riders, and now he's stuck. He's high-centered on the berm.
Yeah,
What?
I probably would have picked a different spot to come back on the track, but hey, that's just me.
Yeah, you know, well, that's part of that experience. You know, all those years, I'm sure at some point, or would think at some point in your career, you probably made that mistake of not taking the time to think things through and got yourself into a pickle, which that rider there has done. Yeah. Now he's leaned over the handlebars. You know, he's probably been building himself up for this event for months, and now it's kind of gone downhill real quick for him. So he'll learn from that and come back stronger next time.
For sure. But as you were saying, you know, you can see these corners getting chewed out some, and it's going to play a factor because you have to push the limits, but you have to push the limits in a safe way or in a smart way because soft dirt like this can pull you right off the track.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've seen it so many times with obviously in these heat races, the pro heats that we're about to see coming up here in just a few moments. In fact, they may be on the line.
I think they're
Is that them
up.
there?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Closer.
that's them on the line now, folks. So the big show's coming your way. It's about to get started here. And, you know, these guys obviously have quite a bit of experience. These are the top riders in the nation, really in the world on ATV motocross. And that's, you know, for them to get out there and see these track conditions. They've already been out there for two-time practices, which set up our qualifying order for the day and picked their gate positions. So these guys have got the experience, but they're still going to have to watch because from what I've seen, like we talked about, Josh, you know, this race course could really jump up and bite you. If you get just a little bit loose, get out into that soft stuff, you could lose positions. And if you try and force the issue, you might end up in a mud hole like we just saw our buddy do a moment ago.
Exactly, and I believe in the heat race here, they do not get a sight lap, correct?
I think you are correct.
So they don't get a sight lap, which is something that is, you know, they're not used to that. Obviously, these guys are because they've been doing it for 3 years at this event. But they saw track conditions for their qualifiers or for their time qualifiers, and I'm sure this track doesn't look anything like it did when they saw it back then. So
Yeah,
it's one of those things that the first lap here could be a little bit sketchy for them because it's not what they saw already.
Sure, yeah, they're flying blind going into this first lap, and that was a good point you made. Obviously, with the track being so much different from when they last rode it at, I believe, 9:30 this morning, another thing to take into consideration, we've talked about the soft track conditions. It also means it's going to change quickly. So even during the course of this particular race, from one lap to the next, it's going to change quickly, and the riders that are going to be able to work their way up through the pack are going to be the ones that are able to adapt to those better lines and make the moves. Now, in this heat race, I don't think we have our line up here in front of us. Looks like we're still showing that open B, but if this is heat 1, I'm assuming would this be our fastest qualifier, or do they put them in the second heat?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you there. I would assume he would be in the second heat, but
Okay.
I can't.
So if
I
this,
could be
we're looking to see here. We don't know exactly who we got, but we'll call him out as we see him. I do see, looks like Joel Hetrick with the whole shot. So
no, that's Josh Upperman
oh
with
yeah,
the whole
Josh
shot.
Upperman. Sorry.
So this is
This
going
is
to be.
he was the second fastest qualifier.
Correct. And then Cole Sepisi, the
Yep, Cole
rookie,
Sep-
in second.
Looks like Jansen in third, Music in fourth. Can't see exactly who that is. So yes, this would be, I believe Nick Janusa would be in this heat as well because he was our third fastest qualifier, and then Joel
Janusa
Hetrick
looks
was
to be
fourth, so he'll
about
be in the
back
other
in
heat with Chad Wienen.
5th or 6th right now.
Yep. So we've got Upperman leading the way. I didn't even recognize him there. He's looking good on there.
Yeah,
out,
he's
out
looking
there
strong
in the
out there in the
20.
lead. Very strong.
Got some great lines.
And now, how many laps are we doing in this heat race?
We
don't know much right now.
We're going to watch the action and enjoy it as it unfolds.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Right now, Josh Upperman enjoying clear vision and a clear track. Cole Sepisi, the 345 Motorsports machine there in second. Off to a great start and making the most of it. I think I may see Thomas Brown back there in the pack as well. We're calling them out as they come by. We got Upperman, Sepisi, Jansen, Janusa, Music, Wes Lewis, Tremellon, and Thomas Brown rounding out the back of the pack there. It looks like he got high on the berm. Josh, did you see what happened there?
I'm not sure what happened, but it looked like he came from the side of the track over here.
And one thing that's for sure, look at the lead that Josh Upperman is opening up here early. He's putting that great sprint speed. Josh, you know, you raced against this guy for so many years. His whole shot ability is second to none, and he's got that early race sprint speed. And for a race like this, if he can do this again in the main, it might be curtains for these boys.
It's dangerous. I mean, and that's what you have to do in a race like this. You know, he's got ideal conditions right now. He's got clear vision, no mud, and that's what you want to do out here is get a great start and just sprint. Try to get away from everybody. Get some breathing room. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Well, right now, if you folks are wondering, we are in the midst of our qualifiers. We'll have a couple of qualifiers. These guys are qualifying for gate position. Our pro main event will be coming up this afternoon at 3 o'clock, for those of you wondering. So around 3 o'clock Eastern time will be the pro main event. So we're getting our first look out here right here at these guys. Josh Upperman, one of the faster qualifiers. Cole Sepisi, one of our, actually is one of our AMA Pro ATV rookies this year. He was the fastest qualifying rookie at 7th fastest. He opens up in second here today. Cody Jansen is third. He actually wasn't qualifying so strong, but man, what a great start for him. Nick Janusa had a good qualifying run, but he's only back in fourth right now.
He's actually up to third, and now he's working on Sepisi for second, so keep an eye on the number 15 machine of Nick Janusa. He is on the charge, and he's around the outside of Sepisi. Can he make it stick?
Wow.
Oh, no. Jansen off the track there.
Mercy.
Janusa making the pass for second place, and he made it stick.
Janusa making a big switch this year. He was riding the Yamahas. He actually made a switch to Yamaha a few years ago and adapted very nicely and very well to those things. He's all over the place there right now. But it's actually gone to the back to the Honda, and I was talking to him in the off season. He was like, man, my lap times are so much faster than what they were a year ago on this this Honda machine. So obviously he's found another comfort zone out there, and with Nick Janusa doing that at such a young age in his career right now, he could be a threat and a force to be reckoned with for a lot of years to come right now. Up to second behind Josh Upperman, who has a near 6-second lead over the rest of the field. But Josh is coming upon what we were calling yesterday the big boa constrictor, the lap traffic that could swallow you up whole real quick. So it's Upperman, Janusa, Sepisi, Wes Lewis is fourth. Thomas Brown in fifth. Tremellon is your sixth place ride.
It looks like Wes Lewis actually has made the pass into third. He is around Cole Sepisi, but they were side by side. And now it looks like Thomas Brown was around both riders, blew the berm, and is all the way back to fifth. So these guys are just all over each other. We got Thomas Brown, Wes Lewis, and Cole Sepisi that are just trading paint and trading positions back here. Oh, and now they're locked together. Lewis and Sepisi locked together allows Thomas Brown around the outside, but he can't get back on the track. And now it looks like Dylan Tremellon, who is now taking over the third place spot. So these guys just don't seem to want that third place spot.
So it's Upperman, Janusa, Tremellon. Brown is fourth now. Sepisi drops back to fifth. Wes Lewis in sixth, and it's changing again.
Thomas Brown around the outside, almost off the track. Cole Sepisi trying to squirt on the inside, so now he's trying to make that pass on Tremellon. He's up on the inside. He's got the drive. Can he make it stick? No, Tremellon holds him off for now, but Brown's still trying on the inside. And it looks like this time he's going to make it stick.
Wow. So, man, Thomas Brown finding himself in a host of competitive riders that I'm sure he was hoping to be out ahead of in the early part of this race, but still finding a lot of challenges out there as the checker flag flies for Josh Upperman here. We've got Upperman taking the win. We got Nick Janusa in second, and how about it for the rookie of Dylan Tremellon? Oh, Thomas Brown in third, then Dylan Tremellon in fourth. So Brown got that pass, made it stick, and carried it to the finish line there. Tremellon, I got to say, I got to hand it to Tremellon. Getting up there and mixing it up with those guys like that his first time out, pretty impressive stuff there. Same thing for Cole Sepisi. I think we've got some really good rookies here in 2000.
That was impressive to see Cole Sepisi hang on to second place for as long as he did. I mean, pro debut, and there's some pressure out there. And Tremellon for finishing fourth, he did great. Thomas Brown, that was a hard-fought third place because he was way back most of the race. But
he was back at the start. He was up in the middle. He was back again after that, and then back again up front. So
I know that's not what he wanted to do out there. But
do you think he could pass on this track, Johnny Gallagher?
Oof, I think there's some passing. I tell you what, though, it takes some taking risks to make those passes, and I think what we're seeing is those risks will pay off in the form of a pass, but they also leave the door open for somebody else to pass you back. So it's, if anything, it's providing exciting racing, which is exactly what we were hoping to see. And hats off to not only the track designers, but also the track crew, as we talked about, having this track in such great shape to go racing today.
Now they lined up these qualifiers a little bit different than what I thought they would have, because I would have thought that Joel and Chad would have been different qualifiers.
Exactly. I'm surprised that they are in the same qualifier.
So they're in the same qualifier, so I think we're about to see a pretty good race here. And if we look out now, we got the sun shining. Hopefully it keeps coming, which will make it for a better main event. So
we've also got last year's second or third place finisher, Jeff Restrelli, in this heat as well. So
I mean, we've got the three top finishers from last season in the same heat race.
That's right.
How often does that happen? Not very often.
This is going to be a pretty stacked qualifier here.
It is stacked. The field of talent is so deep, we don't even know who might get the whole shot, who might win, but we're going to find out in just a moment here as the gate gets ready to drop. Joel Hetrick crazy fast off the line.
Wow, did you see that like a bullet off that starting line? Hetrick fired that Phoenix Racing Machine, man, that was just so impressive right now. Back behind
That's
it, though.
Wesley Wolf in second.
They dropped that gate quick on those guys. No sooner did they put their head down that gate dropped. So I'm going to say there was some guys that weren't ready for it, but one guy that was ready for it was Joel Hetrick, who now has the front spot. And
Joel Hetrick leading the way. Wesley Wolf in second. It looks like Reilly, and also that is Stretch. I can't. Parker Woodworker. Oh, look at this. It looks like we've got Sam Rowe and Higgerson are locked up together, so not where they want to be for sure. But Parker Woodworker there in third, Reilly in fourth, Wienen back in fifth. So there is your top 5, and Joel Hetrick starting to pull away a little already.
How about it for Wesley Wolf? He made his XC1 GNCC Pro debut a little over a week ago. Here he is in Daytona Beach, Florida, in AMA Pro ATV competition, second place behind one of the most and fastest and most highly competitive racers on the track, Joel Hetrick. So that says something good for him. It's got to be a good confidence boost to start out.
Reilly up the side for second.
Yeah. So
Sam Rowe still not being able to get his machine fired up.
Reilly now dropping. There's where I was confused. It's no longer the 728. Reilly now running the number 28 here in 2017. I saw that on his motorhome, and I thought, well, he's still carrying his number from his amateur days or something like that. But he's gone back to the 28 number, so that'll be a lot easier to keep up with. Tough break for Ronnie Higgerson and for Sean Taylor, also having some problems. We see Zach Marzik, another rookie. He's in that final transfer spot, but they all do. I think they're all transferring all these positions into the main event. If it becomes necessary, they'll line up a second row. They'll have 2 rows. You'll have an option, and that means that if somebody lines up in a position that you were wanting, you now have the option of lining up right behind them if you want to, according to the rules and the way they talked about it this morning in the AMA Pro ATV Riders meeting. So this afternoon's race could get interesting at 3 o'clock. It's very interesting right now, Johnny Gallagher.
Jeff Reilly all over Joel Hetrick. We know the Florida boy's fast. He showed some serious speed here last year, but the fastest man on the planet, as many would say, Joel Hetrick leading the way, has found that there's an even faster man on the planet right behind him in the form of the number 28 machine of Jeff Reilly. You know the Florida faithful fans are cheering him on, folks. Let's see if we can get a battle out of these two.
Oh, he's going to challenge him straight up, Johnny Gallagher. Look at this. Pulling up on Kid Dynamite is the 28 of Reilly, and not only is he closing in on him, he looks like he's looking for the line to get around. He looks that confident. There it is. Reilly going side by side. It's a drag race now between these front two.
Reilly switching over to the outside. He had that inside. He's going to try and come around the outside and carry more momentum. That line doesn't pay off. Hetrick able to pull away a little bit, but I tell you what, Reilly seems to have speed for days right now.
And it doesn't look like it looks like he's actually holding back a little bit, as a matter of fact. He's having to hold back. Let's see if he can let those legs stretch here in just a moment as he's trying to position himself again for the pass. Right in front of us they go. 2 different line choices. Reilly crossing back over. Man, this kid is working the entire racetrack. And that's what you got to do if you want to make passes out there.
Well, one thing that I've noticed throughout the offseason, I still keep tabs on a lot of these guys. And Reilly built his new track down here in Florida. And any video that I see, it looks completely brutal.
Oh, no, Reilly stuck on the berm.
Wow, talk about a heartbreaker there. He holds on to the number 3 spot, but look behind him now. Number 2 spot, Chad Wienen in 3rd place, working his way up through the pack. He's had a long road to hoe so far. He's closing up on both these guys right now, and that's something to say as well.
The white flag is out, so this will be the last lap shootout. Joel Hetrick, Kid Dynamite, looks to be safe there now with that lead. He's opened up after Reilly gets hung on that berm. Reilly in 2nd, Wienen in 3rd. Looks like these guys might have some unfinished business.
So here we go, round this final lap. 6-lap qualifier is what we're looking at here this afternoon. And Joel Hetrick still leads, but here comes Wienen on Jeff Reilly as he makes the pass. That might, oh man, Reilly, look at that, he fires right back.
How did that happen?
They went outside, inside, and inside, outside, and they both made room for each other somehow.
That was impressive.
That was it not? That was cool. I want to see that on the
Wow.
highlights reel,
Yeah,
man.
that one, I still don't know how that happened.
Former pro racer himself in this sport, impressed here today, no doubt. Josh Kramer, that was some mighty fine racing right there.
Joel Hetrick taking the checkers.
Rastrelli holds on for second. Chad Weenan in third. Mercy, Johnny, I believe that we might have a little bit thicker championship than what we were thinking coming in this. I know I kept hearing the names Joel Hetrick, Chad Weenan, and Jeffrey Rastrelli, but there's other names I'm thinking that Josh Upperman's another player. If this is any indication, Upperman's back into this as a contender himself. Now, Wesley Wolfe, highest ranking rookie in this one. Fourth place behind Chad Weenan, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and Joel Hetrick. You just finished fourth place in your qualifier behind the top 3 riders from the year before. Don't think he's not taking a whole host of confidence back to the pits and bringing it out here at 3 o'clock with him.
Absolutely impressive ride for Wesley Wolfe on the number 741 machine. Also, Parker Wawerka there in 5th. A good run for him there. And then Zach Kazmarek, Sean Taylor, Ronnie Hagerson, and Sam Rowe rounding out that second heat race. So, you know, if you go all the way back through that as well as the first heat race, we've got some quality riders, and, man, there's a lot of talent going to the gate here at 3 o'clock. So if you're sitting at home and you're wondering what to do today, we're going to tell you right now. Grab yourself some snacks, sit down on that couch, tune in front of the laptop, get it on the big screen, stream it, whatever you got to do, because you do not want to miss the racing action all day today here with the amateurs at the ATV Supercross. And then at 3 p.m., we've got the main event coming your way.
And that's right, folks. Don't forget, if you've got a smart TV, you can stream it right to your television through live stream or even possibly through racertv.com. But if you go to live stream on your smart TV, you can bring it right in there, crystal clear, 100% high definition. 1080 is what we're looking at here today from Daytona International Speedway. But wow, what an amazing day we had going on there. We got these two. I'm blown away. I'm not going to lie. I expected it, and I hyped it up and called it. I believe that this is going to be, to date, the greatest championship season. We keep having that year after year. I say that every year. It happens every year. But, man, if this is any indication, we're right on track for even being an even more exciting championship than a year ago. And it just keeps building. The excitement is amazing. I'm feeling good. I don't even know what to say. I'm wound up about it. I'm honest. I mean, I expected it, but not like this. I am a little bit surprised. I'm a whole lot surprised. I'm not going to lie.
All right, that leads perfectly, and I'm going to ask you guys right now. I'm going to put you on the spot for everybody here and everybody at home. We're going to start with Josh. Josh, obviously we just got to witness our 2 pro qualifiers. Biggest surprise of those races, and also something that worked out just the way you thought it was going to be. Let's go. What do you got?
Okay, biggest surprise would be seeing Josh Upperman run as strong as he did. Not counting him out at all, but I'm very, very happy to see him do what he just did. He's a great guy, great competitor, very humble guy, and it's good to see him, his program, everything ironing out. That was a solid run by him.
He really did execute there from, whole
it was
shot all the
perfect.
way to checkers. He couldn't
Whole
have
shot
done it any better.
Whole shot to checkers was perfect. I didn't see that second one going the way it went. Like I said, that looked like a very quick gate drop to me, because I watched all those guys' heads just hit the gate, and the gate was falling. And sometimes that happens, so you got to be ready for it. And Joel Hetrick was ready for it. That's not something I'm surprised. Chad obviously didn't get the finish that he was looking for. Jeffrey Rastrelli mixing it up, trying to throw the pass in on there or in on Joel Hetrick. That's something I didn't see. So it's going to be an exciting race today, this afternoon, for sure.
Rodney, you're up. Let's hear it. Biggest surprise and biggest thing that you had already predicted.
Well, the biggest surprise, I'm on board with Josh on this one. I'm not taking anything away from Josh Upperman, but the dominance at which he rode out there in practice this morning, qualifying practices, and in these heat races today, I'm really, really super pumped on him and very surprised. Not that he's fast, but that he's as fast and as dominant as he is right now.
And you have to look back at qualifying. To see him come out and qualify second, I mean, that sets a standard right there. I mean, he came out and he said, all right, I'm here.
And
I'm here to play.
The thing that I did kind of expect that is happening right now, that we got basically that it's competitive. that it can still be basically anybody's race. I just didn't think it was going to be this many anybody's opportunity to take the win here today. So, you know, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't count out if we saw a rookie on the podium today.
Sure.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a first-time winner here today of AMA Pro ATV racing. And at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Joel or if Chad Wienen, either one took the win, or Josh Upperman at this point now. I mean, that's the door's wide open for that, man. I mean, I am more excited now than I ever thought that I could be possibly. I mean, because, you know, sometimes you come in with a lot of high expectations and you get let down. This is not one of those cases. Honestly, I'm beside myself at this right now.
Yeah, definitely exciting racing action we saw in those two heats. I think for me, just to sum it up quickly, I think the biggest surprise or surprises, as you guys both said, Josh Upperman, not that he's not fast, wasn't surprised to see him get that hole shot, was surprised how well he executed those 6 laps. Flawless, no mistakes, looked solid the whole time. As you pointed out, second fastest qualifier. He's got the speed, and now it seems that he's really worked on that racecraft. And, you know, he's ready to get the job done if he's given the opportunity and can get that good start that he is known for. Another big surprise for me was, as Josh had pointed out also, Jeff Reilly. We know he's fast, but he proved he was for sure the fastest rider on that track. He gobbled up that gap that Hetrick had built in a matter of a lap and was for sure the fastest rider on the track. Unfortunately, you know, and nothing against Jeff. He's a great friend, great guy, but he's kind of known for being a little bit wild. He got a little bit wild, got up on that berm. So I think if Jeffrey Reilly can use that speed but manage it and keep himself squared away where he needs to be, he is surely a threat to win here today.
For sure. You got to keep a level head out here today because he just showed it to us. It can bite you that quick.
Yep.
51.518 under race conditions, the fastest lap there, as you said, turned by Jeffrey Reilly. So pretty impressive stuff there. It looks like a 51.7 was Joel Hetrick's fastest lap. That was on the final lap there, as he was being pushed by Jeffrey Reilly.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that I expected and we saw was, you know, we saw the what we would maybe consider our top championship contenders in Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen. We saw those guys, you know, solid as a rock. You know, Hetrick came out with a great hole shot, led the whole way. Obviously was challenged a little bit by Reilly, but never cracked under the pressure, stayed solid the whole time. Wienen with a terrible start, you know, towards the back of the pack, works his way up, ultimately finishes in third. You know, so those guys, you know, that's just what they do. You know, they go out moto after moto and they put themselves in the best position, and if they're not in the best position, they make the most of it, which is what, you know, week in and week out, year in and year out, keeps them on top of the point standings. You know, another ride that we saw that was kind of impressive but maybe overlooked was Nick Janusa.
Yeah.
You know, coming from buried in that pack to all the way to second and starting to close that gap just a little bit on Upperman at the end.
I think we probably overlooked that a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, he's coming out with a
great.
solid program this year, and, yeah, he looked great out there.
Looked
he's
great,
running
looked
very
fast,
strong. I
looked
mean,
smooth.
the kid's in shape. He's lean. He's always has been, but he's looking very strong
Well,
today.
you know, I don't think Nick Janusa really trains for for racing. He's from Jersey, so he's got to look good when he goes to the beach. You know, hey, yo, you see these abs, bro? Come on, man, I'm from Jersey. Yo.
GTL, man.
GTL, Jim Tain Laundry.
Boom.
Great kid, great family. Awesome to see him doing so well. It's we know that he's got to look good when he's riding that Honda Grom around as well, because I think he's got more on his Instagram of that Grom and pit bikes as he does racing.
How about Wesley Wolf? Let's talk a little bit about Wesley. I know I'm a big Wesley Wolf proponent, but I got to say, man, I've watched this kid's career progress from the youth in both GNCC and ATV motocross, and every step that he makes, it parallels in both series about what he's doing right now, and it's just pretty amazing. I mean, even though he had some issues at GNCC with getting caught up in a banner at one point and some other things that went on, he's shown some really remarkable skills in XC1 GNCC racing, and here today in the AMA Pro ATV ranks his first time out. I mean, kind of impressive that this kid is not only fast, but fast in both disciplines like he is.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing that Wesley Wolf has shown even from his mini days is blazing speed. I mean, I don't know that, you know, possibly with the exception of Joel Hetrick on the ATV motocross side, you know, and not taking anything away from any of these riders that have come up through the youth ranks, through the pro-ams, through the amateurs, you know, but Wesley Wolf has been a standout in terms of his raw speed for years. Again, like I said, we saw it years prior with Joel Hetrick, where in Wesley, you know, obviously he's won some championships and he's won some races, but he hasn't really done the amount of winning you would think based on his speed. And I think what we're seeing now is he's growing into his into his speed. He's maturing a bit. I know he's got some great mentors and some great people around him. And, if we can see him actually capitalize on that speed and make the most of it without the mistakes and without the setbacks that we've seen him experience in the past, I think he could grow into the biggest thing, I think, and this is just my opinion from, like Josh, like yourself, being around for so long, one of the biggest hurdles he's going to have to overcome in a way is his speed, because he's got the raw tools in his toolbox to go out and to run with Chad Wienen, with Joel Hetrick for a few laps. I'm not saying you couldn't do it for a full moto, but that takes time. You don't just go out and do that. You have to learn. You have to build a base to work from. And, the fact that he has that speed in his mind, he's going to think, well, I can just go out and do it. And that's kind of what he needs to hold himself back from doing. And he did a great job of that in the heat race. When he was pressured, he didn't do anything crazy. We didn't see him blowing off the track. We didn't see him riding wheelies out of corners and endoing. It didn't look like he pumped up. He just stayed smooth, consistent, solid, used his speed. And if he can do that, we're going to see him, in my opinion, we're going to see him as a solid top 10 rider that develops into a solid top 5 rider as the season goes on, and we may even see some podium finishes out of him as the season goes.
Quite likely. And one of the advantages I think that he might have over some of the other riders out there, whether it be rookie or not, is his endurance level. He is used to racing at a 2-hour pace. I mean, for 2 hours at a time, and it's a very quick pace that he races at. So it's not like he's just out there trail riding for 2 hours. So talk about energy level and intensity level. He knows how to keep that high. He knows how to keep it going for the 15, 20 minutes that it's going to take to do in ATV motocross. It is kind of a little bit more demanding in some respects. I will give you that. But still, he's got that good base for endurance there to work with.
And you guys both said it well. Johnny actually said it probably the best, is learning to mature and use the speed.
Right.
Basically, I look back on my entire career. I had the speed to win for years, but it was always something stupid. You crash, you go off the track, you do this, you tire yourself out, you're not thinking things through. And you're seeing it from Chad. Obviously, he's had the speed to win a championship forever, and it was when he finally matured to use it, and now, it was always he was breaking bikes. He couldn't find a bike that he couldn't break, but now he knows what he has to do to win. He uses it. Back in my day, I finally put all the pieces together, and it's one of those things. It's kind of like a mid-20s to later 20s is when you actually grasp, get all the facts and get all the knowledge and process it all. And say, okay, now I know how to do this. And you're seeing Joel Hetrick. He's getting, I don't know how old he is. What's he, 23?
Probably mid-20s, I'd say, yeah.
And that's kind of, I'm going to say your strongest point in racing is a mid-20s, because you still have all the energy levels. You're still young. You're still not scared of anything. And then you figure it all out.
Let me feed you something here and see if you bite on it, because it's something that so many people have a hard time admitting. And I've seen it. Obviously, I'm old, and I've been around forever, and I've seen it with riders from, going back as far as Barry Hawk on the GNCC side, Tim Farr on the motocross side, guys that had that speed, they seemed to have all the pieces, but something would elude them. Tim Farr was faster. Gary Denton would win a championship. That happened. I know we're talking about guys that a lot of people probably don't even know who they are, but these are multi-time champions within the sport. Going forward, Bill Balance, Rodney, you can say on the GNCC side, was faster than Barry Hawk for years, but wouldn't win that championship. Fast forward, 8 years later, Chris Borich, way faster than Bill Balance. I mean, week in and week out, and Rodney, you would call the races, Chris Borich has this one in the bag. He's got it won, da-da-da. Oh, no, how's this happen? We've been seeing that for, 3 years now with Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen. Just when it looks like Hetrick has things in hand, Wienen snatches it from his grasp. And while we're talking about Wesley Wolf, fast forward 5 years, and it might be Wesley Wolf and Joel Hetrick that we're talking about, where Wesley Wolf is the fastest rider on the planet and Joel Hetrick keeps winning championships. Who knows where it'll be? But the thing I think, and this is just something in my mind, some people admit to it, some people won't. I think when they turn that corner, when they truly can use all the tools in their toolbox to their best, and we saw you do it a number of years with 2011, was
10.
it? 2010.
Yep.
You were the fastest rider, winning motos, and then it was just like you said, well, I got stuck, well, I broke the bike. But and I wasn't intimately involved in your program, but I'm going to take a guess here. Was there a number of years where you felt like it was just the world was ganging up on you and all this stuff was happening and you had no control over it and you were just a victim? And then all of a sudden, you wake up one morning and you realize that everything that happens to you is a product of some decision that you've made or some level of preparation that you've either done or not done. And when you take responsibility for that, when you absorb that all and you say, this is me, I've got to make every decision right, I've got to do everything preparing right, and I've got to make sure I surround myself with the same type of people, when you get to that point is when it all clicks, when it all works, when you win, and when everybody else looks at you and thinks you're getting all the luck. Would that be a fair?
100%. That's exactly how it all goes down. And, people look at you from the outside in, they say, this kid he's got all the luck. It's not that you have all the luck. You've finally figured out how to use all the luck.
That's, I heard a quote years ago, and it's a great quote. It's simple, and it just says, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. So if you can sit here and you can call it luck, and obviously if you go into the casino and you roll the dice, that's luck. That's blind.
Right.
But in racing of any form, in motorsports of any form, in athletics of any form, I don't believe in luck. I believe that opportunities happen.
Right.
Opportunities are just something that happens. This guy blows off the track, or it's just a course that's tailor-made for your skill set. That's not luck. That's an opportunity.
Right.
But if you're not prepared mentally, physically, mechanically, have everything in line, you're not going to be able to make the most of that opportunity. So luck, that's what happens when opportunity and preparation come together at the same time.
Right. In racing, you make your own luck.
That's right.
Words
Let's go
of
to the
wisdom.
casino and bring that.
I'm learning so
Perfect.
much, Johnny. And I love the way you break it down. And I think that, honestly, for riders that are at home and riders that are beating themselves up over things, if they listen to a little bit of this, I mean, we're talking on the grand scale of things from the AMA Pro ATV National Championship level, but whenever you look at the big picture of all this, it actually, that filters down through all the ranks, man. I mean, you've got to use that mindset, be prepared, no matter if you're in the youth ranks, in the amateur ranks, or in the pro ranks.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And unfortunately, Rodney, you have children. You've seen other.
Unfortunately, I have children.
Well, but hold on. This is going to relate back to exactly what we're talking about. Don't you wish that your kids would just listen when you tell them all the missteps that they're going to make, all the hurdles that they're going to encounter? But they look at you, they roll their eyes, and they're not they're good kids. And I was that way with my dad. Every friend of mine, whether it be racing or otherwise, was that way with their parents. I see it now with younger kids that I work with in racing and in life, and it's not a bad thing. It's just unfortunate that more kids, that more younger people can't look to their elders, their mentors, and see that they really are truly trying to help. And, Josh, I can guarantee you at some point, whether it was a family member, a racing friend, or whatever, someone probably could have taught you if you would have truly been willing and able to listen. And I'm guilty myself. I'm not pointing the finger at you or anybody else. If I would have just shut my mouth and listened to my dad when I was 16, 17, 18, 19 years old, my dad had been racing for 30 years. He may have never raced at the pro level and won championships, but he knew all the hurdles that were going to be in front of me. He knew all the pitfalls. He tried to tell me. I rolled my eyes. I said, "Oh man, you've never been as good as me. You don't know." And that's what we see with a lot of these young kids today. And I'm not disrespecting them when I say that. It's part of the process.
Right.
You have to fall to pick yourself back up. But if you're out there listening and you're wanting to become a better racer, listen to the people that are around you that have done it, that have been there, that have had the opportunities to say, I've raced for championships and I've won, I've raced for championships and I've lost, but this is what I learned along the way. Man, it's a lot easier to learn it if you don't have to fall to learn it yourself.
Correct. I mean, trying to win a championship is a huge growing up process, basically, is what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And you have to use any knowledge.
All right.
Any knowledge is good knowledge.
What was the turning point for you? I mean, there was a moment. What was that moment? What was that turning point for you where it all turned around?
I mean,
Corey Ellis peeping into the studio and says
Okay.
the turning point for him was when he hired Josh Creamer at Suzuki.
Honestly, I knew I had all the cards at that point. I'm not saying anything bad about my Kawasaki team. I mean, some of those, Jimmy, Chappie, all those guys that were on that team are still some of my greatest friends. I'm still in contact with those guys. And it's unfortunate that we didn't have one more year, because I think we finally built that machine to what it needed to be to win a championship. And, unfortunately, we lost the program after 2009. But when Corey Ellis hired me, sure, we can give him that credit. I knew that
think he's going to hurt his hand patting himself on the back?
Might. Hopefully he doesn't hit his head on something. But I knew that bike had obviously it won 3 or 4 championships in a row. So I knew I had all the cards on that end in my favor. So I just had to make myself ready to win a championship. So when you have that mental, you know your machine can do it, then all you have to do is just make yourself physically know how to do it, and you just beat yourself up. Just keep do everything possible you can do every day.
And I've heard stories, Josh, you know, and you and I don't get to talk a whole lot, but I've never gotten to ask you about this. I've heard stories. I know you bought your facility down here in Florida right around that time or just before, and you've been using it a little bit, but I heard that they were having a hard time keeping you with practice bikes and parts because you were riding so much. So was it the situation of, like you said, knowing that you had the team, knowing that you had the bike, and again, not taking anything away from your former teams, your former bikes, but you were now sitting looking at a machine with just different number plates on it that had won the previous championship and the one before that and the one before that. So you're looking, and in the back of your mind, if there was ever any doubt about whether or not you had not you yourself, but had the resources, those doubts were now gone. So it puts the pressure squarely on you to say, this bike can win championships, so if I don't, it's because of me. And then you went out and said, well, I'm going to erase that doubt because I'm just going to destroy machines and I'm going to destroy my practice track on a daily basis.
100%. I mean, I can still remember the interview that I had with Dustin Wimmer when we first started talking, and when I first sat down to sign the contract. I said, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to take your number 1 plate. And he laughed at me, and I smiled at him because I knew it, and that's exactly what I did. I mean, I wasn't the one to train off the bike. I mean, I did train off the bike, but not to the certain level that a lot of these guys do now. I was better off training on the bike, and that's exactly what it was. I mean, I just motoed, 35-minute motos, 2 a day, and just wore stuff out.
Production A hitting the racetrack now as we get to see the future of our sport in a full-fledged action here. We got Troy Hill in this one, the 14 to 16. Andrew Hartwell, 22X Joshua deal. We've got the 35, Kirkland Jack. And was that the 100? Noah Mickelson, I believe, on the Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Honda team. Sparks and Roll Design back, grabbing the early lead in this one. That's exactly what's going on there. Josh Deemer out of Avamore, Pennsylvania. The 44 is also out there with us. 151, Sebastian Molina. 171, Grayson Eller. 563, Jason Cochran. And 721, Peyton Zimmerman out there as well. But it is Mickelson, the number 100, out front. A part of that Hetrick Racing squad, part of the same team that Hetrick is a part of out there with the Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Honda team.
Looks like Troy Hill on the move, now up into second, but he's got some pressure there coming from behind him in the 7.
Troy Zimmerman, Peyton Zimmerman, sorry about that, 721 machine. Tommy Boston back in the 4th place spot. Kirkland Jack is 5th aboard the 35. Michael Perkins in 6th. Andrew Hartwell 7th. Josh Deal in 8th. Josh Deemer in 9th. And looks like Troy Hunt rounding out the top 10. And look at him go, folks. It is not over yet. That 2nd place position, the most highly contested on the track right now. Troy Hill expected to be a front runner today, as was Noah Mickelson and Peyton Zimmerman. So they're right there where they're supposed to be.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Randy, but this battle here for second transfers over from our Youth All-Stars class from last year with Troy Hill and Peyton Zimmerman. I was at a few events, and I remember these guys toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel, swapping positions back and forth. Well, they might have 250 more CCs than what they had last year, but they've still got that same grudge match going on.
Oh, they most certainly do. And they've carried that grudge match for a couple of years now, and here they carry it right into this Production A class now. And look how closely knit these riders are as they make their way by. There goes first, second, third, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Second, third, 4th, 5th, and 6th are basically nose to tails. They make their way around. Peyton Zimmerman is now in the number 2 spot. Troy Hill is 3rd. Tommy Bossman is one that I think that you should keep an eye on here in 2017, as this kid showed some great glimpses of greatness last year, and I think that we'll see a lot of that here coming up for the upcoming year. Kirkland Jack is 5th. Michael Perkins in 6th. Andrew Hartwell 7th, as we see no change through our top 5. Top 6, Andrew Hartwell's a little, there is the change. Yes, Deemer's gotten around Hartwell. We actually see that Hartwell fell a few positions back. So Grayson Eller is up to 8. Jaron Conford is 9th now. And Andrew Hartwell rounds out your top 10.
I'll tell you what, Josh, as we're watching on the far straightaway over there, we've got those rollers after the finish line. It seems like they reworked much of the track, but I didn't see him go through there and do anything. And what we're seeing is it looks like about 4 rollers in, there's a big hole there, and I've seen a half a dozen riders or so just in these first few laps, the first 3 laps actually that we've seen, really starting to get a kick, and then they're swapping out the rollers. So folks at home, watch your cameras. Folks in the stadium here, watch that section of the track because it's going to get exciting. There we are, 1, 2, 3, and there it is. That's the one that's kind of giving these guys the hops. And now we see Zimmerman and Hill back at it again. They're through there, no problems. Now they're making it look easy this time, but we saw a lot of swapping going on through there last lap.
Yeah, it's a tough roller section because, I mean, I haven't been over there, but I believe there's a corner right after it. So it's one of those things that you have to carry enough speed to get through them smoothly, but you can't carry too much to blow the corner after.
Yeah, you've got to be able to get stopped, and then we've got that that rhythm section coming right out of the corner. So you got to, like you said, it's kind of a delicate balance of keeping your speed up to stay on top of the rollers, but not smoking past the corner and getting stuck on the berm like we've seen happen.
Correct, and they just went out and worked the track a little bit, and there's one, I'm not going to call it a cheater line, but a line that's, if it's going to get used, you're going to see pros use it, is right here in front of us after this rhythm section. There's an inside-outside with a berm all the way through it, and you saw most of the pros go from the inside over the berm back to the other inside, but it looks like they built that berm up in the middle with quite a bit of mud to try to stop that from happening.
I think you're exactly right. I think they saw that happening, and they want to leave that a split line to separate the competition. But let me tell you what I'm going to go ahead and anticipate right now. Someone in the pro main is going to jump from that inside roller and jump over that berm dividing into the next lane. I'm going to call it right now. I'm not saying they're going to do it successfully, but they're going to give it a shot because that line is too fast just to let it go.
I think you're right about that one. It depends on whether they get out there and work the track again before, because unfortunately this roller on the inside, it gets chewed up pretty quick because it's just soft dirt. But if they go out there and they work it and they got a fresh roller, yeah, somebody's going to uncork that line. I would.
Absolutely. You got to do what you got to do there. Until they put an 8-foot tall chain link fence up there, it's going to be tough to stop those guys from making the lines that they want to use.
Hey, you got to try to find the shortest line.
Well, our looks like our production heat number 1 is in the books, and Noah Mickelson taking the win, Peyton Zimmerman 2nd, Troy Hill 3rd, Kirkland Jack in 4th, Tommy Vossman 5th, Michael Perkins is 6th, and then followed closely by the 7th place machine of Josh Deemer, Grayson Eller in 8th, Jaron Cochran 9th, Troy Hunt 10th, Andrew Hartwell in 11th, and Josh Deal 12th. That rounds out our Production A heat number 1 after 6 laps of racing action. Now we're sitting here looking at our schoolboy senior 14 to 17 heat 1. These guys are on the line, and Josh, it looks like they're going to drop this one quick.
Yeah, they're not messing around with these races. They're throwing them off one after another, which is pretty good to get us right through the day.
I think we've actually got a Kawasaki out there that was on the very outside, Josh. We were talking about that just a bit ago. Don't see too many of those machines out here anymore, but there's one out there getting the job done now.
Hey, that's nice to see.
And the number 24 machine leading the way here so far. It looks like we're showing only 2 entries, but we know that is not the case here. So we're race 14 is heat number 1 of the schoolboy senior 14 to 17. We're showing only Lance Walker and Mark Thompson, but we can see there's quite a few more than that on our list, unless we've got a mixed. Could we possibly have 450B Heat 1 and Schoolboy Senior together? We'll have to wait and see if we can get an update here. We'll check the numbers on the track. We've got a number 24, Brogan Geyer. I believe that is your leader. So I think that's what we're looking at here, folks. I think we've got Schoolboy Senior Heat 1 and 450B Heat 1 mixed together on a single gate drop. Again, this is just speculation, but I believe that is the 24 of Brogan Geyer leading the way from Peru, Indiana. In second place is the number 27, and that is Nicholas Mathard from Quebec, Canada, on the Action MX Poyer Hyundai, Poyer Chrysler. So he's sponsored by a car dealer all the way from Quebec, down here giving it a try here in the ATV Supercross, and he's doing a great job so far in that second place spot. Oh, we've got a rider down. That was one heck of a crash in the whoops there. Looks like he is up and appears to be okay. He's trying to get that machine righted. Well, he's still crawling to his feet right now, but see, now Josh, look at that. Look on the inside there. Look at that water running. That's what we were talking about earlier. You definitely don't want to get off course and get into that deep stuff.
No, you want to stay on the main track because that's the safest spot out there to keep your machine clean, keep your body clean. But unfortunately, stuff happens where you end up in it.
And now our screen is updating. We've got Brogan Geyer leading the way, Austin Dakodu in second, Nicholas Maythard in third, Mattia Bernard in fourth, Brock Jumper in fifth, and Devin Kendrick in the sixth place spot. So as we're watching this action unfold in this 450B Heat 1, we do believe we also have our schoolboy senior out there as well, so we'll take a look and see if we can find those guys. The 133 of Lance Walker and the 155 of Mark Thompson. Lake Elsinore, California, long way to travel for that young man, and we'll see if we've got them out there. We haven't been able to get a bead on them just yet, but we do show we've got our top 6 transferring in our 450B Heat number 1, and it looks like right now the top 6 would be Brogan Geyer, Austin Dakodu, Mattia Bernard, Nicholas Maythard, Devin Kendrick, and Martin Gramigna working his way into the top 6. He's moved his way up from the 8th place spot. So Brock Jumper right now is the rider who's been knocked out of that transfer spot. And if anything, you definitely want to do everything you can to get to that main event straight from a heat race. You don't want to have to ride a semi or an LCQ and use up that extra energy.
Yeah, you want to try to reserve all the energy you can today. We're seeing at this track's, as much as they want to go out there and try to help the track and rework the track, it doesn't take long to get back to beat-up status.
Yeah, you know, they did just before that last production A race, they went out and reworked it, but you can see things already starting to get rough. Ruts already starting to form. We've got some kickers in the faces of a lot of the jumps, and, you know, our pros obviously go out there and make it look easy. But when you get to, we've got a white flag out already, so this is going to be a short 5-lapper, I guess it is, because we're showing 4 laps complete. Brogan Geyer still leading the way. Austin Dakodu in second. Mattia Bernard in third. Martin Gramigra all the way up from 6th to 4th. So, Josh, that is a rider on the move, followed by Devin Kendrick and Brock Jumper back into the top 6. So we saw him fall out there, but look at these riders. They're nose to tail, and many of these guys are just trying to finalize their spots and get themselves into this main event. We've got some fast and furious action going on the course here. It looks like these guys really wanting to get those transfer spots, and they're not letting anything hold them back. Hard to see the numbers on some of these machines, but what we do know is these are all guys that are fighting for a transfer spot and doing everything they can do to make it to the main. One thing we know for sure is with that checkered flag flying, with 5 laps complete, Brogan Geyer and Austin Dakodu are already into the main. Now here comes the rest as they cross the line. It is Martin Gramiga all the way up to 3rd. Wow. We saw him back in that 8th place spot work his way up to 3rd, so he was really moving from Bradenton, Florida. 4th place also with a trip to the main is Mattia Bernard, Devin Kendrick in 5th, and the final qualifying rider from that heat race is Brock Jumper. So that's your 450B heat race number 1, and those are the 6 riders that are headed to the main. The rest of the riders headed back to the pits to get some clean goggles, wipe down their number plates, and get ready to go for what will be a semi in an attempt to make it to the big main event later today. So we'll wait and see if we get a little bit of an update later on that schoolboy class. It looks like they were not out there, so we may, if they've been moved in the order or they're just going to run a main, we don't know, but we'll get an update for you if we can. So for Lance Walker and Marcus Thompson, we did not have them out there, but right now what we've got is our Production C heat number 1, and this is Larry Kendrick, Tyler Rager, Nick Crawford, Kenny Pennington, Ryan Smith, Tristan O'Leary, Hector Tavares, and Blake Stiltner, all out there trying to get those transfer positions. We've got 8 riders. Looks like, Josh, we've got 2 riders down here right off the start.
Yeah, right off of the gate, we got number 100 and number 88, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like Tristan O'Leary and Kenny Pennington both down. It looks like Pennington on his way. O'Leary still trying to get going. You can see he's got that gear all marked up from that black Florida sand. And leading the way is the number 17 of Larry Kendrick. He's the first rider on our sheet and also the first rider out on the course. So he got that good gate pick, put it to good use out there, grabbing an early lead and getting himself some clear vision on the way. Looks like the second place rider putting in a good charge there. Can't see exactly who that is just yet. We'll have to get a number on him or check in as they cross over the line here. We should see him pop up, and it looks like it is not refreshing just yet, but oh, there we go. Blake Stiltner, the number 322 machine in second, and he's putting a lot of pressure on your leader, Larry Kendrick. So these guys are, oh, and it looks like, do we have a pass here? He's up on the inside.
I believe we got a pass.
Oh, okay, we've got a rider down.
Unfortunately, the 88 is down.
Yeah,
again.
Oh no, that was the rider we saw go down off the start. So he's definitely having to have a bit of a struggle. We'll hope he's okay and continue on.
Okay, now we have the schoolboy classes out there as well.
Ah, there we go.
That's, and we're seeing the 133 of Lance Walker leading that one.
Lance Walker, and we did have another rider in that class. Looks like maybe he did not make the main. Marcus Thompson has not made a lap just yet, so that is the number 155. We'll wait and watch and see if he makes his way through. But right now, Lance Walker leading that one. Larry Kendrick now with 2 laps complete. Blake Stiltner in second. Nick Crawford third. Tyler Rager in fourth. And those are the riders that do have 2 laps complete. And that battle raging hard over that number 1 spot still. We can see the medical crew working on that rider there. We'll hope that he is okay. He's they're taking their caution as they take him off the course and make sure everybody chooses a smooth line around him. Smooth right now would explain the number 17 of Larry Kendrick. He's had that pressure from the number 322 of Blake Stiltner for just about the entire time, and so far he hasn't even begun to crack. That's a lot of experience and poise for a C-class rider.
Yeah, for sure. He's riding very smooth, calm, collective, and that's what it takes to get the win out here.
You know, these are riders. C-class is one of our beginner classes, so these are riders that may not have as much experience, obviously, as some of the riders we see in our other classes, but it surely never lacks in intensity. That's one thing you can say for sure, though, is these riders, you know, when they really drop the hammer, it gets exciting to watch them.
That's for sure.
And actually, I think I may need to correct myself here. I think the rider that we're seeing in the second place spot is actually the leader of our schoolboy class, the number 133 of Lance Walker. So that is the rider that's putting the pressure. But so these are 2 actual leaders we're watching here.
Right.
We're
so
watching.
They're pressuring each other, and they don't need to be.
Yeah, they're definitely. So we got Larry Kendrick leading the way in that production C class, and then Lance Walker, the number 133, is actually the leader in that schoolboy 14 to 17 class. So those 2 riders, that is first place and first place that you're watching on the screen. So Lance Walker actually out there on a 250cc machine is the rider that's pressuring the number 17 of Larry Kendrick. So Blake Stiltner, the number 322, is in second place, but that is not the battle that you're watching on screen. He's about 3 turns behind these 2, and this action is fast and furious. We like watching bar banging, even if it's not for position. It's always fun. So it looks like as they should be coming to a checkered flag here in just about 3 more corners, the number 17 of Larry Kendrick leading the way, the number 133 of Lance Walker also leading the way within their respective classes, and they're starting to look a little tired here, Josh. You know, this is only a 5-lap heat race, but this track's getting rough, and you know, you got to remember a lot of these guys, this is something they've been building up in their minds all winter long. They knew this race was coming, and the checkered flag is what's coming for the number 17 of Larry Kendrick, the 133 of Lance Walker. Those are your class winners in both the production C and schoolboy senior classes. We've got those heat races out of the way, and don't forget, we'll see all these guys back here later in just a bit in the main. But that was exciting racing for sure, and you know, we'll hope that they can bring the same level of intensity when they come back later this afternoon.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like now we've got our Pro Sport, Pro-Am, and A mix. So, Josh, this is one of our stepping stone classes that is only a couple of years old. You know, we've always had our, we've had obviously our C classes, B classes, A classes, in addition to our youth and production classes. And then it used to step to Pro-Am, and then from Pro-Am you would go to Pro. Well, the concern was that there was a big jump from that A class to Pro, so they introduced this Pro Sport class, which gave some of the riders a chance that were running Pro-Am to run a second class, and also it gave some of the A-class riders a chance to dabble their feet and get just, you know, a little taste of what it's like to be a Pro-Am rider. And it's really a class that I think has provided us with a lot of exciting racing action over the last 2 seasons that they've had it. And lined up here today, we've got the number 22 of Josh Deal, the 24 of Alan Myers, 26 of David Selecki, Brad Reilly, the number 27, Tyler Turner, 28, Michael Allred, 44. We've also got the 44 slash of Tyler Powers, the 151 of Sebastian Molina, all the way. He's listed as Miami, Florida, but I know he's here from Argentina. We've got Cody Gifford. That's a name we all know for many years, the number 301. Brian Nolt, 327. Josh Deemer, 444. Jaron Cochran, 563. And rounding out the entry list in this pro sport is Drake Coling, the 798. So, you know, Cody Gifford, that's a name that we've heard for many years. He's a local boy from here in Eustis, Florida, just about an hour away from here. So I know we actually saw him a few times this winter training and prepping, getting ready for this race. And he's been a longtime staple on the ATV Motocross Series. He's been an amateur rider. I think at one point he got up into the Pro-Am ranks and had some struggles, had some injuries, went away from the sport for a while, and now he's back. So, you know, it's exciting, I'm sure, for him to be lined up here within a famed facility such as Daytona International Speedway, an event with such prestige as this in front of his hometown crowd, for sure.
For sure.
We've got all these guys lined up. Looks like we've got a little bit of a pause. Don't know if we're waiting on a rider or possibly some we're waiting on some final preparations before they drop the gate on this one, but we're just moments away. You can see the anticipation. The rider's there watching the gate, watching the starter, and pretty soon here he's going to step out into the middle. They're going to put that board up, and when it goes sideways, it's all business time from there. Josh, tell us a little bit about what it's like sitting behind that gate when you have something like this arise. In your mind, you've determined, hey, it's time to go racing, and then you've got a pause like this. Does that mess with your mind at all?
I mean, a little bit with some of these guys, it might. For me, it never really bothered me. It gave me actually a little bit more time to calm down. Because honestly, this is the most nerve-wracking part of the whole race, in my opinion. So it's one of those things. You get a few extra moments to kind of calm your nerves and get a level head and just get your mind set on what you have to do out there.
And nerves are the key, as you pointed out. You know, this is the first race of the season for these guys. It's such a big event. I mean, look at that in the background. Look at all those stands. Look at the stadium there. I mean, these guys are looking at such a famed facility, and they're sitting on the starting line knowing the great names that have raced here across all forms of motorsports, motorcycles, ATVs, cars, you know, anything motorsports related has gone down here. And today it's the ATV Supercross and the Fly Racing ATV Supercross. And these guys are having an opportunity to put their name in as, you know, one of the top riders in the nation, in the world. And again, as we pointed out, a lot of these guys have traveled from far away. We've got Sebastian Molina here all the way from Argentina. Actually was one of the top finishing riders in the Enduro del Verano, the La Toque as it is called just about a month ago. And that is a huge event over there in South America. For him to travel all the way over here to try his hand at ATV Supercross, we'll wait and find out how he does here today, but I've seen him ride. He's got great bike skills, and you know, it really does show the prestige of this event that riders are willing and able to travel from faraway lands to come here to test their skills, and that's something that we've really seen back throughout the history of ATV Supercross and ATV Motocross. You know, riders traveling from Canada, it looks like we've got a little bit of an issue here with our Honda Pioneer. Looks to be stuck.
Look at that thing go through the mud, though.
They may need some more aggressive tires. That thing is more set up for the pavement banking and the tri-oval than it is the infield.
Yeah,
but they're making the most of it.
I'm just going to throw this out there. If anybody has a private jet that they'd like to fly me home on tomorrow to the Northeast, I will take that because my flight has been canceled.
Oh, yeah, you guys really got hammered. For everybody down here enjoying this Florida weather, we got 16, 18, 20 inches up in some parts of Pennsylvania. How much did you guys get there in Connecticut?
Anywhere from 10 to 20 inches are calling for, so, you know, it happens. But
Yeah.
I'll enjoy the Florida weather for another couple of days, I guess.
Swing by the house, hang out tonight. If you need a place to crash, we'll put you up.
There we go.
Well, what we're going to find out right now is who's going to grab the whole shot in this Pro Sport Pro-Am and A Mixed Heat number 1. A lot of talent on the line, a lot of anticipation, and the gate drops and we go racing. We're going to find out who our whole shot looks to be, the number 44. We'll have to wait and see if it's the 44 or the 44 slash. Looks to be the 44 of Michael Allred leading the way on that Honda machine. Actually, I'm sorry, it must be the 44 slash of Tyler Powers. Oh, no, never mind. We've got a big mix-up. So it looks like we've got, I see that is the number
327, I believe, of Brian
327 of Brad Reilly, then the 26 of David Selecki in second. So coming out with a great start. It is Brad. Oh, no, now we've got the 798 of Drake Coling leading the way. These guys are just mixing it up. They're going crazy.
Brad Reilly actually got banged around in the start. It was bumper cars going down the stretch, and then Brad got bounced around through the rollers. This was an exciting start to this race.
So the rider leading the way is the 798 of Drake Coling out of Brimfield, Illinois, traveling all the way down here on that bright-colored machine. Boy, you can't miss that thing from outer space. He's really throwing down the colors, and right now he's throwing down some fast laps, leading the number 26 of David Selecki from Acton, Ontario. So we've got some riders that have traveled a long way. Cody Gifford in third, Sebastian Molina in fourth, and the 44 of Michael Allred in the fifth place spot. So that was the lead rider that had your whole shot. Now all the way back up to fifth after a crash. So he's a rider on the charge. Action heating up front here, Josh. What are we seeing? Looks like these guys are wanting to wrestle over that lead here.
Yeah, we got 26 of David
Selecki there in second.
Yeah, he's the man on the move right now. He's looking to charge for the lead here.
Can he make the pass around the outside through the rollers?
He's getting a run on him.
This is where we see those two lines come together. Who's going to get the job done? Selecki around the outside takes the lead. Coling gives up that lead that he worked so hard to get, but he's going to come back. Gifford on the charge in third. Molina fourth. Deemer fifth. Boy, that's the 444 of Deemer. I'm sorry, confusing. He's got 44 on the bike, but we see he's registered as the 444 of Josh Deemer. That is your fifth place rider. So those are the top five as they run out here during what we assume will be a 6-lap heat race. Josh Selecki was able to wrestle that lead away, but it doesn't look like Coling is willing to give up so easily.
He's not giving it up so easily. He's staying right on the back tires.
He's latched onto that grab bar, and he better get a move on because it looks like the third place rider of Gifford starting to close that gap now. Looks like with a lap time of 54.1, he was almost 0.7 of a second faster than the rider in front of him, and being only about 2 seconds behind, he's got enough time to get up there and battle over that second place spot if he can get a move on now. We're watching the 301 of Cody Gifford on screen. He's looking smooth, he's looking fast, and he's closing the gap to that second place ride of Drake Coling. But he better get a move on because we've only got 3 laps left in this one. And when they come around, they'll get the 2-lap card. This will be a 6-lap heat here in this Pro Sport heat race number 1. Top 3 as they run, Selecki, Coling, and Gifford, followed by Deemer, Molina, and Powers. These guys working hard, getting the track dialed in. And you got to believe also these guys are out here, Josh, not only trying to get transferred into that main, but also really checking the track out, getting their lines and kind of getting into a rhythm for the main event later today.
Yeah, for sure.
Gifford in third, still closing that gap. Deemer in fourth, Molina in fifth. Looks like the 44 and the 27 wrestling over that 6th spot of Tyler Powers and Brad Reilly. So we think possibly all of these riders going to the main because it appears there is only one heat race. So therefore, these guys have all transferred. This is for gate pick. And again, they're out there trying to find those lines and push themselves to get the rhythm and have themselves in a good position going into that main here in just a few minutes.
Checkered flag is out.
Oh, so that's
it's
only a
5-lap
race. Well, my mistake.
Well,
nonetheless, one rider that's happy about that for sure is David Selecki. He was able to make that one look easy once he made the pass on Drake Coling. Coling does hold on to that second place spot. Cody Gifford, the local boy out of Eustis, Florida, in third. Josh Deemer worked his way up from deep in the pack to fourth. Sebastian Molina in fifth. Tyler Powers sixth. Brad Reilly seventh. Alan Myers eighth. Jaron Cochran ninth. Tyler Turner 10th. The number 327 of Brian Nolt was 11th. And we're still waiting on Michael Allred and Josh Deal to finish out their last lap. But that will be, and there is Allred crossing the line now in 12th. And Josh Deal 13th also crossing the line as well. So with 5 laps and that one complete, we get a start, and we're ready to go here with the Vet 30 Plus. So these are some of our more experienced riders out there, Josh, and boy, they're making it look easy as they're picking their way through those rollers. We got some riders out on the speedway looking for a hotline, though, running the pavement. I don't know how that's going to fly.
Well, you know, that's a smooth line.
Again, experience coming into play, and these guys saying, hey, there's a perfectly smooth line out there right on the trial board. We're going to use that one. But they're back on the course now and working their way around here. This will be a 5. We've got a 5-lap action going in here in this Vet 30 Plus heat number 1. Leading the way is the number 42, and that is Gray Parker out of Humboldt, Tennessee, a rider that's been following the ATV motocross series for years. You know, he's in that 30 plus class now. The veterans class makes him a veteran of ATV motocross racing action. In the second place, it looks to be, as they cross the line, Christopher Fellows, the number 4 out of Middleton, Indiana, followed by Brian Zimmer out of Marne, Michigan. Elkton, Florida's Robert Rogers in 4th. We've seen him out already in an earlier race earlier today. Justin Fisher in 5th, Ed Franco 6th, Brian Gates 7th, and Emily Young 8th out of Orange Park, Florida. So these riders charging hard, doing the best they can to get their way up in to get a good gate pick for that main event later today. Whoa, it was a wild ride there. He was sideways. He's going for the lead, though. Gray Parker leading the way, and he's getting the pressure from that number 4 of Christopher Fellows. Is not wanting to let Gray Parker get away, and he's willing to hang it out to make sure that that doesn't happen. You know, Josh, we see a lot of different riding styles, but one you typically don't see is the kind of more wild, loose riding style in the veteran 30-plus class. So Christopher Fellers, is a rider who's obviously not scared to hang it out, and he's giving Gray Parker all he can handle right now, and he's not real concerned about making it look pretty. He just wants to make it look fast. He's up the inside. He's next to Parker, and he's pinning it. He's going for it.
See if he can make it through this option line. It looks like he makes it stick.
We see a little smoke coming out of that machine. Again, not scared to ride those front tires, not scared to get loose. He's obviously got one thing in mind, and that's winning. He is not interested in teaching any riding schools anytime soon.
Nope.
The only school he's going to teach is a winning school, and that's what he's doing right now is winning. He's on his way. We'll see if he, now that he's pulled a gap, we'll see if he simmers down a little bit or if he's just going to continue to. Now he's got the smoke screen going.
We'll see if that diesel engine he's got in there runs the whole race.
The smoke screen that's his Batman defense mechanism to make sure that he can't get past. If you can't see him, you can't pass him.
Yep,
and right now, Christopher Fellers is leading the way and pulling away at that. Great speed he's showing. Gray Parker still holding tough there in that second place spot, followed by Justin Fisher in 3rd. Robert Rogers up to 4th. Brian Gates up to 5th. And looks like Brian Zimmer 6th is falling back just a little bit. Gray Parker starting to look like he's feeling the effects of this rough Daytona race course, starting to fall back into the clutches of that number 52 of Ed Franco. Now they're showing Gray Parker leading, but we do know that is not the case unless something has happened, because the rider out front is the number 4 of Chris Fellers. Don't know why he didn't score that lap or what's going on. They show him with a 1 minute and 11-second lap time, but that is not accurate. We don't know exactly what's going on there with timing and scoring. Perhaps his transponder didn't read, but the rider leading the way is Christopher Fellers, the number 4. Gray Parker in 2nd. 52 of Ed Franco 3rd. Justin Fisher, the 929. Now, see, we've got a little transponder issue going on here, but the rider you're watching on screen there, that is your leader, smoke screen and all. You know, I think what's going on actually is, as I'm looking at this, the rider leading the way is the 22X of Travis Schneider, but he was not scored one lap, so we'll have to wait and see if we get this squared away. But he is wide open, and look at the gap he's pulled on the number 42 of Parker, and he's still smoke screening and
he's
fucking
still riding
Bronco.
Those front tires.
You
Yeah,
know,
but, he must just have a transponder issue.
One thing he doesn't have an issue with is speed. Now, he should have gotten the checkered flag, but they're holding it for Gray Parker, so Not exactly sure what's happening here, but he's going to take an extra victory lap, or
Unless
maybe
for some reason he was a lap down.
he was there the whole time, but maybe he didn't get scored, or maybe he inadvertently cut the track. We don't know. So we'll go with Gray Parker for the win, Ed Franco for second, the number 22X Smokescreen Wildman of Travis Schneider, shown in 9th place. He's going to get that extra lap in to do 6, but only shown 5 on scoring. So they'll figure that out back at the race official area, and then once we know, we'll update that. But we know we'll see him back here in the main event. All these guys, and they'll have a chance to entertain us again. And boy, well, that one was entertaining. And we had smoke screens, we had wildness, we had, and keep in mind that was in our Vet 30 Plus class, which is supposed to be a more subdued, calm class, and it was anything but.
We have another heat of those vets coming up right now.
Oh, there you go. See that? We had
So
too
that was
many
a
to
big
fit them all
class.
on one gate.
See, that's why I didn't want to race this year, is because I didn't want to have to qualify. So whenever this Vet 30 Plus class goes down, then maybe I'll think about coming back out and stretching out the legs again.
Now I know. So how old are you now, Josh?
31.
31. So you're eligible for that class. You're going to come back, make a comeback. It's going to make some people really happy to see you on the gate in that Vet 30 Plus class, no doubt. We've seen some riders do it in the past. It was Travis Spader came out and raced a few years ago in some of our vet classes and A classes. So, once you get bit by that ATV motocross bug, it's got to be hard to not do it. But obviously to do it at the pro level is so much effort. We know you've got a business. You've got a lot of things going on with the JC9 tile thing. How's that going for you? Business good?
Business is great. It's not something that you can complain about as being too busy. It gets a little overwhelming, but hey, busy business is a good business.
Absolutely. And one thing that's busy right now is the first corner here at Daytona International Speedway. And look at this. Out front, we've got a Can-Am. It's the number 12 of Merrill Cross from Sibley, Missouri, with a great start. And he was rocking through those rollers off the start. We see a second-place rider. We'll have to wait and see if we can get a number on him. I believe it was a 444 of Kirby Cook, who it was there in second. So these guys, oh, wow, we've got a little bit of craziness going on here. So, again, this 30-plus class we think of as one of our more subdued kind of established classes, but these guys are proving us wrong and saying we're out here for one thing, and that is to hold this throttle wide open and get rowdy.
Yep.
They're doing just that right now. So this one heating up front looked like Merrill Cross was going to pull away with it.
I don't know if he's going to have such an easy race as he did before. He kind of ran away with his other race that he was in, but Kirby Cook seems to be running right on the back of him in this one.
Putting pressure on him early, and looks like as they go through the rollers, he's going to try and keep that pressure on. Got a lot of fans lining the fences here. They're leaning over. They're taking videos. They've got pit boards. This is an exciting one, and they don't want to miss a moment of it. So the number 444 is Kirby Cook in second. Leading the way is the 12 of Merrill Cross, and we'll get an update here. Looks like Daniel, wow, I'm not even going to try that one. Dama Suzuki in the third-place spot. Miguel Jimenez in fourth. Jeremy Kruger fifth, Shane Foxwell sixth, Juan Colon in seventh, and Alexander Delban in eighth place out of Orlando, Florida. Both of our two seventh and eighth place riders are from Orlando, Florida, Juan Colon and Alexander Delban. So we've got a lot of local contingents here. Also, Miguel Jimenez from Kissimmee, Florida in that fourth place spot. So these guys are out there doing battle in this veteran 30-plus class. Leading the way at the moment is Merrill Cross.
And he looks like he's stretching out the lead a little bit, so maybe I spoke too soon last lap.
He must have heard you when he said not going to have an easy time in this one. He said, Josh Kramer's doubting me. I'm going to have to show him what's up. This PA system's pretty loud. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Not good. Kirby Cook up on top of that berm. And he drops a bunch of time, but is able to hold on to that second-place position. So unfortunately for him, but fortunately for our man Merrill Krause, that really is going to give him a solid gap there with the lead. Cook still has a good gap over the third-place rider of Shane Foxwell, the number 142, who's out there getting the job done in third. Keep in mind when you're watching at home, folks, these are just our qualifier races, our heat races. We're going to see all of these riders, or most of them, at least the ones that qualify for the main events. We'll see them back here later today. And, Josh, look at this. The sun's coming out. I believe that we might, we said earlier there's no way they were going to have to water this track. Could we be proven wrong?
I don't think we're going to be proven wrong. There's plenty of moisture in this dirt. But I kind of knew the sun was going to come out. It's right about noontime, 1 o'clock, and I kind of picked up meteorology as a second job. I pay attention to the weather quite a bit, so.
So let me see if I got this right. In addition to custom tile work, high-end custom tile work at that, folks at home, as we're watching Merrill Krause take the lead or on his way to a win in this one. Kirby Cook still in second and Shane Foxwell in third. We're going to do a little plug for JC9 Tile here. If you're at home, you need some high-end tile work for the right price. Josh Creamer will travel. You can have a former ATV motocross champion come and do high-end tile work. Kitchens, bathrooms, he does it all. You name it, if it's high-end, he's your guy. And we've now learned he's an amateur meteorologist. So, Josh, tell us a little bit about the weather today. What are we looking forward to?
Well, you know, I can't be any worse at it than the people that actually get paid to do it are. But right now we're looking at some sunny skies. It's looking to clear up. The temperature's rising. The heat races are almost done, so it's looking like a pretty good afternoon's in store for us.
Josh, we're joined here now in the booth with Corey Ellis, another former ATV motocross winner. And you know, Corey, we're getting the weather updates as we're watching Merrill Krause taking this one with a solid gap. Second place still Kirby Cook, Shane Foxwell in third, Daniel, crazy last name, Damazuski. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Hey, that's not nice.
Wow. Sorry, folks. We got our Racer TV studios just got assaulted by one of our riders. He nearly drove in and took out all of our camera and electrical equipment.
Yeah, wow.
That was a little bit wild. Nonetheless, Jeremy Kruger still in fifth. Alexander Dalban in sixth. Miguel Jimenez seventh. Juan Calan in eighth. And again, we're joined here in the booth, Josh, now with Corey Ellis, former ATV motocross champion or winner and multi-time race winner here in ATV motocross. Corey, you know, you're watching all this action go down. We've got a rider on the track that's really warmed up. They had to cool him down with a bottle of water before he even goes to the starting line. With all your ATV motocross experience, would you say that's a good thing?
I'd have to say that's not a good thing.
We're going to hope that the sun doesn't stay out, although Josh Creamer is saying it's going to, because this rider's already overheating, and he hasn't even taken off the gate yet. Oh, I think I know why. I can tell by the tone of those engines. This is our Youth All-Star 13 to 15 class, which means those are little 250cc machines stuffed into 450 chassis, which in my world is just a terrible idea, but these guys make it work, and man, they lean on those motors to make the power. So that's why these things, they've got them good and warm before they take off, because they want to get the absolute most out of these machines for the 5 laps that they'll race before they go back and swap engines, no doubt, because they're basically useless after 5 laps.
Yeah, it's tough to get a 250cc engine to pull through this Florida sand and last, that's for sure.
Well, the rider that's making it work for him right now, we know, is the number 133 of Lance Walker. We saw him earlier in that youth production class, I believe it was. We've got the Youth All-Star out there now. So he took the win in that one from Wesley Chapel, Florida. So a local boy getting the job done, looking great. In second place, we can't see a number on him, but it looks to be the 155 of Marcus Thompson. So these guys out there doing battle, and boy, they're really getting the job done. They've pulled a heck of a gap on third place already. Got to wonder if we may have had some complications for our other riders, because these guys are in their own little zip code. They are out there just pulling away with this. Is the rest of the field tied up, or what do we got there? We see now the third place ride of, looks to be Jackson Sosaby, Kyle Johnson, and Malika Marshall rounding out your top 5. But the leaders, the top 2 are gone. Lance Walker, the 133, and Marcus Thompson, the 155, are way out front with a big old lead right now, and actually only 1.6 seconds separating them. And Lake Elsinore, California, Corey, Marcus Thompson's traveled his way all the way out here from your home area. He lives just a couple miles away from you there, Corey, being in Marietta. What's that like, making a drive out to these events? You did it when you were an amateur. Is it you get your hopes up all winter long to come out and showcase your skills when you get here?
Yeah, I know. He's probably been racing a couple of races out in California so far.
We're getting Corey dialed in here with his microphone set up, and you know, it's tough, obviously, traveling, as we said, from California. You know, don't know if he flew here or drove here, but if, you know, when it's all said and done, the result is the same. You're trying to do everything you can to get out there, and and showcase your skills in front of the sponsors and in front of the fans, right?
Yeah, you know, it's a long drive out. You know, he's probably been really anxious, and it looks like he's coming out here swinging, running in second place. We're going to be pretty happy with that.
Lance Walker leading the way. He's starting to stretch this one out over the number 155 of Marcus Thompson from Lake Elsinore, California. We should be seeing 2 more laps in this one before a checkered flag, but the battle is seemingly kind of settled down for now. Walker leading the way, Thompson in second, Malika Marshall in third, Jackson Sosabe fourth, and Kyle Johnson in fifth. These guys are pushing hard, and again, like we've talked about many times before, these guys out here not only trying to get the job done in this one, but using this as mental and physical preparation for the big main events coming up later today. They're checking out the line. They're getting these rhythm sections down. These are young competitors out here, but they're showing great poise and great speed as they lay down some fast laps out here. Oh, look at that. That was a heck of a move. That was not for position. That's our leader, Lance Walker. But, man, showing some great speed. That jersey's untucked, Jason Anderson style, white flag waving, which means only one more lap for Lance Walker, the number 133 machine. Looks like we've got a possible broken ball joint for one of our riders there. That front wheel's flopping around as Lance Walker about to put him a lap down. He's really struggling to keep that machine on the track. We can see that wheel kind of flippy flopping around. He's just doing what he can to limp that one to the finish line.
Yeah, Lance Walker's turned some really good lap times here. Looks at 55.9. That's pretty good for 250 out in the mud, soft terrain.
We saw him out there in mixed in with our 450C class, and on that little 250, that was in his other class. He was riding the youth production, and same machine, we assume, or same type of machine at least, with that 250cc machine. He's proven that the power is not an issue. He was pushing those 450s around the track and actually physically beat all but one of them on the little 250. And today, or here in this heat race, he gets the job done with the first place spot as he crosses the line, checkered flag waving. We'll wait now for the 155 of Marcus Thompson, and there he is checking in with 5 laps complete. He gets the job done 11.3 seconds behind your winner of Lance Walker. So those two, again, out front, were able to pull a pretty sizable gap back. We'll move next to our 450A Heat 1. I thought we had already seen that, actually. But
no, we haven't seen...
So we've got 450A Heat 1 is next, and then we're showing AMA Pro. But what I think will happen is we'll go to our main events after race number 21, which is 450A Heat number 1. And that's what we see on the line, and here they are. Now, these are the guys, we saw that Pro Sport just a moment ago. This is the next step back, and some of these guys actually were in that race. All the way closest to the camera, we see the number 14 of Troy Hill. A lot of fast riders in this class. We'll run them down quick for you. Ed Franco, Michael Galvin, Troy Hill, Andrew Hartwell, Tommy Vossman, Tyler Powers, Michael Elrod, John Jones, Alex Gillette, Bren Mara, Noah Mickelson, Grayson Eller, Nick Royalty, and Peyton Zimmerman, and they're off and on the way. Looks like the number 100 of Noah Mickelson. We saw him grab the start in that Pro Sport class and was never headed the whole way. Well, here he is back again, doing it again in our 450A Heat number 1. With a great start, he's off, and nobody challenging him at the moment, but we expect to see a whole lot of challenges and a whole lot of action happening as this one unfolds. They're working their way back around to our camera. We'll wait. It still is the number 100, then followed by the number 44 of Michael Allred in second. We've got a rider off in the water. Not a good place to be. This is not a GNCC race. He does not want to be in the mud hole.
He didn't look happy about being off in the water. I think he was
I think that hand motion was a, hey, come help. I need to get back out there and back in the racing action. So out front, it is Noah Mickelson leading the way out of Ayota, Minnesota. And then we'll wait and we'll watch. It is Michael Allred in second, followed by the third place rider of Tyler Powers, Troy Hill fourth, Tommy Vossman fifth, Grayson Eller sixth, Nick Royalty seventh, Ed Franco eighth, Michael Galvin ninth, 10th is John Jones, and Andrew Hartwell is 11th place as they complete that first lap of racing. And Josh, Corey, as we look down through the gaps here, we see a lot of fractions of a second, which means these guys are just nose to tail, everybody fighting it out, trying to get the best spot they can. They know this is for gate pick. They know that this is for bragging rights and confidence going into that main event here that we'll be seeing later this afternoon. But right now, I don't know. It doesn't look like anybody has anything for Noah Mcallister. What do you guys think?
It's looking like he's on a tear to me. Stretching out the lead a little bit, and we'll see as the race progresses, but he's looking pretty solid right now.
Looking pretty solid on that Maxxis Liquid Wrench Honda machine. The second place rider of Michael Allred looking solid as well, but a rider on the charge is the 14 of Troy Hill. He was fourth, now he's third, and he's rapidly closing the gap on that 44 of Michael Allred. Troy Hill, a rider we've seen be a standout since his youth days. This is the first that we've seen him on the 450 machine. We've expected it to take a little bit of time for him to get comfy, but looking like he's trying to make short work of that gap and reel in the second place rider of Michael Allred, potentially to try and better his starting spot and also get a little bit more time on that machine before they go to the main event. Mickelson, after 2 laps, leading the way with a lap time of 54.2 seconds. He is on rails out there, open up a 3.3 second gap over Michael Allred in second, only 1.4 seconds back, and a 1.5 second faster lap time is Troy Hill. So again, he's the rider on the move, moving up from fourth, now into third, pressuring for second place. We see it on screen here. He's to the inside. He's on the gas, can't make it work. He's spinning in those ruts. He's trying to put the pressure on and see if he can make this pass stick. He's up on the outside, doesn't have quite enough drive, but he's carrying a lot of speed through those little whoops. He's going to try again around the outside. Looks like he may have the job done, as he does. The number 14 of Troy Hill takes over the second place ride, wrestles it away from Michael Allred. Noah Mickelson still leading the way on that number 100 Maxxis Liquid Wrench Honda. Troy Hill second, Michael Allred third, Tyler Powers fourth, Tommy Vossman fifth, Grayson Eller sixth, Ed Franco seventh, Michael Galvin in eighth, and Nick Royalty ninth. Andrew Hartwell 10th, John Jones 11th, and Alex Gillette, I believe that was the rider that we saw in the mud hole. Unfortunately, setting him back, he's a lap down in that 12th place spot.
Yeah, the white flag's out now, so if they need to make a move, they need to do it now. Any of those guys in the back that want to get a better gate fix, they better start getting on the gas and make something happen.
Crazy to see how much faster these heats go when we get to our 458, and these guys are turning some quick lap times. Seems like this one just started, and instead we got the white flag out, which means this is going to be the final lap for this guy right here, Noah Mickelson. He's been flawless in both of the races we've seen him in so far. Grabbed the whole shot, led the whole way, and making it look easy. Looks like a young Josh Creamer or young Corey Ellis out there. He's a little bit taller than Josh, though. Josh was. You'd be standing up looking like you were still sitting down. The style over the finish line, making it look easy. Noah Mickelson, again, with another blazing fast 54.9 lap time. But look at this, Troy Hill in second with a 55.1, 5.7 seconds behind, followed by Michael Allred, Tyler Powers, Tommy Vossman, Grayson Eller. We're waiting for the rest to check in. Alex Gillette completes his third lap now. He got himself out of that mud hole. Looks like Tommy Vossman, Grayson Eller, Ed Franco, Michael Galvin, Nick Royalty, Andrew Hartwell, John Jones, and Alex Gillette will round out 12th place in this 450A heat number 1. And looks like we may have another heat of the 450A because this is the only class that we have left on the gate. So
either that or it's an LCQ.
Could be an LCQ. You could be right there.
I don't think we had many LCQs, but
we don't have a running order here, folks, so we're flying blind. Okay, sorry, had my headphones off there for a minute. So did we find out what this is?
No, we're running blind.
All right, we're running blind, but what we do know, folks, is if you're here at the facility, we're going to have the opening ceremonies before our main events get underway, and that will be right down in front of the grandstand. So if you're here and you're not currently prepping yourself for a semi or an LCQ, make your way over to those grandstands. Rodney Tomlin will be bringing us the opening ceremonies for the Fly Racing ATV Supercross here at Daytona Speedway. And man, as if this hasn't been exciting enough, it's going to get even more exciting because coming your way is the main events. You know, get in on the action, baby. It's time for the main attraction. It's coming your way fast, folks. And right now we're watching some hot and heavy racing action on the track. The fact that we don't know exactly what class it is, that doesn't matter. I do know that we've seen these guys earlier, so Open B LCQ. Now we got the facts and we know what's going on. So we'll go back to our Open B heat, and we've got Seth Torrens, the number 58, leading the way out of Newark, Ohio. Cole Wirtz from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania is second. Jonathan Davidson in third, and Jacob Hill from Lansing, Michigan in fourth. So, folks, here's the exciting thing on track. We've got 5 riders out there, and we've got 4 of them going to the main event. So the rider on the bubble right now is Jacob Hill, and Patrick Cox needs to get a move on if he wants to wrestle that spot away. So we'll find out just how many laps this is. I know our LCQs are usually a little bit shorter, so we'll watch. We should see a white flag coming out just about any moment now. The number 20, I'm sorry, the number looks like, is that 21 is taking over the lead?
Well, he did take over the lead, but
yeah, we've got
just
bar bang in action. These guys are not giving up on it, but it looks like now the 220 of Jonathan Davidson is taking over the lead. Cole Wirtz is in second, the number 21. Jacob Hill, the 826 in third. So it looks like we have actually lost our leader, and there he is. Oh, no. So that is the 58 of Seth Torrance, who was our leader out of Newark, Ohio, got stuck in those ruts, and he's now a lap down. So definitely not going to be going to the main event. Unfortunate turn of events for him. He got stuck, got high-centered in those ruts, and unless another rider has a major miscue, he has given away his ticket to the main event while leading. That's unfortunate. Again, not something you want to have happen here in this Open B LCQ, but the rider's benefiting from that. The 220 of Jonathan Davidson, the 21 of Cole Wirtz, the 826 of Jacob Hill, and Patrick Cox, the number 97, has worked his way up into a transfer position at the expense of this young man right here. Unfortunately,
still stuck.
58 Seth Torrance. He's still trying to work his way out of those ruts. Unfortunately, we see the yellow flags waving as they approach to put him now 2 laps down. It's going to be a big hole for him to dig out of with only a lap remaining. The math just doesn't add up on that one. I don't think he's going to be able to get the job done.
I don't think so. Not today.
So Cole Wirtz in the second place spot out of Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. Jacob Hill in third from Lansing, Michigan. And Patrick Cox from all the way from Sunset, Texas. Another rider that's traveled so far. Really shows the health of ATV motocross like we talked about. We've got riders here from Argentina. We've got riders from Texas. We've got riders from California. Obviously, we've got a great California contingent. We've got Pennsylvania, Ohio. I don't know exactly how many states and exactly how many countries, but ATV racing alive and well here in Daytona this week with our Fly Racing ATV Supercross. And should that not have been a checkered flag? Yes, that was the checkered flag. They just decided not to throw it. Now they're throwing it. A little confusion. Yeah, we'll work with our flagman on that one. A little bit of miscommunication, but the race is over, and our winner is Jonathan Davidson. He didn't need the checkered flag. He knew he could count. Cole Wirtz in second, Jacob Hill in third, and Patrick Cox rounding out your top 4. And those are the 4 riders with a trip to the main event. Unfortunately, Seth Torrance, we see him riding off the course over there. He's got to be a little bit dejected. Leading that one, had a great ride going, just picked a bad line and got himself hung. But, guys, you know, that was our LCQ.
That's it.
It looks like Production B coming up next, but I believe that will be Production B main event.
That will be the first main event. We're
so
have
now
track work going on.
Yeah, we see our track crew going to work here. They're going to smooth out the holes as what they can. They're going to smooth out those ruts, try and give the best possible racing surface that they can. But again, if you're here at the facility, work your way over to those grandstands. Opening ceremonies coming your way. It's going to be exciting. There's going to be a lot of action, racing and otherwise. And one thing that we know we're going to see later today is our pro main event, and our 5-time champion, Chad Wienen, will be a part of that main event, a rider looking to potentially get a win here in Daytona, and if he's able to do that, would put himself on the short list of people who've done it more than once, because we've only had 2 winners so far. John Natale winning the first one, Chad Wienen winning last year, so he's trying to be the first repeat winner. I think we actually had a chance to catch up with Wienen Motorsports Yamaha's Chad Wienen coming into this weekend and find a little bit about his prep work and where he's at coming into this event.
Chad Wienen, we're here at my place in Florida, getting to crunch time, feeling really good on the machine, and really excited to get the 17 season started off. like Daytona for me is, you know, we actually just went for the first time to the NASCAR race, and it's incredible, like, watching them race, and then for us to go down there, the same victory lane is what they go celebrate in, and, you know, I got a taste of that last year, and it was a, you know, great start to the year, and, you know, this year we're going to try and, I mean, our goal is to go out there and do the same thing, and the start is so important, so it's going to be one of those races where you got to nail the start, and, you know, if it's there, we're going to go for it. And, you know, it's a prestigious event, and there's only so many people that actually get the opportunity to race there. You know, everything goes well, we're going to try and get our 6th straight championship. But, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done till then, and, you know, there's going to be, you know, bumps along the road, and, you know, we're going to be ready for it. And, you know, I'm just really looking forward to the 17 year. We're going to be ready.
So a great feature there on Weenan Motorsports, Chad Weenan. You know, he's got that training facility that we saw there just literally just miles from here, guys. You know, I know you guys have both been there and ridden. You know, Chad has really invested in his future and in his program, buying that piece of property and spending all the effort and all the money to build that really world-class training facility that he has over there. You know, you could see him out there spinning laps, and you know, all of these riders, I'm sure at the pro level, even Pro-Am, have put in a lot of work this winter, but I can tell you firsthand, you know, Chad Weenan really prepared with a purpose this winter. You know, he took a step back. Josh, we talked a while ago about riders kind of taking accountability for where they're at, and, you know, I think he's a rider that although he's on top, although he's got 5 straight championships, and, you know, kind of a staggering statistic is, and I think we'll get back to that just a little bit more, but right now we've got Rodney Tomlin over in front of our grandstands and our opening ceremonies. Folks, it's time to get this ATV Supercross by Fly underway, and the man to do that is Mr. 10 Seconds and Mr. ATV Motocross himself, Rodney Tomlin.
All righty, thank you very much, Johnny Gallagher, and welcome, Florida, to Daytona International Speedway for this, the 3rd annual Fly ATV Supercross, and it is certainly stacking up to be another great day, no doubt about that. I want to say thanks to everybody for making their way out, and especially thanks to all the fine folks that make it all possible here in 2017. Of course, we can't say enough about our good friends at Fly Racing and Fly Apparel, really stepping up to the plate there a few years ago and helping make this event as prestigious and as great as it actually is. We also want to say thanks to our presenting sponsor of 2017 to be, of course, our good friends at CST Tires. Big Steve Walker is here in the house with us, and glad to have them on board as well. And also Wiseco Performance Products as they step up here in 2017 to be a part of the ATV Racing Nation. We also want to salute our media partner here this year. So as you go through the TV channels this summer and you're wondering about ATV Motocross, you can always go back and catch a lot of the archive versions on racertv.com. But we've got the upcoming 2017 season going to be broadcast on MAV TV. If you don't have MAV TV, make sure you call your local television supporter and provider, I should say, and make sure that they support that effort in getting MAV TV into your home. Also, we want to take this opportunity to say thanks to AMSOIL, another great continuing sponsor in our series, along with Rocky Mountain ATVMC, and of course Maxxis Tires, who has been on hand with us so much and so long, and glad to have them here with us again this weekend. VP Racing Fuel and Prox Racing Parks returns back with us again this year, along with Elka Suspension, Henson Racing, Fox Shocks, and SSI Decals, welcoming Ian Harris and the folks out from there. Fox is here with us as well. We welcome back DWT Wheels and Technology from there, and of course our good friends at Defiance Lifestyle. We've got great media partners. We want to welcome Harlan Foley from ATVRiders.com out with us, and as we said, we are streaming this live across the globe at racertv.com, and we are so proud to be able to do that. And we're proud to be able to introduce this gentleman right here to you as he makes his way over, Mr. Chris Harris from Fly Racing. Chris, glad to have you guys back on board again here in 2017 as we get set for our 3rd running of this ATV Supercross. And it seems like only 4 or 5 years ago, this was just a dream. It was just a thought. And somehow or another, the thought became the dream, and then the dream became reality.
Yeah, it's great to be out here again for the 3rd year. A little cooler this year. The last 2 years have been really great weather. Glad to see the sun's coming out, and we're really happy to be here. If you guys get a chance, stop by our booth, and down by the starting line, we got our 17 spring mesh gear coming out. It's sitting out there. I got some of the top guys wearing it today, so it might be a little chilly, but I think they're going to work up a sweat here with the sun coming out, so it'll be good for them.
And I know Fly has been an integral part of a lot of the careers of the racers. When we look out there on the track, we see Fly racing apparel donned on so many of the ATV motocross stars out there nowadays. And I know it's in due in part, a large part, to your hard work in making sure that these guys are taken care of, and that is certainly appreciated, man.
Yeah, I've been doing this 14 years now, going on 15, and I get a lot of resumes, and I'm happy to help kids out and see them grow and the families get bigger and the kids just improve. It's a great feeling to see that happen.
All right, that's Chris Harris, ladies and gentlemen, from Fly Racing. Give him a big round of applause as Fly, a monumental part of this ATV Supercross that we have going on here at Daytona International Speedway. Next up, I want to bring Big Steve Walker out, presenting sponsor of the 2017 season. You're going to have to hurdle that, big guy. It's the only thing that I can figure. And we'll talk to Steve. Now, CST Tires, the motto for those guys is where passion meets the ground in CST Tires. And it's a new company to us here in the racing world. But, Steve, as we know, CST Tires been around for quite some time. We introduced them here last year, and it has become almost instantly a huge success in the world of racing in off-road and in ATV motocross, man, and it's just great to have you guys on board with us again this year.
Oh, yeah, it has grown so fast, and there's so much excitement over CST, and I know I'm excited to be back here. This is the third time we've been here, and as like you said earlier, you know, this series is growing and growing, and it's not going to be the Chad and Joel game. There's a lot of competition out there.
There most certainly is, and I know you've been around the ATV pits for a while yourself, just the last couple of years wearing the CST logos and so forth, man, but this is a series that you believe in. You've got a product that you believe in that you bring here, man. I mean, it's almost like a dream come true, I think, for you right now.
Oh, it is. I'm having a blast. You know, it just, you know, you see the banners everywhere. You see people talking. You see people coming up to the truck. You see, you know, all these, you know, rumors of you know, that the truck was going to start and the CST was coming to the States, and now, you know, it's a staple here. It
most certainly is, and we appreciate you for being a big part of that staplehood right there. Big Steve Walker from CST Tires. And another individual that we want to talk to, also another great tire company here, Maxxis Tires. It's been around for quite some time, and I know Casey Greek here with us doing double duty today, helping us out with some podium presentations and things like that. Casey, certainly appreciate all the hard work you do on and off the track. You've been involved in ATV motocross in a lot of different facets. You've been on championship motocross winning teams with John Natale, the national championship as a mechanic. You've been through other championships as well, and now found a new home with the folks over at Maxxis. And, you know, they say find maximum potential over there, and I think that you can probably best describe that right there might be about the best slogan that someone can bring out for this brand of tires.
Yeah, definitely. I want to thank everyone for coming out here today and supporting, you know, all the sponsors of the series and everyone that's here. And, you know, us at Maxxis and, you know, Jay Goebel, all of us coming in here. And the amount of years that these guys have been involved with this series and the GNCC series is just unbelievable. And, you know, the tire's great. It speaks for itself. 5 of the last championships, the last 5 years, Chad Wienen and Maxxis Tires. I mean, it's an inseparable relationship between those guys. Also, Joel Hetrick. And the new inductee into the Maxxis family this year is Jeffrey Roschelli. So really excited to have Jeffrey on board and also, you know, continue our relationship with Joel Hetrick and Chad Wienen. And, you know, there's so many other guys out there that we could talk about it all day. But it's just, you know, we have the good presence. We got a new wrap on the truck this year, and the thing just looks phenomenal. Max is really stepping up, and, you know, to help elevate ATV motocross as well as Racer Productions is, you know, elevating it every year. One of the biggest things, you know, we're just trying to bring to the table is, you know, having that advertisement there, but at the same time, you know, we have the riders to speak for ourselves, and, you know, we prove it over and over again. You got guys winning championships nonstop on them and races. So we're looking for a good day today and hopefully some good, clean, fun racing.
And I believe that's exactly what we're going to have. This track is shaping up nicely. And, Casey, you've been involved and such an integral part of so many different facets of ATV motocross over the years. This particular event here at Daytona International Speedway, it is monumental for the sport. It has helped, I believe, elevate not only the notoriety of the sport, but somehow or another, it has helped elevate the competition levels out there, it seems like.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, how many chances in your lifetime as an off-road racing community do we get to show up to Daytona Motor Speedway? I mean, the International House of Racing, and just, you know, the environment the whole time we're here is just beyond belief, and it just makes it, the vibe, everything so much better, and it's bringing the competition to another level. I mean, I've been up here for a couple of races and watched a few races besides the pro guys, and the bar bang and everything going on. I mean, you guys, you know, at home watching this live stream, get down here next year. It's an event, and it's not a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Let's keep this thing going, and the only way we can do that is getting all these people in here and doing it.
That's exactly right. And Casey, we appreciate you. We appreciate Maxis being a big part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Casey Greek, ladies and gentlemen, a part of Maxis there, and as we said, an integral part of our ATV racing community. And as we look down onto the starting line, we can see that we've got our first classes ready to go here today. We've got some last-moment track maintenance underway, and at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are just mere moments away from dropping the gate. Now, I do want to let you folks know here that are with us today, we're going to be doing all of our amateur podiums over next to the Fly Racing display down there, and we will be doing the pro podium over at Gatorade Victory Lane. So you guys can join us whenever we head over there about 3 o'clock this afternoon, or about 3:30 or so following the pro main event today. And we've got 18 great pro riders that's going to be taking the stage today. We've got 5 AMA Pro ATV rookies that are making their debut here today, and many of them making some big marks. We've got history about ready to be made. But before we do that, right now at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask everybody to please pay patronage to this wonderful country and respect as we ask everyone to please rise at this time, stand at attention, remove those caps, and cross those hearts as we get set to honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem. Well, there you go, folks. The stage is set, and ATV Motocross is about to embark upon a brand new season in the 3rd annual Fly Racing ATV Supercross here at Daytona International Speedway. Welcome aboard, everyone, on RacerTV.com and all the folks here in Daytona Beach, Florida, as the sun is starting to shine, and, of course, the cooler temperatures and the rain from yesterday certainly made it feel like this was going to be a long, cold and grueling day. But as the sun comes out and the racing heats things up around here, it is certainly turning into an amazing day to head into the 2017 seasons. Temperatures in the mid-60s here today, of course, and the sunshine starting to rain down on us after a couple of days of the liquid sunshine raining down here at Daytona. But, man, I tell you what, the track crew has done a most excellent job in making sure that this track is race-ready and ready to go. Of course, want to tip our hats to Tim Ritchie and Sunset Bob Pistol, of course, out here with us. Randy Poulter, also from Gatorback Cycle Park. I just got the word, the man up in Mission Control, controlling the races today, Win Kern. We want to welcome you out as well. He is, of course, the promoter for the one of the biggest amateur races in the world, literally, we're talking about the Winter Olympics, the Thor Winter Olympics that happens every Thanksgiving week down there at Gatorback Cycle Park. And, folks, let me tell you, there's bigger and better things even coming for that particular place. I can't wait to see how that all unfolds. Johnny Gallagher here with us. Also, Josh Kramer, former ATV motocross champion, former ATV motocross great, and past winner himself is here with us as well. Corey Ellis, as we get set to set the stage for the continuation of racing here today. But this is where it all starts to count. Before, guys, it was for gate positions, for gate choices, and things like that. This is actually where you're going to be vying for that Majors #1 plate. Everybody that wins the race today will get a Major #1 plate that they'll be able to take home and put on their wall out there. And that right there carries a whole lot of prestige in the world of racing.
Absolutely, Rodney. You know, and again, we talked about so much that a lot of these riders, all of these riders really have been building this up in their minds. They've been building it up in their programs. You know, every time they go to the starting line, whether it be a local race, every time they go to the practice track, every time that they, you know, dig deep when they're on their road bike, when they're running, when they're in the gym, it was all about today. This is what they're gearing towards. This is how they're getting things started. And again, that Major #1 is what they're after. Well, this is going to be the first one they hand out. We're going to start off with our Production B class, and these guys are on the line. They're putting the final touches on this masterful race course that they've prepared here today. All of the rain really tried to put a damper on things, but it just appeared that Mother Nature came through now with this sunshine, and the track crew did an amazing job of prepping this course for us today, Rodney.
They most certainly did. We also want to take this time to salute our friends at Bell Helmets. Didn't mention them a few moments ago. I actually let it slip my mind, but Bell Helmets is out here in full force once again. They've got the Bell Helmets $100 Hole Shot Award. Every rider that gets the hole shot in these main events today is going to receive $100 from Bell Helmets. They'll be able to come over here to talk to Kevin Bailey on our amateur podium. They'll get their pictures, and believe me, my friends, that hole shot means a whole lot whenever it starts putting value on it like that. So $100 from Bell Helmets. Want to say thanks to those great folks for helping be a part of ATV Supercross, but most importantly, making sure that they manufacture great products to help keep us safe out there day in and day out.
Absolutely, Rodney. You know, and that $100 hole shot going to go a long way to getting a lot of these guys home and on to the next race with gas money. And as you know, Mcallister has said so many times famously in his career, there's no other time in the race where you can pass everybody on the track other than the hole shot. So, you know, it's a little bit extra prestige, a little bit extra traveling money, thanks to the folks at Bell Helmets for sponsoring the Hole Shot Awards here today in every class. And, again, we've got that Production B class on the line. We know that we've got some fast and furious racing action coming our way. We've already seen the qualifiers. We've seen practice. And we've really seen this track shape up for what I believe is going to offer up some world-class racing action throughout the course of the day here. Guys, you know, as we look at this track and we see kind of the transformation it's undergone, you know, Corey, I know you were here early this morning at 6 a.m., I believe, was it?
6:30 as soon as the gate opened up. I rolled in, you know, I wanted to get a good look at the track and see what the conditions were and, you know, start watching these guys practice.
So when you came in here at 6:30 this morning, did you anticipate that the track was going to be in as good a shape as it was, or even more importantly, as the kind of condition it's in now?
No, you know, I was seeing some pictures on Instagram yesterday of the amateur bikes out here, and the track looked a little muddy. And I was really surprised when I showed up this morning and saw the condition it was in. The track, it was muddy, but it was kind of a sandy mud, so it's not really that soupy mud. So it looks really good right now. The track crew's out there, you know, shaping everything back up. And actually it's starting to look almost not dry. You know, there's some mud on the side there and some water they're showing, but actually on the track, it looks pretty dang good right now. And I think Josh and I might actually go out there and ride if we can find some gear. It looks so good.
Well, we'll get the guys over at the fly tent on that. We need probably a size 32 for Josh, and we're going to go with a 34 for Corey. If you guys could bring that gear over, we're going to need boots. A size 18 for Corey. Get those over here. They said they want to go out, spin some laps. If we can make that happen, we'll put a microphone on them, and they can do our live camera feed from them doing laps. But first, we're going to see some racing action coming our way. And, you know, Josh, I got to tell you, when I look at this track and I see the condition it's in, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what I had in my mind as I was going to bed last night and as I was driving here this morning even. I don't know what year it was. We talked about it a little bit. Corey, you were there yesterday. The actual Supercross by Honda. Chad Reed a few years ago when he was on a Yamaha. I think he might have still been on a two-stroke, actually. It was that long ago. Kevin Windham ended up winning the race. I don't know what year it was, but there was standing water the whole way around the track. Did you watch that race?
I remember seeing parts of that race. It was such a long time ago that if I did watch it, I don't remember it, but there's parts that stick out with how
they play those highlights still to this day because it might have been the wettest Supercross of all time. You know, and what we saw was Chad Reed just a few corners from the finish line. His machine stopped, him kicking frantically, pushing, trying to get that machine because it was done. It had inhaled too much water. It would not run anymore. Oh, hey, we see everybody give a nice little wave. We're here in the Racer TV studios. Josh Creamer, Corey Ellis, these guys were talking about the history of this facility and also, more importantly, the history of this race. Coming in, expecting it to be really rough conditions, expecting water, expecting mud, getting here. Again, pristine race conditions today. We've already seen the heat races. We've already seen the qualifying, and the track just keeps getting better and better, which I think really honestly has been leading to better racing action. You know, we don't see riders getting stuck. We don't see riders winning just because they get a good start. We're seeing passing. We're seeing action.
We're seeing a lot of action out there. We're seeing a lot of passing. And, you know, I'm actually seeing dirt start to dry up. So I know we said that they might not have to water, but come 3 o'clock when the pros are supposed to hit the line, or even after that, finishing up the racing action, they might have to get the watering system out here because, I mean, the track's coming around great.
Yeah, hour and 34 minutes, folks. If you're watching at home, if you're here in the facility, we can see the grandstands, good amount of people there taking in this action. We're starting off with our production B, and we'll go from there. We've got, looks to be 15 motos plus our pros, so we've got 16 motos to get done here today. I'm sure we'll get them all in, and under what looks to be great racing conditions of the weather here. But like you said, Josh, you never know. We might see those water trucks and that water system have to get fired up before this one's all said and done. We see the track crew out there. That may, in fact, be Randy Poulter in there. We don't know. He's the man behind making this track what it is the last couple days. A lot of work. Now, we have to keep in mind this same sand, dirt, racing facility, whatever you want to call it, it's really been abused the last couple days. You know, it started off with the Supercross on Saturday night, and then Sunday and Monday we had amateur, the RC Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross going on here. So thousands of dirt bikes have pummeled this sand, but it's resilient. It's fighting back. They keep throwing it back into shape with these machines. And like we said, the racetrack surface is in great condition, really providing great traction. And I think one component of the moisture is it's really holding the track better together than I had anticipated. It seemed normally here at Daytona we see a lot of holes, we see a lot of square edge stuff, but what we're seeing is a relatively smooth race course that only gets rough in a few of the corners and a few of the ruts. We've got a lot of racing action coming our way. Obviously, our premier class with the pro class will be coming up at 3 o'clock, and you know, but first we're going to get started here with our Production B class. And on the line in our Production B class, as we look down through our, we've got our heats, but I don't think we have our lineups for the main.
We don't have the lineups for the main.
There we go. Okay, so it's going to be the same as what we had in our heats. Going to be Mason Hunt, Tyler Baldwin, Devin Kendrick, Brogan Geyer, Austin Dakotu, Matteo Bernard, Dylan Rouse, Richard Pinella, Logan Tremellon, Ethan Underwood, Tyler Hudson, Matthew Sarmiento, Talon Fisher, Dustin Bowden, Alexander Patois, Hunter Newell, Brock Jumper, and Hunter Grimes all out here in this Production B, and they're on the way, folks. This is a packed gate, wheel-to-wheel bar bang in action, and it looks like with the whole shot, it is the number 24 of Brogan Geyer. He got the whole shot in his heat race, led that one basically wire to wire, and he's looking great out here off the start already.
Yeah, Johnny, you know, the really great thing about this track with them doing the track work is right now there's open lines everywhere. There's nothing to really slow the guys down. They're getting going to get some good lap times in, so they can kind of go anywhere right now, make some clean passes. You know, as the track starts coming around, they'll start getting some grooves in it. They'll kind of go one line there for just a little bit, but as soon as those lines get deep and get really rough, then it goes back to 2 lines. People start looking for the smooth line again. So we're going to see some good passing here the first few laps. Might calm down there in the middle, but by the end of the race, you know, you'll see those guys dropping outside or cutting underneath, looking for that smooth line for a pass, you know, looking for that number 1 plate.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, these guys really did win the lottery of race order here, being the first race. A lot of times, you know, that can be a feast or famine type situation. Sometimes if they've watered, it can be muddy, or if it's already muddy, you're riding in the mud. But these guys have absolutely the best track conditions of the day right now. Look at them, not a speck of dirt on them. This track is smooth. There's plenty of lines, and these guys are out there getting the job done. Leading the way, it is Brogan Geyer, Logan Tremellon in 2nd, Tyler Hudson 3rd, Austin Dakotu 4th, Richard Pinella in 5th, Matteo Bernard in 6th, Talon Fincher in 7th, Devin Kendrick 8th, Matthew Sarmiento in 9th, and Hunter Grimes rounding out the top 10 after 1 lap of racing. And again, no gaps whatsoever. We've got wheel-to-wheel bar banging action going on. You know, Josh, as we watch this production B class, these are some younger riders, and I'm surprised by how poised they are with knowing what's on the line. Again, we've got our Majors #1 plate on the line, and right now the guy leading the way is Brogan Geyer. How about the poise that these young riders are showing here on this tough Daytona racetrack?
I mean, they're showing a lot of, they all seem to be riding very smart, and you don't see anybody that's actually kind of losing focus or getting crazy. Everybody seems to have a pretty good focused goal on what they want to do.
And right now, this guy right here is focused on one thing, and that's that big #1 plate at the end of these laps. If he can get the job done, Brogan Geyer, he pulled that hole shot, the all-important
Tyler Hudson
hole shot.
are the inside right there trying to make the pass. Looks like he might have got it.
He got the job done around the inside there, and so we see our top 4 all on screen right now. They are pushing hard, and 126 of Logan Tremellon trying to close that gap up on your leader, Brogan Geyer, but right now he's not able to get the pressure on.
Yeah, it looks like Logan's putting on a charge there, trying to catch back up to.
Looks like Brogan Geyer leading the way. Logan Tremellon in 2nd. Austin Dakota 3rd. Tyler Richardson in that 4th place spot. Richard Pinella 5th. Mattia Bernard in 6th. Talon Fincher in 7th. 3 laps of racing complete now. Devin Kendrick 8th. Matteo Sarmiento in 9th. And Hunter Grimes in 10th. These guys are pushing hard. We've got a rider off the course. We've seen a lot of that so far. You know, Josh, we talked about earlier, if you get to those edges, you can get sucked off the track quickly. But these guys, even with the pristine race conditions that we're seeing, still, if they get to those edges, you can lose things and lose a grasp on that lead real quickly.
Yeah, you got to be smart. You know, I was just looking out there while they were doing track work, and, they're trying to do the best that they can do because there's just a short amount of time to actually fix what they can fix, but you're still seeing the edges of the track that you're going to have to kind of watch yourself.
Yeah, you're starting to see some of those ruts coming back in some of the turns there, Josh.
Yeah,
that's going to start affecting these guys here shortly.
Yeah, you're going to see the same ruts come back fairly quick. I mean, they're pushing soft dirt back into hard ruts that have already been made. So unless people went out and just really started changing lines, you're going to see the same lines kind of reform. Just hopefully not nearly as quick.
Yeah, but with those lines coming back, it's going to start forcing people to make some changes in their line selection. So Logan Tremellon is going to be trying to push really hard and catch up to the leader.
With that 3.9 second gap, you've got, you've got 3.9 seconds back to Logan Tremellon in 2nd, and then another 2.1 seconds back to Austin Dakota. So those are your top 3, but right now, Brogan Geyer has led this one wire to wire so far, and we'll wait and see. We should be seeing a white flag coming out next lap, possibly. Brogan Geyer works his way through. He's putting the finishing touches on this one. He can't settle in too much, though, because, again, only 3.9 seconds back, Logan Tremellon there, and there we see the white flag is out. So 6 laps down, this is going to be a 7-lap main event here in this Production B class. So they're pushing hard, and he's leading the way. Brogan Geyer, he pulled that hole shot. You can see he's had clear vision, no roost, no specks of dirt on that number 24 machine. He's kind of made it look easy, but we're sure that it was anything but. A lot of times what looks to be just an easy cakewalk on screen, again, all winter spent preparing for this with one thing in mind, and that was getting the win, getting to go up on stage, and get that number 1 plate. Corey, as he works his way through these final corners, what's going through your mind when you've worked for months getting to this point, and now you've got just a few corners, and all you've got to do is just not mess it up.
Brogan looks like he's pretty well prepared for this event. I don't think he's thinking of much other than, he already has this one in the bag and just keep going and ride strong, and he has it. He's not too worried, it doesn't look like.
Throwing a little bit of style over the finish line. 2nd place is Logan Tremellon. 3rd place is Austin Dakota. So those are your top 3. Look at that. Brogan Geyer pulls out a 6.06 second lead in that final lap of racing. So he puts down a 53.5, which possibly could have been the fastest lap of the race. as we look and see. Actually, he turned a 52.8 a little bit earlier in the race, but still a 53.5, a great lap time late in the race, showing not only his focus, not only his speed, but you got to believe his fitness, all his prep work over the winter paying off, and he's going to get himself that major #1 plate that he'll be picking up here in just a few minutes in Victory Lane here at Daytona International Speedway. That is our first champion that we've crowned in that Production B class, and next up it is the women's class. So the girls are on the line. We see the gate is ready. The board is sideways. They're focused on the gate, and they're ready to go racing. The gate is down, and we see one of our riders actually has a water bottle tucked into the waistband of her riding gear there, so she wants to make sure she doesn't get dehydrated. She is in second place. It looks to be the number 19 of Emily Young, who's carrying that water bottle with her. We can see it's still in there. She's taking it with her. If she wants a drink, she just reaches back and gets that. But right now, she needs to get on the move because the leader is number 10 of Kelsey Dyer, leading the way out of Quincy, Illinois. She's got the lead, and she's trying to pull away with it. Emily Young in second. It looks like the water bottle's still along for the ride there, and she's looking good. Third place is, we'll have to wait and get a number on that. Again, the 10 of Kelsey Dyer out front, the 19 of Emily Young in second, and it is Caitlin Gibson.
She's out.
Okay, so Caitlin Gibson, the number 16 from Newport Richey, Florida, in third. These girls are all wheel to wheel. This one far from decided. They know at the end of just this few laps, 7 laps we believe it will be, there is a #1 plate in the weightings. I'm curious to see if this water bottle's still hanging in there, and it is. Emily Young in second place trying to track down the leader, still taking her Dasani water bottle with her, but right now it is Kelsey Dyer leading the way, not looking like she wants to give up that lead. She wants that #1 plate. Emily Young, there we can see a good shot of that water bottle. She didn't want to lose it. She's bringing it with her, the number 19 machine.
That suspension's got to be working pretty good for that water bottle to hold in there this whole time, you know?
Says a lot about her suspension,
yeah,
guys.
She's got a bike working good.
The whole way. Emily Dyer looking good, sending all the big jumps here at this Daytona International Speedway. Kelsey Dyer leading the way out of Quincy, Illinois, and that number 10 Honda looks like she's starting to open up a little bit of a gap, but Emily Young keeping her honest. They worked their way through there, through the rollers. Now they're into the whoops, and we got that split corner that we were talking about earlier. Nobody able to make that cheater line or creative line, as we'll call it.
Yeah, we're going to call it a creative line. You know, pros always kind of find the fastest way around the track. Nobody's uncorked it yet, but we'll see about 3 o'clock what happens.
Caitlin Gibson back there got a little sideways in that last rhythm section, but pulled through. She's all over Emily Young still.
Yeah,
Looks like they're battling for second back there.
They're battling their wheel to wheel, but Kelsey Dyer right now leading the way, and she's not looking like she wants to give that up. She's got the number 10 on her machine, but if she can hold this one for just a couple more laps, she's going to get a big #1 plate. Look at this wheel to wheel, side by side over the number 2 spot. It looks like she gets the job done. Caitlin Gibson, the number 16, comes around on the inside, wrestles that spot away from Emily Young. Got to wonder if maybe Emily Young's going to reach for that water bottle and take a quick hit off it, try and refresh herself for a last lap charge to try and go back after that second place spot.
She might just need another little drink.
Sometimes that's all it takes is a little splash of water to get refreshed. She's still hanging on to it. I'm impressed with the skills. Still able to get out there, race on this rough Daytona International Speedway course, and hold on to a water bottle. Kelsey Dyer leading the way, but starting to close the gap now. Caitlin Gibson out of Northport Richey, Florida. So you know she's got to have a lot of fans in the stands. It's close to home, and she's trying to close the gap up. Are we going to see a battle for the lead before this one's over, guys?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to
I think so.
Here. Are they coming around for the white flag?
No, I think this will be a
this is
seven-lapper.
a 7-lap race,
4
I
to
believe.
go.
Oh, okay.
So we got a lot of racing action left.
Yep.
Kelsey Dyer better take a look over her shoulder because here she comes, the number 16 of Caitlin Gibson. She puts in a 57.4 lap time, makes up a full 1.6 seconds on our leader. And look at her carrier speed through those rollers. She's closing the gap, and she's closing it fast. She's getting right up to the rear wheels of that number 10 of Kelsey Dyer. Dyer has led this one from start to finish, but with still 3 laps to go, she's got to take a long look into her soul and see if she's got enough gas in the tank to make it.
know, with these track conditions, with the track being a little soft and spongy and getting a little choppy, it definitely does wear on the riders. And with the long laps and all the jumps and nowhere really to rest, it gives those guys or gals back there, you know, if you don't get a great start, if you're in shape, you can make a comeback and get up there and pull off a moto win. So definitely we could see a battle here.
We're starting to see the rubber meet the road here, folks. It's coming down to these final laps of racing. As they come around, they should be getting the 2-lap card when they come by this time. Actually, well, I guess they're not giving them a 2-lap card. They'll get the white next time, though. And as they come pushing through with 5 laps complete, Kelsey Dyer with a 58.1 lap time, she's actually able to open up that gap just a little bit over Caitlin Gibson. So Gibson putting in a heck of a push there on lap 4, but not able to keep that same intensity on lap 5. Kelsey Dyer, maybe her training over the winter is really starting to kick in because she's kicking in the afterburners here.
She felt the pressure and picked up the lap time.
I think she might have, but you know, don't count out Caitlin Gibson yet. You know, she's still there. They still got some time left. She can pull back in and possibly make that pass at the end.
Yeah, and hanging tough back there in third, it is Emily Young out of Orange Park, Florida. She's still within striking distance. If we see a battle for the lead, you never know. We could see some contact made, just the slightest little stumbles, and she could work her way back in and battle for one of those top 2 spots. But right now it is the number 10 of Kelsey Dyer out of Quincy, Illinois, and the number 16 out of Northport Richey, Florida, Caitlin Gibson. And again, the number 19 of Emily Young out of Orange Park, Florida, in third. On the line there, we see our...
the white flag is
it looks
out.
to be our 450C, so the white flag is out on this one with 6 laps complete. We'll see a checkered flag and oh, look at this. It's tightened up. They're wheel to wheel. The number 10 of Kelsey Dyer leading the way. The number 16 of Caitlin Gibson in second. Not a slip of paper between them, folks. We're going to see a barn burner here on this last lap of racing action.
Yeah, this one's going to come down to the wire. She's really closing in right now.
You got to feel for Kelsey Dyer at this point. She's led this one from the drop of the gate. Caitlin Gibson is pushed from back in that third place spot. She's up. She's going to try and make the pass, but with only a few corners left, this one's really going to get decided here, folks. We just got 2 or 3 turns left. They're working their way through this rhythm section. She can hear her there. She can feel her there. She leaves the inside open. This is it, the final turn. A couple more jumps. Kelsey Dyer leading the way. She's over. She can see it. It's in hand. The checkered flag, and the number 1 plate goes to Kelsey Dyer. Look at this gap, only 0.4 seconds. That was closed down from 1.9 with a lap to go, so she really did some work there, did Caitlin Gibson, on that last lap of racing action to close that up like she did.
What do we got up next, Josh?
We got the 450C.
That's a full gate of them out there.
That is a full gate, I believe.
Yes, it is, guys. A full gate indeed as they make their way out. Actually, Larry Kendrick took a big win there in the heat race earlier today, and he opens up with another big lead out here as the drop of the gate on this one sends the number 17 out of Earlysville, Virginia, to the front of the pack, but still close in tow. He's got a lot to work with. Brandon O'Park is going to be one to keep an eye on, the 523 who finished up second in that heat race. We'll see whether or not he's able to muster up what we saw there the first time out. Kendrick, again, if you remember earlier, Josh, had a fairly strong ride in this 450C class. As we said, he's just moving up from the youth ranks, and to see this kind of action out of him right off the bat is pretty exciting for sure.
Yeah, he's a very solid rider for being a C-class rider, so probably look for big things out of him in the future.
Almost definitely. He's got a brother also that races as well, and these guys, both very fast riders, a lot of fun to watch on the racetrack, and then just the progression that we've seen out of these 2 kids has been phenomenal. As we wrap up the first lap, we got Kendrick out front, Schrock in second, Nick Crawford, the 37 in the number 3 spot. David Schrock, by the way, the 383. He took 7th out there in his qualifier, so obviously he's feeling pretty stoked about the way things are going right now. Brian Wood, the 329, is 4th place right now. Travis Jumper in 5th. Vinny Spada Vecchia is the 6th place ride. Travis Lattenville in 7th. 8th is Tyler Rager. Matt Wegrin in the number 9 spot, and Jacob Newcomer rounding out your top 10. And it's still Kendrick out front, but things are starting to tighten up there a little bit, a little further back. That 37 getting in the action for 2nd place, it looks like. David Schrock a little bit under pressure, guys.
Yeah, it's turning into a pretty good battle right there, Rodney. You know, Larry Kendrick put in a really good first 2 laps. Looks like he got almost 4.5-second lead. Oh, no. Kendrick with a stall.
Was that our leader?
Yes.
That's a heartbreaker right there for Kendrick if he stalls it out there. So we're going to see yellow flags. And if that's the case, we're going to open.
That is a
the door.
heartbreaker right there.
Yeah, I mean, and both you guys, I'm sure, have been in that situation or circumstance before. It's got to be extremely frustrating.
No, that's not him. Is that him? Oh.
So we'll pick back up with the action, try to get her all sorted out for you as we wrap up lap number 3 here. We'll reset the order for you. It is the...
Is that Nick Crawford in the lead now?
I believe that might be. Yes, that's what I was looking at, the 37 machine.
Right
He'd gotten around David Schrock there, and he takes over the lead. That puts David Schrock now in the number 2 spot. As we said, Kendrick had stalled out, so he's dropping off pace, and he's gone back at least as far as 6th or 7th place position. We got Schrock, Brian Wood, Travis Jumper, Tyler Rager there in that number 5 spot. Travis Lattonville is 6th place. Vinny Spadavecchia in the number 7 spot. We're looking at Kendrick back up in the number 8 position. And knowing that you had that number 1 plate in your hands like that, what a heartbreaker. I mean, this isn't just a moto where he gets to go out and have a little bit of redemption. There is no redemption after this one.
Where did he fall back down to?
8th place position.
I wouldn't count him out, Rodney.
Yeah, Nick Crawford has a pretty good lead right now. The rider you see in 2nd place on your screen is actually number 91. Matt, I can't even say it. I'm really bad at that. It's Matt, but he's the lap down. So Nick Crawford with a really good lead now. Looks like about 4 seconds over David Schrock.
Well, certainly making for an interesting battle, I think, will be the lap traffic that these riders are coming up on. And it brings up a pretty good point to ponder. Talking about Larry Kendrick, he was 8th place a lap ago. He's gaining time. He lost quite a bit of time, but he's still running the fastest laps on the racetrack right now at 55 seconds. He's a full 5 seconds faster than 7th, 6 seconds faster than 6th. So in theory, guys, he should be able to move up through the pack. Now, obviously, it's going to be tough for him to get up front and challenge for a win, but he does have a little bit of redemption time for himself.
He does have some time, because how many laps is this race? It's another 7-lap race.
Yes, 7 laps.
So he's got just under 3 laps to go. Depending on how good he is at using the entire track and finding new lines, that's where we'll see just how good of a racer he actually is.
Right on. He's got some good, I think, some good core values with him as far as his racing is concerned. He grew up through some of the last couple of years in the youth ranks, so he is he's progressing, I should say, quite nicely through here. So keep an eye out on Kendrick, and believe it or not, he still has only made up to 3 seconds behind the 7th place ride. So there was a pretty large gap between 7th and 8th. So he's had a long road to hoe, so to speak.
He does.
So Nick Crawford, the 37 out of Monahans, Texas. That is your leader out there. The 37 is brought to us by Crawford Motorsports, Lobo Transport, and Gold Speed Products, a Suzuki rider. He's 16. He finished 6th in his heat race earlier. So talk about things turning around for him. That's how wild things can be, and especially in these novice classes, how inconsistent they can be as well.
Larry Kendrick back there, they're showing some shots of him on the track. He's just slashing through the field, it looks like. A couple turns, made a couple passes. You know,
well,
expect to see him jump up a couple spots here this lap. Oh, yeah, up to 6th place, moved up 2 spots on that 1 lap.
Well, it took him a while to get in position. He had a big gap in between himself and that 7th place position. It took him a lap or so to bridge that gap, and then another lap to actually get around. So we might start seeing some progression. He's got only 1.7 seconds behind Lanville for 5th, so I'm assuming that he should be working on 5th place right now if he's not already around him, and then quickly to Tyler Rager, who's going to be in trouble pretty quick too, as he was only 2.5 seconds ahead of the 5th place ride. So Larry Kendrick still got some ground to make up and time to make it up in 7 laps down now as Nick Crawford takes the checker flag and the win. Kendrick, I believe, is going to run out of some time, but I believe he might still be able to get another lap or 2, and that's going to show a lot as far as what kind of heart and desire he's got coming up for the 2017 season. How did that all pan out for him right there? We got Crawford out front. He's going to take
he moved up to third.
the number one position, Brian Wood in second. Look at that, Larry Kendrick all the way up to third. That's impressive.
That is impressive. He only had a couple laps to do it, and he got himself back up, at least into a podium position.
You know, his lap times were on point the whole moto there. I mean, he was running very consistent lap times other than the one little hiccup mistake there he had where he stalled out. You know, that turn down there, that's the third or fourth person I've seen stall out in that one turn.
It's a tough corner. I mean, that corner is coming right up over that big roller, and there's deep ruts there, and right after a whoop section. So there's a lot of factors that play into that corner.
A lot of speed coming in and trying to shift down with those whoops. You know, it just might not get downshift in there and stall out.
Well, Pro-Am coming up next. We got the 22 of Zach Harris. We got the 24 of Alan Myers, David Selecki, the 26. Brad Reilly, who was racing motorcycles yesterday on the 27. Tyler Turner, the 28. 135 Hayden Mickelson, 301 Cody Gifford, 798 Drake Colin. Gifford got the win in this one earlier today. He actually got the whole shot on the 301, and it's looking like he may have done it yet again. He has. He's grabbing the early lead in this one, and this is a case where, man, he's riding a big wave of confidence right now in this Pro-Am class. And even though it is a Pro-Am class, once you get the confidence in your corner, man, it's hard to knock you off that pedestal.
You know, here comes Hayden Mickelson. Hayden Mickelson started out about fourth around the first turn there, made a couple of good moves, got right up in second place, and now he's pressuring the leader.
Well, Hayden Mickelson is touted as being probably one of the contenders heading into this season for 2017. Actually finished sixth during the heat race. I don't know what happened, but right here he goes straight to the front of the pack as he gets together a little bit with Cody. Cody has to let off, and Hayden Mickelson takes over the number one spot now with that first lap of racing in the books. Cody Gifford is second. David Selecki out of Canada. This kid is going to be one to watch. He is in third place. Alan Myers, another one to watch in fourth. Brad Reilly, who raced two-wheel supercross yesterday in the amateur race, in fifth. Drake Coling, 798, had some bike issues, a crash, if you remember right, out there in sixth place. And Zach Harris is your seventh place ride.
You know, I was watching Hayden in practice this morning. He was looking really smooth out there. In that heat race, he actually got a little crossed up and got tangled up on a hay bale, and that's how he was back there. But he put on a real good charge after that. He's been looking fast all day other than that one little mistake. But right now, man, he's on it. He's looking smooth. He's pulling away. Looks like he's just going for the win on this. He looks ready for this season.
If anybody wants a piece of Hayden Mickelson, they better get on it because he's charging hard right now.
He is, and that's a very good point. I tell you, Hayden had some great things already in his corner. Late last year, I actually did an interview with him. You can go on the Quad Radio Facebook page and find it there. But talking about late last year, you know, they wasn't expecting any big changes in their program. And at the end of the season, the team owner comes to him and said that we got some big changes. We're going to be doing some reshuffling. And in the shuffling process, actually, the Mickelson brothers got split up. Noah went with Ford Brothers Racing out of Texas. Hayden went with the Elka Maxis Liquid Ridge team there, a Honda team out of North Carolina, Phoenix Racing, the one with Joel Hetrick on the head of that. But, of course, then after that, we heard that Davey Hogsma decided that he was going to leave ATV racing and focus on some side-by-side and some car stuff out on the West Coast. That left an opening on the Phoenix Racing team, and with the brothers being separated like that, the team owners got together. They said, you know, I think it'd be in the best interest if we could get them together. So they made out a deal, and they moved Noah over to North Carolina, and that opened up another spot on the Ford Brothers Racing team. And it just kind of worked out for everyone, I think. And you can see, knowing that Hayden had already some great things in his corner and a lot of good talent in his back pocket. He's got the right equipment. He's riding basically the same machines that Joel Hetrick's racing out there. So, I mean, he's got the right equipment. He's got the right attitude and the right combination, man. We're, like you said, I think you're right. If you want a piece of him, you better get out there and get it soon because he's not going to be easy to track down as the season wears on.
Nope. Cody Gifford's not letting him go. Cody's actually hanging right there with him right now.
And Cody's kind of another inspiration, if you will. Cody's always been that kind of rider that's been a nice, strong A-class rider. I mean, you watched him run through the ranks and everything, and he always had that little, it seemed like that edge of possibility he was skating on there for so long, and you'd see some glimpses of it, but I really didn't recognize maybe how much work he put in this offseason until today. And you're absolutely right. When he got out there earlier today, passed into the lead right off the bat and then led that one away to the finish, Cody Gifford opened up my eyes and made me remember, yes, this kid is a player.
Yeah, he's looking really smooth right now and really fast. I mean, he's definitely not giving up on this one. Looks like he's going to push to the end, trying to catch back up to Hayden.
He's keeping him honest, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, as we look back a little further, Selecki still in third. Fourth place, Alan Myers, another rider that a lot of folks are expecting some big things. He came out of the youth ranks straight into the A ranks and actually won some championships. He won some championships under Travis Moore and the 969 Motorsports team back a couple of years ago in the youth ranks. They moved to the A ranks, right straight to the A out of the youth, and a lot of people question whether or not that was a good move. Myers was able to answer that with a resounding yes, and as he starts out fourth place in the Pro-Am class, only a couple of years out of youth class racing, youth division racing, I think this kid's got a bright future himself.
Yeah. David Selecki has his hands full right now with Alan Myers. Alan Myers is all over him, just pressuring him in every turn.
He's using every bit of the track to try to pass, that's for sure. So that's good to see that people are using the entire track. That means it's all workable.
Yeah, you're starting to see those secondary lines come into effect now that we're starting to get some ruts in there. So track's just getting better and better and opening up for more passing. So we're going to see some really good racing here going forward.
Pro-Am class right now, 6 laps in the history books as we look at a 7-lap race. White flag is out, 1 to go in the battle back there now for that number 3 spot between Myers and Selecki continues to heat up. Cody Gifford still keeping Hayden Mickelson, your leader, in check out there. As Mickelson, we see there's Gifford not far behind. There's the 301. Low lap traffic in between them. The gap's opened up a little bit, but again, Cody Gifford is to be commended on his ride here this week.
Myers just got him. Looks like Myers just made the pass into third place.
No, I don't think so. He's right on him, though.
Oh, no.
They're going back. I actually think Myers might have already had him for just a second. It looked like he was getting him there a few moments ago in another camera shot, but there they are coming in now. It looks like
couldn't make it happen.
Couldn't make it happen. No, Mickelson, Gifford, Selecki will take third. Alan Myers in fourth place position. Brad Reilly, the 27, in fifth place. Drake Coling is, Reilly was fifth. Coling in sixth. Seventh will be Tyler Turner in eighth spot is Zach Harris. Up next is our junior 25-plus class.
That's a big class.
That is a big class, and we've got some fast riders in this one. A lot of times you see some of those top A-class riders, that maybe don't want to transition to the Pro-Am. So the transitions and so forth, and they oftentimes, instead of going into the Pro-Am or Pro class, they'll go into some of these age classes, and that creates great things out here, I believe. We got the 42 of Gray Parker out of Humboldt, Tennessee, grabbing the early lead in this one. He took a second-place position during the qualifier earlier this morning, but opens up out front now, and that's a great place to be. And as far as first place there, it was Brian Nolt, the 327. And Nolt's one of those riders, guys, he can pass through the crowd, so he's going to be a lot of fun to watch, especially if he's buried a few positions back. He's already passed up to second. Just watched him pass to the number 2 spot from third. He was passing from fourth to third as they were coming through that section a moment ago. So he just passed a couple of guys like Bam Bam, and now he's got set in his sights the 42, Gray Parker, who's leading this race, at least at the moment. Round for 1 lap complete now. We'll pick it up here. It is out front, and the gap's looking like this. Gray Parker with only a 7/10 of a second lead over Brian Nolt. Chad Reed 1 second ahead is behind Brian Nolt. Then behind Chad Reed is Kalafi Alarisi and Khalif, rather. Khalifi is actually, we talked about him earlier, the rider from over Dubois. He's the international superstar, if you will, from over in that way. It says he races in Kuwait and different countries like that. There's like 7 different countries. But his first trip ever to the United States, and we saw some great runs out of him earlier this morning. Ed Franco in the number 5 spot. Christopher Fellers is 6th. John Jones in 7th. Cole Wirtz is 8th. Ed Hetty in 9th. Robert Vega rounds out your top 10.
Looks like Khalifi had the pass on Chad Reed there. Goes all over the bike, and Chad didn't actually end up getting him back. So see if Khalifi can regain his speed and momentum after that and get back up there.
Well, I tell you, I know that you often wonder whenever someone comes from a visiting ATV motocross series what the skill levels and things like are. And I'm not taking anything away from some of the other racing, but oftentimes when people come here, they'll say, wow, they're pro, I might be a C rider by compared to what you guys are. And oftentimes they are a good, strong B rider or something, but they just feel so overwhelmed that actually Khalifi came in here was feeling a little bit overwhelmed, but obviously when the gate dropped, it all stops, man. All the BS stops, and it's all about the racing at that point, and the racer mentality comes out, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, you never know when the guys come from overseas what they're going to be when they show up here.
They could be our worst nightmare or their worst nightmare.
Yeah, and especially, they see us as the pinnacle of the ATV racing sport here in America. So they come over here and it's an eye opener, and it's a big jump for them. So I mean, sometimes they get nervous and they choke a little bit. Other times they come over and they can win a race. So looks like Brian Nolt's still in the lead. Chad Reed's in second, and Trey Parker's in third right now.
So no up to the front of the pack. We see some yellow flags out there. Again, noting that yellow flags, no jumping, no passing. So they're past the incident in the amateur classes. It's a little different, as we said, the pro class. But it's all for safety reasons. And speaking of safety, just got to tip our hat to the Daytona International Speedway Fire and Rescue for once again being on hand and treating these riders. There is Khalifi now, I believe, holding on to a sixth-place position as he's dropped back just a little bit. So, as much as anything, I think that the motos, he starts out strong. I imagine he stay here for a couple of races, get a little bit of training under his belt. He could be a lot of fun to watch here at American Motocross.
Oh, yeah, definitely. One of the things about this AMA Supercross track here is there's nowhere to rest. A lot of this is a lot different than in the normal motocross races we go to and attend. You get some straightaways where you can rest. Here, there's just nowhere to rest. It's jump after jump, and turn after turn, especially with the track conditions being choppy and rough with the moisture in it. These guys, some of them get, they're not quite ready for this. It's almost coming into one of the rougher races of the year with nowhere to rest. So,
well, Chad Reed is starting to apply a little bit of pressure, I believe, to Brian Nolt, your leader out there, the 327, if I'm looking at this right. And there they go, nose to tail around some lap traffic.
Okay.
This will be for lap 5 complete. So they've got a couple of laps left to go. This one could eat up quite a bit, guys.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Just like I was saying about the track conditions, could be eating into this a little bit. Maybe Brian Note's been out front leading. Now it's getting a little bit tired, and Chad Reed has the endurance and the shape to make the pass. He's going for it. He's looking for lines all over the track. You see him jumping in, jumping out, taking the alternate line, but there's a lapped rider there stalled out that he got held up behind. He lost some ground that lap. So see if he can come back from that if there's enough time, this next lap.
It amazes me how much work the track crew put into this track. There's 2 spots that I see where you could see that there was a piece of equipment on this. The rest of the track has been used and abused all the way across.
But that's also making for some great racing. Just those secondary lines opening up just make it that much better for racing. If track crew wouldn't have done the work they have done and they got the track as dry as they've got it, we wouldn't be seeing these passes. It would be really boring. So it's a good thing they do such a great job out here, to keep the racing really interesting.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
We got some of the best guys on equipment that are trying to make this track to be the best it can, and I think they did a very good job overnight, all day so far, and thankfully Mother Nature decided to move out, and we got nothing but sunny skies right now.
And look at Chad Reed catching right back up to Brian Note. He's closing the gap quite a bit for how much he lost for getting stuck behind that lap rider. To see if there's enough time.
Last lap, we probably may run out of time, but Chad has made some pretty quick gains pretty quickly. He was right on the rear wheels.
He's going for it. He's right there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a close one.
And it looks like Nolt's going to be able to hang on to it, man.
Yeah.
But don't count out Chad Reed, 0.9.
Yeah.
Less than a second behind Brian Nolt.
He was actually
checker flag.
He was actually 2 seconds, almost, or a second and a half faster that last lap. So, I mean, he definitely had some speed out there, just got a little hung up behind that lap rider.
Gray Parker finds some issues there on the final lap as well. So he'll fall back to the number 4 spot. Ed Franco takes over number 3 position. Gray Parker will finish up in 4th, looking for Ethan Kepper to round out your top 5.
You know, Ed Franco came all the way from New Mexico down here. That's pretty good haul.
Yeah.
You know, I see him at some of the local races by me out in California all the time, and it's good to see someone make the drive out here and participate in this great event.
Yeah, it is. That says a lot about the prestige of this event. A majors event like it is, you get a national number, the majors number 1 plate from the American Motorcyclists Association. It is held in the highest regards as far as titles and championships are concerned. Even though it is kind of a one-off race, the AMA puts a lot of stock into this one, and it carries a lot of weight whenever you go to talk to your sponsors. You say, I've got a majors championship from Daytona International Speedway, that's for sure.
Yeah, that definitely does mean something. It's great to see another championship that you can get that means something to take home. You know, especially at Daytona, it's such a prestigious place, and whenever you win here, it means something.
It does. It really, really does. College 16 to 24-year-old class coming up next. Jacob Stevens, the 21 out of Fogelsville, Pennsylvania. Ford Brothers Racing. Speaking of Ford Brothers, he's part of that team. Baldwin Motorsports, JB Racing, Maxxis, JSR, and Moto Designs. He took the win out there in the early day race, the qualifying race, I guess you could call it. Jack Kirkland took 2nd aboard the 35. He's a West Florida battery-backed rider. He's also backed by Walsh Racecraft and Axis and Fly. As far as 3rd place is concerned, we saw that Michael Perkins, the 94 out of Tennyson, Indiana, Media All-Stars rider, took that spot. Martin Gramigna took 4th aboard the 823 out of Branson, Florida, on a HYL MD Calco's Multimedics back machine. And as far as 5th place was concerned, Michael Govan, the 13. He's out of Lemecue. I believe that's up someplace there in Canada, but
New Brunswick. We went over this, Rodney. Come on.
what was it, New Brunswick?
Yeah.
Isn't that Rhode Island?
No, New Brunswick. That's up on the northeast side of Maine, actually.
And that is Canada, right?
Yep, Canada. Yep.
Canada. So New Brunswick, and you know that's pretty neat. We don't really put into perspective we know the United States is big, but you know whenever you talk about Quebec and New Brunswick and all these different regions in Canada, it's a pretty big place.
Canada is a massive country.
You got to turn it on. They're saying we didn't have a mic that worked at the podium. That I was just trying to show them. That's what I was talking about. We didn't have the battery powered up. So if they want to come grab this mic again, we got them covered there. I'll turn it on for them. But we're coming up next with this college class. Now, this is another one of those stepping stone classes, kind of speak. Some of these guys stepping into the A class, some B class riders in this one testing their skills against some A class riders. Some riders wanting to move up in rank, others just wanting to race the best competition they have available. And I think this college 16 to 24 class probably is about the best for that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you know, the age classes are really good for some of these guys to get some more track time and more experience out there racing. And, you know, you kind of get the mix of different skill levels too, so it helps those guys that want to test their skill levels against someone that might be faster. So age classes are always a great class to watch, because I mean you see guys sometimes come out and step it up that might be B rider out there racing with the A rider, and all of a sudden next thing you know that picks up their speed. So it's a good stepping stone, like you said, for some of these guys to get some more track time and more experience. And
now, we've seen you race some age classes recently, haven't we?
Yeah, I actually did a race one here 2 years ago at the inaugural event. Came out here and raced the plus 30, and I was kind of thinking about coming out and racing plus 40 this year, since I just barely squeaked in 40 right before this event, but didn't quite
that was a
happen.
competitive class.
I know.
He was nervous. That's why he didn't show up.
I attended all the races last year, you know, and I watched the plus 30 and plus 40 classes, and man, some of those guys just battle, you know, and they are serious about it.
They are. They take it as serious as any pro rider you see out there, and you know, I mean, it's a pride thing for those guys, man. I mean, they aren't going to win any big contracts. They aren't going to win any big money, man. It all becomes about the heart and desire at that point. And you know, contracts is one thing and money is one thing, but man, whenever you get heart and desire mixed into it, that's a whole new beast you got to battle out there.
Yeah, it definitely is, you know, but it makes it a lot of fun. I think, you know, there's a lot of rivalry out there between the age guys too, you know. I know a couple of them, and I always hear them talking smack on each other.
Any of them ever call you out yet? They're scared to, aren't they?
I get a couple of them here and there, you know. It's a lot of those guys are pretty serious, and they ride a lot, and I have a hard time finding time to ride, so I get the go out there and push hard as I can for a couple laps till I can't see some blue in the face, you know, but I have a lot of fun.
Corey, are you really almost 40? Are you just turned 40 years old?
Just turned 40, yeah.
Wow, man, I didn't realize that, and I'm not calling that old, dude. I'm 48, so, I mean, 40 to me is still very, very young, but looking at the big picture, man, I mean, I look back on the history of it. You were a mainstay, a staple in the sport of ATV motocross when I first started coming in here, man. I mean, you were a young kid, basically, at that time, working your way into the pro ranks, and if I remember right, man, you were probably one of the most innovative pro riders that I'd ever seen. I mean, you always came with the outside sponsors. You had new cars, wild things. I mean, whenever Corey Ellis rolled into the pits, man, you knew it was a show coming into town, man.
Yeah, we always had fun. That's not one way to explain it, too. But
I remember one year, Loretta Lynn's, did you not buy a pool to bring and fill up and have a big pool party out there in the pro pits?
Yeah, we started the annual pool party. Pat Brown was along with that back in the day, and I think Chad brought it back the last couple of years as well too. So, you know, it was something fun we just did with the heat, trying to cool off and make it a little fun and interesting.
There we see folks waving back to the folks back home. We see you on there. Hello from Racer TV and all of us here at Daytona to everybody out in TV land and all across the globe. Got a nice crowd showing up here. The sunshine seemed to bring a lot more folks out. When I did opening ceremonies, the fans were kind of sparse. Of course, we were in amongst between some changes and stuff. But, man, I tell you, heard a lot of great radio advertising. And last couple of years, we've had some magnificent crowd turnouts. We got another great crowd turnout this year. ATV Supercross really seems to fit the bill here. I mean, four-wheel racing, it makes sense at the World Center of Racing, to be honest with you.
Exactly. I don't know why it hasn't been here longer.
And who doesn't want to go to Florida in the winter?
Exactly. That's what I'm doing here. Taking a break from the snowstorm that I'm actually going to have to drive home to tomorrow because I can't find a flight.
Well, just wait another day. You're not going to get there.
Wow, I already looked for tickets. Everything's booked till Saturday. You know, everybody's in my boat trying to get home, and I guess I was a little bit late to the gun.
Oh, doggone it. I got stuck in Florida for a few days.
Well, if I didn't have so much work lined up, I'd just stick it out here for a little while. But back to racing with this college 16 to 24.
There they go. The gate is down on this one as we roll into that first turn. Now, who's going to sort this one out front? Again, we're watching Jacob Stevens, the 21 machine. And 21 is working his way into the front of the pack, and there he is. He takes over the lead now.
Well, he tried to take over the lead.
Yeah. He got that taken right away from him.
We got the guy who got the whole shot. He can't get a number on him.
Number flapping around there.
I want to say it's
21 in the lead. Yeah, Jacob Stevens. Looks like he made the pass.
Well, Stevens made the pass now.
Yeah, so we can quit talking about that guy for a minute.
The guy that we don't know who he is, he's the guy who got the whole shot.
Yeah, so as we round the finish line for the first time, we'll set them in order for you like this. It is 21 Jacob Stevens, Michael Perkins, the 94 in second, Kirkland Jack in the number 3 spot, Martin Gramigna in the number 4 spot. Then we've got Kenneth Payne, the Payne train.
Kenneth Payne had the whole shot.
Kenny, I believe, might have been the one that grabbed that whole shot out of Butler, Tennessee. Then we got Troy Hunt in 6th, Michael Gobbin in 7th, Cody Lincoln 8th, Alex Gillette 9th, and Nick Mathard in the number 10 spot. All right, up front, here it is. The battle's, Jacob Stevens, a little bit of a mistake there. Opens up there for, looks like Michael Perkins to take over the lead now on board the 94 machine. But look out, here comes Kirkland Jack as well as he's smells blood and the water. They're side by side, and Jacob Stevens goes to the inside, trying to make that work. He gains a lot of ground, but not enough to make the pass, but maybe solidify the second place position.
And Michael Perkins down that straightaway just changed up his line, went from one side to the other. He's using the whole track to stay ahead. Oh, Jacob Stevens goes down.
Wasn't looking forward to that.
Man.
We're going to see those whoops get a little bit nastier today. We can see them now. You know, they're cupping out a little bit. That's the one spot that the track crew doesn't go and fix. And they're getting that little square edge cup in the bottom of them, and you really got to be ready for it when your bike gets in there. And obviously, Jacob Stevens wasn't quite ready for that one.
And one thing to point out, too, with track like this is it can change one lap to the next. It doesn't necessarily take a moto or two for this track to change. It's actually doing it every lap.
Yeah, one lap to the next. I mean, you got soft Florida soil out here. It's almost like snowmobile racing. Not quite as bad, but almost.
Well, we got a battle for the lead now between Perkins and that 35 machine of Kirkland Jack. They're side by side basically as we still got the yellows out, and I believe that he's still trying to fire that machine up. A lot of heartbreaker there for your early leader in this one, man.
Yeah, it's good to see Jacob Stevens got up and is actually on the bike, trying to start to get going again after that nasty crash.
Well, that'll drop Stevens all the way back to 10th place, so he's a lap down now, and that's, again, a heartbreaker. Lap times right now for your front runners, Michael Perkins and Kirkland Jack. They're in that 53-second range, within 0.3 of each other. So we may be witnessing a pretty good battle that is yet to complete itself.
The pros aren't running any sort of extra section on this track, correct?
No, they're not.
They're not. So these lap times are only a couple seconds off of the pro times, which is actually pretty impressive for a 16 to 24 class.
Yeah.
That's where we get into the account where we were talking about those A classes. Some of those riders are dabbling in that before they either go pro sport or pro am or something like that sometimes. And then some of them may be fast enough, but just don't have the resources maybe to chase a Pro-Am or Pro Championship.
And our leader out here is actually one of the youngest guys out there. He's Kirkland Jack. He's only 17 years of age, and he's throwing down fast times like that. So he's obviously a rider with some very good potential.
Yeah, he has some great potential. We've watched him over the last few years progress as well. He's the man with two first names. I don't know whether to call him Kirkland or to call him Jack. I thought it was Jack Kirkland at first, but it's actually Kirkland Jack. And anyway, Kirkland is, he's going to be one to keep an eye on. He is making a lot of waves out there, and especially here today at Daytona ATV Supercross, he is making a name for himself and looking for a majors #1 plate and a trip to the podium to talk with Kevin Bailey, who we'll be doing some of here in the near future. I think we're going to start catching up with all of our winners now.
Yeah, Kirkland Jack's really putting in some good laps right now and stretching that lead out. He has a 5-second lead over Michael Perkins, so he's really doing some work right now. But the battle, for second, third, and fourth is all right there. Those guys are charging pretty hard.
So right now, folks,
Kirkland Jack's looking really smooth. He's looking really good. I think he has his win. White flag's out, lap to go, 5-second lead. I think he's already holding that #1 plate.
Well, I think so too. He just opened up his lead to 6.2 seconds over Michael Perkins. Perkins 4 seconds ahead of Martin Gramigna. And how about Alex Gillette? Alex had a DNF, if I'm not mistaken, in this. Actually got scored for 10th. This is one he must have been able to finish, but he got 10th place in this one. But he also was hauled off the racetrack a little earlier today. So Alex has got a little redemption going on for himself as he's 4th place at the moment.
He's had a bit of a tough day, Alex Gillette. He, all the races that he's had so far, he's had a little bit of bad luck, but looks to be turning it around now.
Yeah, that was qualifiers and heat races. We'll see if the mains are any better for him.
That's the good and the bad about this Supercross format is you can have a bad heat race and just get a bad gate pick, but you get a good start in that main event, and you can be a champion.
Exactly.
But it can also get the reverse of that and have an issue and win your heat race and not be the champion. So
exactly.
Definitely good and bad, but Kirkland Jack, out there throwing down a win, and taking home a #1 championship.
That's got to feel pretty good. So he gets him an AMA major title plate, the #1 plate coming to Kirkland Jack out of Newport Richey, Florida. Lap time 54.827 on that final lap. We got senior 40-plus class riders coming up next for race number 8. And we're going to head down to the podium where our good friend Mr. Kevin Bailey standing by to congratulate our winners. Oh, a little trouble off the start. We'll catch up with the podium here in just a second. A little trouble off the start there. And as they get it sorted out there, it looks like the #6, B.J. Sosa, be tangled up in that one. Is that 142, quite possibly, of Shane Foxwell out of Cambridge, Maryland? Wow, Foxwell actually won his heat race out there a little bit ago, so that's a heartbreaker. Right there, this guy to keep an eye on, though, and to watch out for. Walsh and BCS back Can-Am rider out of Sibley, Missouri, talking about Merle Croce, a former mainstay in 40 and 30-plus racing here in ATV motocross racing. He's kind of been a hit-and-miss rider, but, man, every time he comes, he brings it with him. Everything, all the competitiveness and all the hunger and desire that he left on the racetrack the time before.
You know, Rodney, you was talking about how these guys put everything out there in this plus 40 class. You saw 3 guys down in the first turn. Man, those guys are pushing. They don't care about how old they are. They want to win. These guys have some desire.
Yep.
You know. Looks like Lane Coyle is out there in 3rd place, just a few seconds behind Jason Porter. All right, Merrill Cross still out in the lead. Looks like it has about he had a 4.5 second lead coming that last lap, waiting for Jason Porterfield to come around and check his lap time now. So,
bumped it out to a 10-second lead already. Wow. So Merrill Croce is on rails out there.
Yeah, Lane Coyle only a second behind 3rd place, behind the 2nd place rider. You know, that looks like it's going to be shaping up to be a pretty good battle here in 2nd. But man, Merrill Cross just doing some work, pulling away with the gigantic lead in this plus 40 class as everybody else battles behind him.
Well, if I had to be out on the track today, I'd like to be in his shoes, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's
clean air.
Look at him riding the wheelie down
Riding wheelies down the straightaway. He's having a good old time out there.
He's having definitely some fun. He's definitely ready for this race.
Yep.
He's looking good.
And we go back to the fact that this is 40 plus, so he is, he's throwing out 56-second lap times, which is only a few seconds off of the pro time. So really, he's in pretty good shape for a 40-plus-year-old.
Yeah, you know, they're 3 laps in this 7-lap race, so still about halfway right now. So I mean, he's looking really good. I mean, he's riding that bike. He's definitely been training over this winter and ready for this race.
Well, you know, he is on a BCS Can-Am. I can vouch that that is a good machine for him because I rode one for 3 years, and I never had any issues. I had a great time on that bike as well.
Yeah, look at the battle going on right there. For that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place. All those guys in one big group.
Yeah, this is definitely a battle.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, you know. Seen a few guys get hung up in the turn and block everybody, and those positions can change very quickly.
As we see right there.
Right there, you know, Lane Coyle moves right in 2nd place.
Had a little malfunction, whether he has bike problems or he stalled, but unfortunately he drops out of that #2 spot, or #3 spot.
I believe Lane Coyle was your plus 30 champion from last year, or plus 40 champion.
Yeah, I think it was plus 40 champion last year. He did double duty last year with GNCC. I think he won his GNCC last year and this year, and he comes out here again this year winning the GNCC in hopes of winning this senior 40-plus class. And, man, he's right there in the thick of things.
Yeah, you know, Michael's behind him, and Michael's really pressuring him now. Oh, Michael just made the pass on him, looks like. Lane drops back to third again.
Wow. Look at that, though. Merle Kroos has a 22-second lead.
Yeah.
That's a half a lap lead over everyone on the racetrack
I
right
think
now.
we need to check his ID.
I think so, too. I'm not sure if that's actually him under that helmet. He just ran a 55.
Yeah.
Now, was it a 55-second lap time his last one?
55 seconds last time around.
At least now he's kind of calming down a little bit, throwing it back to a 58. Try to have a little bit of sympathy for these guys behind you. But he might be out front, but we got plenty of racing going on behind him.
Look at this battle for second right now. Reilly and Coyle side by side. There's no nose to tail on that. They're drag racing to that finish line right now.
Looks like Reilly might have an issue. He's made a couple of mistakes there the last couple laps, and I don't know. Seemed like he had a couple of issues there.
Wow, we got that 64 of Jay Viola now catching up to these. So it's a three-way battle for the number 2 spot. And all the while, there goes Merle Kroos, 26 seconds ahead last time around. He turned to 58 and a half, a 55 and a half the time before that. He's getting slow now, 59.3.
Yeah, well, it's understandable. He's out on a Sunday cruise on a Tuesday.
The white flag's out, so, I mean, he can just probably about push it in from here.
Yep.
I wonder how many senior 40-plus class regulars are at home saying, God, I hope Merle don't race the whole year this year. I'd say Corey's probably thinking that if he's thinking about racing.
I'm kind of glad I didn't show up now.
Merle's, as I always said, Merle's my hero. Merle Kroos is my hero. Merle Kroos right there. And that's why, man. I mean, he is a picture of health and just strength and just crazy fast all at the same time.
This is kind of what we saw a few years back when Travis Spada was running, trying to basically run every class possible.
Yeah.
Pretty much what people saw when he hit the track too.
Yeah.
a lot of rear number plate.
Yeah, Merle Cross right there crossing the finish line, taking home that number 1 championship plate. He has to be happy with that. He definitely has nothing to complain about this year.
One of the very few Can-Ams left on the racetrack these days. You don't see a lot of the Can-Ams anymore.
No,
they haven't been making sport quads for a couple of years, so unfortunately for those folks, but they're still out there, and you can see they still work well.
They're still out there. I know BCS still does a lot of Can-Am motors, a lot of Can-Am parts. Unfortunately, it's just another one of the manufacturers that decided to
side by side
go the other way.
Yeah. Now, and you're a former Can-Am rider yourself, aren't you?
Yep.
And I mean, they had a great machine. There's no doubt about that. It's just
I mean, Can-Am won national championships, a lot of them.
Yep.
And an AMA Pro Championship at that. So obviously the bike was good.
Yep.
Just like I said, unfortunately, it's just another one of the manufacturers that went the other way in the sport.
Well, we certainly hope that turns around. I believe we're going to throw it back down to the podium one more time. They say third time is the charm, and so does Miss Quad Chelsea, our producer here today. So let's throw it on down to Kevin Bailey at the winner's circle.
All right.
Yay!
Merle Kroos comes up with the win. Merle from Sibley, Missouri. Okay, Merle Kroos coming up here. Not only did you get the win, you got the whole shot too. So Bell Helmets is presenting you a $100 check. I'm sure that'll help defray the cost of coming down here, or at least some liquid libations afterwards.
That's right.
All right, and so I'd like to throw it out there for your sponsors.
BCS for sure. He's got that Can-Am dialed in. I pulled every whole shot on all races I've been in today. Makes it real easy. Walsh takes care of me and SSI Graphics.
And that's about it, huh? Hey, that's all right. You got a whole long season ahead of you, so hopefully this is a good start for it.
Yeah, it's a great start.
All right, thank you very much. Merle Kroos with a win. Oh,
congratulations to my hero, Merle Kroos there.
I've done it twice now. Let's bring up Mike Pelletier with a major event award. Your #1 Supercross plate for 2017. All right, we'll take it back to you over in.
All right, thanks a lot, Kevin. And we are watching right now as the Open C class is out on the racetrack. We got Matt Wegrisen in the position to take the championship here if he can do what he did in the heat race earlier this morning. It's Brandon Crone, though, out front of Hector Taveras. Jeremy Kruger in third place. Quentin Aries is fourth place, and Travis Jumper in fifth place. And I got to say, I don't recognize calling one of those names in years past at any time before today.
Man, Hector Taveras was shot off that start like he was shot out of a cannon. Good thing, I think he shot out there so quick his visor came off his helmet. Good thing he got the whole shot from Bell Helmets. You can go get a new visor for his helmet.
There you go. That'll work out well for him. So things have turned around quite a bit. Your winner in the heat race out there was the number 91. And right now he is back in 8th place position after that first lap of racing. He too on a Can-Am, by the way, like Merle Croce, my hero, a few moments ago. Brandon Crone, the number 11, leading after 2. He's in the 58.7 range for that lap time. He has a 3.4 second lead over Hector Taveras, whom I believe got the whole shot. Jeremy Kruger, the 39 machine, in third place. He's closing up less than a second. It's a battle for the number 2 spot right now, and Brandon Crone may have a little bit of comfort zone there with 3 seconds. 3.5 seconds generally isn't necessarily a big comfort zone, but when you got a battle like what you're seeing between Taveras and Kruger, oftentimes it can be. And it looks like that might actually turn into an even bigger battle than that, as we see the 126 has gotten into the action on this. Quentin Aries as well.
Looks like Jeremy Kruger there made a pass for the second place.
Whoa!
Oh, man.
Was that Aries? Quite possible.
Yeah,
no,
that was
178.
That was Hector.
Ah.
151.
Yeah, he's got the wrong jersey on.
Got the wrong jersey on.
Yeah,
Okay.
he caught me by surprise on the first heat, too.
At least you were paying attention, man.
Well, I knew it because he's the apparently the sun doesn't mess with him, so he took his visor right off.
Look at that, telling him he's got a big lead. Brandon Crone, 6.6 seconds. And in this world, 6.6 seconds still is not a comfortable lead, I don't think sometimes, but halfway through, it's got to make you feel pretty strong with Jeremy Kruger in second, Quentin Aries in third. Travis Jumper has now jumped up to the number 4 spot. Gregory Lombardo is now in 5th. Joe Kaiser, the number 5, is 6th. Travis Lattenville in 7th. Matt Wegrisen in 8th place. Still no change there. Jacob Newcomer, the 88, in 9th. And Luke Burmeister rounds out your top 10.
You know, one thing in this C class, you can never count any of these guys out. You just never know what can happen. The lead can change or positions can change at any point.
Yeah, and Taveras figured that out the hard way there as he took the tough and tumble spill. He dropped from a battle for 3rd place all the way back to the number 12 position there on lap number 3.
Well, you know, at least in between those, in between the lanes there, it's some soft dirt.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not so bad when you fall down right now.
Not so bad at all. Brandon Crone, Jeremy Kruger, Quentin Aries, Lombardo, and Kaiser, your top 5. And for those of you folks, I don't know if you heard this, but you know, underneath all this dirt right here, they came in a few weeks ago and they constructed a track under this track, then put the Supercross track. They've actually got a TT course designed and laid out underneath this track. They're going to peel all the dirt off of and have that one exposed here for Thursday racing leading into the Daytona 200. TT returns to Daytona Bike Week, man, and that to me is very monumental. I come down here, when I first started coming, I come down for the flat track and stuff like that. I didn't realize all this other stuff was going on. And to see TT involved here at the Speedway, I'm super stoked on that for sure.
Oh yeah, you know, TT racing is pretty awesome to watch. You know, back in the ATV, early days of ATV motocross, it was ATV and TT racing. You had to do both to be a Grand National champion. So, you know, I grew up in Washington, and Castle Rock was up there, and I used to watch Brian Carr and all those guys race TT. And it's pretty amazing to watch some of those guys throw those bikes in on the hard pack. You know, it's definitely takes some skill. They're definitely a creature of their own.
They are. There's no doubt about that. So we got Brandon Crone still leading after 5, rolling through 6. He's opened that gap up to 11. I can call that comfortable now, I think.
That's a comfortable gap.
That's comfortable.
Yeah.
11 seconds. That gets to be comfortable with only a couple of laps left to go. Kruger is still in second. Quentin Aries in the number 3 spot.
He's out.
4 places, Gregory Lombardo and Joe Sizer is the 5th place position. Travis Latville in 6th. 7th is Travis Jumper. Matt Wagsman holds steady in 8th. You got to hand it to him. He stayed consistent there in that drop of the gate. Then newcomer in 9th, and Jacob Allison rounding out your top 10 there.
And I think Brandon Crow watched that last plus 40 heat race and our main event and just said, hey, that looks like a good idea to me. I'm just going to get out there and get out front and put in a gigantic lead and just take an easy win.
So Tavares going to get the whole shot award. Little redemption out of all that, but he's 12th place on the track right now, so that's a heartbreaker for him. But he does get $100 from Bell Helmets. That's the cool thing.
That's always nice to get a little extra cash after a fall like that.
Yeah.
Walks away with something at least.
Yeah.
Hopefully he remembers why he got it. I don't think he went down that hard, but
No.
I've seen it happen before. Guys probably not even remember the race day. What do you mean I got the whole shot? What whole shot?
Brandon Crow just crossed the finish line there for the number 1 plate.
Oh, man, that's got to be a great feeling, man. He had 15 seconds going into that last lap, and you got to wonder if he thought, I'm a majors champion. I'm going to win Daytona. I'm going to win the ATV Supercross, man. And that's bragging rights.
Yeah, definitely is.
It is.
That's a cool plate they got, too. They developed for this, just that.
And it's kind of similar to what you see on the national two-wheel side of thing. They have the 5 majors in the national, where we have the 1 majors right now and our national championship. But regardless, it'd be nice to see, as ATV racing hopefully progresses in the future, that maybe we'll start seeing a lot more major events throughout the season. I know, like the Edge of Summer Motocross event, that would be a great majors event if it in conjunction with the series as well. So some pretty good ideas, I think, with this majors and national championship titles they got going on there.
Yeah, that Edge of Summer event was really awesome. I went to this last year to that, and it was a really good race and a really good track and facility as well.
Race number 11 coming up next, the Open B class.
Full gate.
And land sakes, the 19, Matt Rule, who got second in his heat racer. Oh, wow. That was acrobatic.
Fast.
That was acrobatic by Jonathan Davidson. Davidson out of Beaton, Ontario, Canada. A heavy throttle, 4Works Carbon, Pivot Works, DASA, Goldspeed backed rider. He actually won the LCQ to make it into the race here. So Jonathan Davidson finished 10th in his race, but then they come back out, did an LCQ. I think this is the only class they did an LCQ for.
That was the only LCQ that we had today.
I believe we're going to be heading back over to Kevin Bailey maybe for some celebrations here for just a moment. And maybe not. So let's check in with these riders as they wrap up the first lap. 19, Matt Rule. Extreme Tech ATV, 11-18 Motorsports, flyback ride out front. Cody Lincoln, the 116 machine. Lincoln, who took the win in his division or heat race out there on Summerfield, Florida, right there in contention. So these guys, no stranger to each other, I don't believe. Matt Rule, Cody Lincoln, 1 and 2. Back in third, Robert Rogers, the 55. Tyler Baldwin, the 09, and fourth. Jacob Hill rounds out your top 5. That 55 of Rogers all over, it looks like, trying to reel in that 116 machine there for the battle.
I think Tyler Baldwin has made the pass in the third, it looks like. He took a...
Yeah, that's what was going on. He was trying to get, not Lincoln, but Baldwin. He's trying to get back on him there, I guess. So.
Yeah. You know, Josh, I'm actually starting to see some dust coming off the track now.
I told you. I told you.
It's drying out and coming around. It's starting to look really good. Has some moisture in it
Well,
still.
the nice thing that would be, you know, instead of going out there in water and making these guys a mess, because right now the track is absolutely perfect, just go out there and just maybe flip the dirt a little bit, because there's plenty of moisture in the dirt. It really doesn't need any more.
No.
That'll probably actually hurt the racing surface if they put water on it.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to groom it a little bit for the pro race and mix some of that moisture back into it, and it'll be a really good track.
Because we know that the pros are going to use just about every inch, if not more, of this track, because that's going to be an exciting race. And we only have about 21 minutes until the gate drop. So I'm getting pretty pumped up. I don't know about you guys.
I'm starting to get some butterflies and starting to get amped up.
I'm getting butterflies for these guys. That happened last time I was down here, too.
That's great. Love to know that you still got that that instinct in you, Josh. That's for sure. You haven't lost it like Corey over here. Corey's still got the instinct, too.
Yeah, well, looks like Cody Lincoln made a pass Matt Rule, taking over the #1 spot now this lap.
Wow. That was kind of a surprise for me. I thought that Rule had a little bit of a buffer zone there, but a second and a half faster was Cody Lincoln than Matt Rule, and that's where that came in. You know, so like we say, a second and a half seems like oftentimes it's a pretty decent gap, but it can slip away that quick.
Oh, Matt just dropped back in another position, but got it right back.
Wow.
You know, Matt had a couple bumps over there, and his feet came off the pegs. He might be getting a little tired already. You know, maybe he didn't get to turn up training in this winter, but he's holding on that #2 position right now, but he definitely does have some pressure all over him.
Cody Lincoln, Matt Rule. There you go, folks.
Tyler Baldwin's, you know, pressuring right there in 3rd position, looking for that #2 spot.
Tyler Baldwin. Should I know this kid? I should know this kid, I would think. The name sounds familiar. I just don't recognize him being so much as a front runner.
Oh, look at his hood. It's falling off his bike. He's right there behind Matt Rule, but hood's on the bike. Looks like he's almost falling off a little bit there, too.
He is an Ohio rider, so that tells you that
he might have not got any winter,
exactly,
or might not got any training in this winter. You know,
not a lot. We had a very mild winter up there, but still, it's hard to train and match the types of conditions you get training down here in Florida.
He forgot a couple bolts on his fenders this morning.
Yeah, he looks like more than a couple.
Yeah.
I think that maybe he just rode this thing so hard that
he blew the fenders right off of it.
Blew the fenders right off.
That is an impressive ride.
I
can safely say I've never done that. I'd have blew the seat off once or twice, but never the fenders. Blew myself off a few times.
That's never the right way to go, that's for sure. Cody Lincoln, Matt Rule, Tyler Baldwin, Tyler Hudson, and Mason Hunt are your top 5.
Tyler Hudson, they're trying to sneak the inside of Baldwin. You know, the Rule's right there in 2nd place, so they got a pretty good battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Oh, it looks like, I think that is Hudson. I think Hudson got up to 2nd.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. He was only about a second and a half behind Matt Rule, who Rule seems to be, I don't want to say fading, but seems to not have as much for the competition as he had in the first couple of laps. How about that?
Yeah, he's definitely dropped back a few spots there. You know, Baldwin and Rule look like they might have been training together, but Hudson's putting on a good charge. It's white flags out, you know, and he's only one and a little over 1 second behind the leader now, and the leader just made a mistake. Tyler Hudson is right there. Looks like he's going to try to make a move on the inside right here.
Got a good race coming down on this last lap, that's for sure.
He's all over them. They go in the split lanes and take different lines and see how they come out as they come out. Hudson's right there. He's just looking for a small mistake from Cody Lincoln. Just take that lead.
Think he's going to stick it here on the inside.
Oh, yeah, he got him. Now he has the inside.
Think he's going to make this pass stick.
It's a last lap pass for a championship. Looks like Hudson's going to take this one in.
Last lap right here, coming around the last turn.
Lincoln can't get it back. Looks like it's all Hudson.
Wow.
Hudson taking the checkers.
Something to be proud of right there. Last lap pass for a championship.
Pretty impressive.
About that.
Last lap passes are always excited. We saw that Saturday night during Supercross.
Oh, yeah.
We saw the Diesel just working it. And
you know, that could be the difference in the championship, by the way.
You know, for sure.
You know, I watched that Ryan Dungey making those passes in the last.
He had to work. I mean, we saw it in one of the heat races for the Pro Class here. That gate dropped a little quick.
Yep.
And same for the Supercross track. There was a bunch of guys that weren't ready for that gate drop.
Looks like. Well, yesterday we made jokes about the dog box having the shortest guy in history. And that is not Dan Reinhardt. I honestly thought our IT guy, Dan Reinhardt, was stuck in that little dog box down there. But actually, it's a hydraulic gate system. They are working on it right now to try to get it ready. And look on the starting line right there. Is that?
It looks to be
pro class racing, maybe stage. Or do we have one more?
It's a little early, but
I think it's a liquid wrench rider from production A class.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Well, we might have to be pulling those guys off. If,
yeah, it is production A. That is probably going to be Grayson Eller that we're looking at right there. The 171. Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Honda team rider.
Yeah, there he is, waving at the camera.
Yep. There he is.
Yep, that's
we can see him
big smile on his face, man. I've seen some good glimpses. He had some good running going in the heat races earlier this morning and those earlier heat races. And this kid, once he gets the confidence, he's going to be one to keep an eye on. I mean, he's always been that rider right on the verge and then on the cusp. When he was a youth rider, he had an amazing youth career going. At an incident at Muddy Creek, it took him out of the race season, and it took him mindfully out for a couple of seasons. It wasn't until he actually hit the big bikes that he started stretching his legs again and started finding that speed and that comfort zone he was looking for. But he is a big kid, and that explains a lot as to why. And now working so closely with our friends at that team, his I guess you would call him his mentor, of course, would be Joel Hetrick. I mean, that right there is going to give you a lot of incentive. And actually, speaking of Joel Hetrick, we got a chance to catch up with Joel and talk a little bit about what's going on in his world right now.
There he is in the picture.
Being able to race at Daytona in the Speedway for me is, probably a life goal, I would say, just to be there. I mean, we're four wheels, NASCAR's four wheels. We get in the victory lane, top 3 spot this year. That would be awesome just to celebrate, just like those NASCAR guys do up there. We were there the first year, we got second. Last year had a bad crash, put me out. And this year we're looking for another top 3 spot to start off our 2017 season strong. If not, going for just a safe ride and come out of there healthy and look forward to the outdoor series, which I know have a really good chance of being a championship contender in.
Well, I tell you, Joel Hetrick, and there he is down on the starting line as he is watching his teammates, it looks like, looking back at the camera there. Of course, Joel, I know he's had a very productive offseason this year. He spent a lot of time out at Paffords where he normally spends his time, and then had a chance to go down and meet up with him in Salisbury, North Carolina, where the Phoenix Racing headquarters is located. I don't know if you folks got to see any of the pictures that I took over there or not, but I'm telling you, they have got a Class A race shop. That Phoenix Racing under the umbrella there of our good friends at Maxxis Liquid Wrench, Elka, Honda, they actually have an arena cross team and also supporting some supercross riders out there. So when you look at that big conglomerate that they've got going on, I mean, it's honestly, this team is built around the ATV motocross team and around Joel Hetrick basically at this time, but it's expanding into the other realms out there, believe it or not. And with the kind of notoriety that they're bringing to the sport in itself, and then branching out like that, they're bridging a lot of gaps. And Joel is becoming quite a popular name around the racing world, not just on 4 wheels, but folks were coming up at the Supercross on Saturday night and seeing that truck, seeing Joel's bike, wanting to know where Joel Hetrick was. That's pretty impressive stuff, I think.
That is impressive.
Yeah, that shop they have there is a class shop. I mean, it compares to almost any Supercross shop you see, or JGR or any of those factory teams. It's a very nice shop. That team's really trying to build themselves around Joel, and have a very classy team that can go out there and compete for the wins and elevate the sport that much more. But the good thing about it, you see they're out there fixing the track right now while we're having this little downtime. So these A-class guys go out there and put some good lines in the track right now. You know, then the pros come up next. They'll have a great track with some really good lines in it. The A-class guys are so fast; they'll cut the fast lines in there that the pro guys will like, and so I'm starting to mix in that wet dirt.
Yeah, this will the A-class guys setting up the track. It should help quite a bit for the pros. Hopefully, these guys put out some nice lines, get stuff grooved in the right way, and it's almost go time for the pro race.
Well, I got these out of order on you, I guess.
No, I was just putting these ones away.
Oh, okay.
I'm staying organized. That's what I am.
Yeah,
I'm an organized guy.
I know Johnny Gallagher out and about right now. We're going to be getting some words, I believe, from out in the galley, so to speak, here in just a couple of moments as we prepare for production A, and they're the next race to hit the track. They, of course, we've got some big battles. I think Noah Mickelson going to be in this one, Peyton Zimmerman, and Troy Hill. I just got to tell you, and Kirkland Jack as well. Those four, Tommy Vossman, those 5 riders right there. You take the top 5. That's a pretty good cross-section of the A classes and some of the top-tier talent in this class as well. And though we see the finishes like this, it's not going to be surprising to see things flip around in this one as well, because these production A classes and these riders in this class all come here with the same mindset, and they've all put in a lot of hard work in the offseason, and everybody's coming wanting to win. So, and honestly, I think there's a few of these guys that feel like they might have a little bit to prove. I know Peyton Zimmerman and the Zimmerman Racing, Zimmerman Slate Roofing, Maxis Elka, Henson back damp machine there. Peyton, I know, had a decent season last year, coming off an amazing season the year before, and didn't have a bad season last year, but didn't have the season he was looking for. Had a lot of bad luck off the track, I think, as he did on the track. But Peyton really seems to have things turned around this season. The focus on the track was just phenomenal this morning. When that gate dropped and those guys were racing the way that they were racing out there a little bit ago, it was just phenomenal. And again, you know, let's just talk about that. We got Troy Hill out there. We got Andrew Hartwell out of Fairwell, Michigan. We got Troy Hunt, the 22 out of Earlyville, Iowa. 22X, Joshua Deal from Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. Tommy Vossman out of Houston, Texas. 35 is Kirkland Jack from Newport Richey, Florida. Josh Deemer out of Avonmore, Pennsylvania. 94, Michael Perkins from Tennyson, Indiana. Noah Mickelson, the 100 out of North Carolina. 151, Sebastian Molina from Miami Beach. Grayson Eller out of Salisbury, North Carolina. He's also, as we were mentioning there, along with his teammates there of Joel Hetrick and, of course, Mr. Noah Mickelson there. They're all teammates together. We got Jaron Cochran, the 563 out of Marion City, Pennsylvania, and the 721 of Leiditz, Pennsylvania's Peyton Zimmerman. There we see Chad Wienden readying himself pre-pro main event, so to speak. We see several of the riders just kind of mixing and mingling down there, trying to get the day up and rolling. There's Cole Sepisi, Greg Fashion, the Costa Racing team manager and owner over there. But 345, talking with Kevin Bailey and Costa there. That's Cole Sepisi on these. He's on the 345 Motorsports team, and while we watch some of the cool things going on around here in the pre-ATV Pro race, we also had a lot of cool things going on around that we'll let you guys at home watch here on Racer TV. So right there you can see the most iconic, I think, podium in the history of racing. That is the, of course,
I think
Gatorade
plus 40 class right there, start from a little earlier.
Yeah,
like.
You know, I saw that camera. See up there, I saw them putting the cameras up there earlier, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. I like that camera shot. We need a camera up there next year.
Yeah. You can definitely see the lines really good that the guys are out there taking and stuff.
Oh, yeah, you can see this track, and you can see that's Merle Crosey got off to the lead in that senior 40-plus class, and the high aerial view, man, really puts it all into perspective, I think. You know, when we're watching it down trackside, coming at us, it kind of looked a lot closer and a lot tighter, but look how fast Merle pulled out in this one.
You know what I'd like to see during this pro main event? I don't think we're going to see it, but on that aerial view, it'd be sweet to see somebody come in and double that and then uncork the triple into the corner there. I think that would be very fast.
That would be very
but
fast.
If it hasn't happened yet, it's probably most likely not going to happen unless there's a desperation move, then somebody knows it can happen.
Well, with the track drying out, that's probably been part of the problem why nobody's done it yet. But they did some track work, so it's definitely a possibility right there.
No, I think we're going to see some different things here during this pro race.
Yeah, but this this production A class, it's stacked. I was Rodney was going through the list of people that are out there. I mean, there's 4 or 5 guys at least that can win this thing. I mean,
easy, yeah.
It's that heat race they had earlier was, everybody was going for it.
They were.
And with the track coming around, getting better and better, I think it's going to come down to, a lot of it's going to be the start here, but we'll have to see who's ready.
Well, 5 minutes out from scheduled pro. Obviously, we had a little gate malfunction. That's what they've been working on, getting that hydraulic system back up and rolling.
So we're going to be a little bit backed up on 3 o'clock, but
not much.
Shouldn't be much. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Yep. We should. I'd say this will probably take 7 minutes to run this race.
And
so probably
they got to line them up, give them the parade lap, whatnot. So, but we're a little bit off schedule, but that's okay. Things happen.
Yep, 3:05 maybe by the time the gate drops.
You're not going to want to miss it regardless.
No, it's worth 5 minutes sitting around waiting on this one today, folks. Well, revs are up for production A. Gates down, race is on, and this is a great prelude to the race that's coming up. Noah Mickelson grabbing the hole shot on board the 100. There's Troy Hill, the 14, back in the number 2 spot, as he is already trying to position himself early on here. Trying to catch a number on that 3rd place position. Make sure we get that one right. But, man, look at this already. A side-by-side position jockeying going on 3rd place. Noah Mickelson starting to stretch it out. Intensity up front here in the production A class.
Mickelson's on the gas. Looks like he already pulled out about 2 or 3 second lead.
He seems to have his starts dialed in. What is this, 3 races, 3 hole shots so far today?
Pretty much, yes.
He's definitely liking that new Honda.
Like I said it in the race before, if you want a piece of him, you better get to him now because he's already checking out on the field.
Wow, look at this 3-way shootout going on back there.
We had a crash right there before the finish line.
Oh. Well, now a 2-way shootout, I guess. That dropped some of that. So here's the way it's looking after that first lap. Noah Mickelson, Troy Hill, Kirkland Jack, Tommy Bosman, Jaron Cochran, Grayson Eller is 6th, Michael Perkins in 7th, Josh Deemer is 8th, Josh Deal in 9th, and Andrew, what's that last name, Hartwell rounds out the top 10 in this one.
Mickelson's just looking awesome today.
That's so fluid, man. I mean, this kid, and that's just it, talking to the team owners, they're like, I don't think nobody really realizes the potential of what Noah has at this point, man. He's just now really as fast as he was last year, he's just now really beginning to find himself and find a comfort zone that he's satisfied with there on this new bike. Actually, when he made the step over from Root River, it was a graduation and a step up is what he was telling me. The bikes are just phenomenal. Not that he had bad equipment before, but these are just a little bit better.
Yeah, I think he was on a Honda last year, but the Honda he's riding this year, he has some different components on it. So it's definitely, as Josh knows, you change a few things on the bike, and it makes a big difference, And it could be just his riding style fits that bike better, but he looks really good out there today.
Going to be one to watch in the future for sure. Troy Hill's another one that is certainly worth watching here. Not only today, but anytime you go to the racetrack, as Troy usually puts on an amazing battle, an amazing race. Hill is back in 2nd aboard the 14. Tommy Bosman in 3rd. Jaron Cochran in 4th. And look at this, Grayson Eller in the number 5 spot aboard the 171. So he's finding a little bit of oomph out there, too. He's moved up a spot. He was running 6th, if I'm not mistaken, a lap ago.
Yeah, he was. And he looks like he was all over Jason Cochran a second ago, but may have made a little mistake and lost a little ground because he was trying to pass him there in that center section through all those rhythms.
Kirkland Jack, our rider, I believe, that crashed there at the conclusion of that 2nd lap, if I'm not mistaken. He has dropped back to a 10th place position. He's only got 1 lap down, so that's a tough break. We know now that he is out of this race for sure.
Yeah, Kirkland Jack was trying to make a pass there on Troy Hill, and I couldn't quite see what happened, but he got a little sideways, looked like, and then never came back up over that finish line jump.
Hill riding the only Suzuki out here in this production A class. Very easy to spot out with the yellow plastics out there. He's by himself now in the number 2 spot. About a 4-second window between he and Noah Mickelson up front. He's got a 5-second buffer back to the number 3 spot of Tommy Vossman.
Grayson Eller made up some time again on Jason Cochran. It looks like he's all over him.
Wow, look at that. Eller's 0.4 of a second behind Cochran for that 4th place position right now. So that's the most highly contested battle on the track right now. 4.450.
Yeah, there they are right there going through that center rhythm section.
So Eller trying to go to the inside now. He's inching up on him, but still can't get the advantage and move ahead just yet. But he is certainly right there in striking position to make something happen.
Cochran kind of got a little squirrely right there, and Eller caught right back up to him. I think Cochran was trying to get a tear off. Whoa.
Eller not able to capitalize there, but it looked like he got a little squirrely again. He was trying to move to the other side of the racetrack, not so gracefully.
Cochran's definitely feeling the pressure from Eller right now. Eller's all over him. You know, Eller's been taking up some of those inside lines and trying to make a pass. You know, I think in that center section, through those rhythms, he's going to go for that inside right there for that straightaway next to the grandstand area. Probably squeak in there and take away that position slap.
And Eller's about to feel some pressure now from Michael Perkins, as this could be a 3-way shootout for this number 4 position. Oh, look at this. Eller going to the inside. Cochran went outside. And Eller not able to capitalize, but he did gain a little bit of ground and real estate on it. Maybe set up for a pass coming up here pretty soon. Look how much closer he is this time around.
Yeah, that was the same move he pulled on the lap before and almost got it. He's going to have to get a little closer coming in that section on this last lap to make sure he can get that pass and get over in front of them.
Well, you got to wonder if maybe Grayson might have another card up his sleeve someplace out here on this racetrack. Meanwhile, up front, the 100, his teammate, Noah Mickelson, is leading this one by about almost 5 seconds over the rest of the field of competition. Troy Hill is the number 2 guy. 3rd spot, Vossman, Cochran, Eller, and Michael Perkins battling back there for the 4th place position now.
Perkins was all over Eller as they came by us here in the booth. Curious to see how those 3 shape up coming into the finish line section.
Checkers are out, and Mickelson takes the win. Troy Hill will be in 2nd. We're looking for Tommy Vossman, in the number 3 position. 4th place then, Jaron Cochran. Let's see if that's the case. What's going to happen here at the Checkers for this battle for 4th? And wow, look at that. They were all boop, boop, boop. Cochran, Eller, and Perkins, 0.2 of a second, 0.5 of a second. So, wow, Eller was about a 0.5 second back, and 0.2 of a second behind him was Perkins in 6th, Josh Deemer in 7th. Josh Deal is 8th, the 22X. Andrew Hartwell is 9th. And again, Kirkland Jack out after that first lap in a heated battle for one of the top couple of positions out there. So that took him out, hopefully just for that particular main event. If he's got any other class racing to do, I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to see him back out here in a little bit. Seeing a couple of guys that they took off under precautionary measures back to racing here this afternoon. Coming up next, it is our AMA Pro ATVs. And we've got Kevin Bailey standing by on the podium ready to introduce to you our winner, Noah Mickelson, here for the production A class.
Here we are. Noah Mickelson. Wow, you took it and you never even bothered to look back. Congratulations, $100 for the whole shot from Bell. And great race, great way to start the season.
Yeah, I mean, I've been practicing all off season. I've been really pushing hard, so it's great to come out here and win the first race. I'm really pumped. I mean, everyone's gotten a lot better, so it's cool to see them go faster, and it'll be a good season.
All right, you want to throw it out there for your sponsors?
Yeah, my mom and dad, my brother, my sister, everyone that came out and watched, Elka, Phoenix, Maxon, the whole team. I mean, everyone out there, they're great. The Elka suspension really helped the whole race. It's pretty rough out there, and the tires worked great, Maxxis, and I just can't thank everyone enough.
All right, Mike Pelletier is going to come up here. He's got your #1 major event, Supercross plate, that he's going to present to you. Congratulations, and what a way to start the season. Big hand for him.
All righty, thanks a lot, and congratulations to Noah on that Hole Shot Award, and of course Johnny Gallagher, Johnny GNCC, as we know and love him here on RacerTV.com, heading over into the pro pit area, or over into the staging area now, I guess, to get a word in with some of these pro riders where a little track maintenance goes on and everything, and these guys get themselves ready for today's race. Looks like they've chosen their gates. They haven't rolled forward yet. So what's the process before Johnny jumps in there? And Johnny, when you're ready, just go ahead. But what's the process going on right now down there on the starting line?
Just trying to get their gates as good as they can get them, and hopefully.
Wave to all the Racer TV folks watching back home, crowd. We got the camera going down there. Yep, we see you.
The sun came out, and the pros showed up, and
there's the fans.
The fans are here.
The fans are there.
Wow, look at that, man. We got another full house. The stands are full. We got standing room down there. We got that's looking good, man. This morning, I was like, it's cold. People aren't going to want to come out and watch these races, but look at the faithful there.
I showed up with shorts this morning and had to go back and get jeans.
I did too. I did too.
It was so cold.
That makes three of us.
But now I would certainly don the shorts for sure. And, man, the sun's starting to rain down on us here. And this is pretty exciting stuff. Johnny, I'm sure not going to get a chance. Johnny, what's the mindset? Can you hear us over there right now?
Unfortunately, Rodney, we were over there, but we weren't able to get a camera there in time, and these guys are now rolling out for their sight lap, so we're going to get to see all the action live on Racer TV, and we'll call it as it comes to you.
All righty, sounds good as we go into this one. And Josh Creamer, while that podium was going on with Noah Mcallister there a few moments ago, you pointed out something as these riders head out for their sight lap, and we'll talk about them here in a moment. But the age group, the experience we don't have that we seem to have in age in years past. We've only got two riders that are 30 years of age or older.
Right. We only have Josh Upperman, who's 30 years old, and Chad Whedon, who's 32. He's lying on
Oh, okay. He's lying out there.
He's lying. But you look at it that way, and when was the last time we only had a couple guys that were in their 30s? I mean, last year we saw there was a couple guys that were in their 40s. But before that, there was at least a handful of guys.
Right.
And just the whole age group of the pro class is getting a little bit younger. It's just something that we overlook. And looking down on the score sheet now, you notice it.
Yeah, and you get used to some things for so long. But there's kind of a turnover, if you will, in this championship right now. As a lot of the young guns that we've watched work their way through the amateur and youth ranks into this pro class. Johnny,
what do we got? Did somebody already uncork it?
I tell you what, Josh, we've talked about this a lot. We've got that pro line there right in front of us in that split turn. Jeff Reilly purposely waiting on that sight lap, waiting until no one was watching. He came and he hopped off the roller over the little divide, took a look at it, and said, "Yep, there's my line." So watch that. We're going to see that one get uncorked right at the beginning there.
Deep down, I knew he was going to be the one to uncork it.
I actually got word from Chad Whedon that it was Reilly that opened that line up in the first place in that heat race. So he was the one that saw that. He's taking a look at it again. So if he doesn't get the start he wants, that's going to be his passing opportunity. If he does get the start he wants, that's where he's going to look to check out. But you can rest assured, I'm sure the rest of the guys are going to be watching for that as well.
One person does it, the rest will follow.
Well, Joel Hetrick comes in with a qualifying win. Josh Upperman a winner in this one aboard the number 20. The number 28, Jeffrey Reilly on his JB Racing machine finished a second place position. The other second going to Nick Janusa, the young 20-year-old out of New Jersey. Third place finishes there in qualifying Chad Whedon in that the second division, I believe. And third place also going to, as we scan the results, to Thomas Brown. It's another fellow Yamaha rider. Fourth place is going to Wesley Wolfe and Dylan Tremellon, both AMA Pro ATV rookies, both finishing fourth in their heat races out there. Fifth place is going to Parker Wewerka, another rookie this season. Cole Sepisi, another rookie here this season. Sixth places then went to Zachary Kazamerica, a rookie, and Wes Lewis, who's I think in his sophomore year. We saw seventh place going to Sean Taylor. Eighth place to Ronnie Higgerson and also Cody Jansen. We saw Sean Taylor along with Brett Music getting seventh places out there. So that pretty much seals the deal. 9th place to Sam Rowe. We also had another 9th place finisher as I scan the results, looking for that one real quick. No, only one. Just one 9th place finisher. But there they are. They're waving big at the nearly, the thousands watching along the World Wide Web at RacerTV.com. Folks, we are about ready to go. ATV Motocross Racing, the first round of 2017. The point standings will have a points leader when this checker flag flies at about 15 laps.
18 laps.
18 laps.
18 laps for the main event. They talked about it. That was the decision made. 18 laps. So this is going to be a long one, folks. Settle into your chairs. Have those drinks ready. Get your snacks. Don't leave your seats for this one because it's going to be bar bang and rev limiter stretch in action from now for the next 18 laps. You're going to see the 18 best professional ATV motocross riders here at Daytona today, and they're about to get the work done. The board is up. It's getting ready to go sideways, and soon we're going to see a gate drop.
As you can see, a couple of riders on the back row. They had 16 positions on the gate. They opted to go ahead and start a second row so they could get 18 riders on the line out there today, and that's exactly what they've done as the gate is down, and the race is on into the first turn.
Joel Hetrick with the whole shot.
Joel.
Followed by Josh Upperman, and I believe
Janusa. I think it's Janusa. They're in 3rd place, and Chad Wienen's in 4th.
Mercy sakes alive, folks. We got a battle going on back in 4th place. Chad Wienen. I've seen Cole Sepisi back there as well. Things are really mixed up in this first round of 2017, off and rolling, and Joel Hetrick leads the way.
No, those are your top 4, I believe, from the heat races. Top 2 in each one right there, running 1st through 4th, so that's going to be a good race.
Wow, Upperman seeing those starts. That was one of the things he's been struggling with the last couple of years. We saw a great start there. Wasn't the whole shot, but he was certainly in a great position to put himself up there close to the front of the pack and into the number 2 spot now.
That Chad Wienen working himself up into 3rd.
Janusa already. Look at that. The contact coming hard.
Chad's not going to waste any time, I don't think, in this race. You can't waste time. There's just not enough to waste.
Hetrick, Upperman, Wienen, Janusa, Cole Sepisi, 5th. Parker Reworka in 6th. Dylan Tremellon in 7th. Sean Taylor in 8th. Thomas Brown in 9th. And Sam Rowe rounds out your top 10. Wow, man, Thomas Brown getting hung out there, it looks like. Tough break for him. We got one rider that's stalled out there. I'm not sure who that would be.
Where is Jeffrey Rastrelli?
That must have been Rastrelli. That's one name that we. Oh man, that's going to be a heartbreaker for him.
Wienen working himself up into the number 2 spot already.
You know, Chad's been quite a while since he's not had the number 1 red plate, or had the red plate and been the points leader. I mean, he's not going to want to give that up. He's going to be pushing. He likes having that lead and having the points lead, and loves that red plate. So
Chad too.
He's just going to go.
So
for
Chad Wienen now up to the number 2 spot as he gets around Josh Upperman, and now Upperman trying to lay chase behind them.
Now we're just going to see what kind of work Chad can do on the gap. Joel's already pulled a little bit of a gap, but
wow,
I can foresee that closing up.
Yeah, I can too. I know Chad turned the fastest lap out there in qualifying. He was the fastest qualifier today, and he only did it in one qualifier with one qualifying session, so we know that he's fast. He knows how to turn it on. And one thing we do know, with his 5 championships to his credit and his ATV Supercross win here last year, he is a very calculated rider and knows when and when not to push the envelope.
Yeah, you know, and one thing is catching up to Joel's one deal, but passing Joel on this track is completely another.
Yeah, that's not going to be an easy task, even if he does get onto the back of him.
And Chad's smart enough, too. If he gets up to Joel and goes to make a pass, on Joel, he's going to be smart enough to only do it unless he knows he's not going to have an issue or have a problem. Because as we saw last year with Joel going down, he lost, ended up losing a bunch of points, and Chad knows that. So Chad's going to be real smart if he doesn't get up to Joel on making a pass.
We're seeing a pretty intense battle for 3rd place right now between Upperman and Nick Janusa.
Nick Janusa, we talked about respect earlier, and I know that Nick Janusa is one of those kids that has a lot of respect, but whenever the gate drops on one of these races, all the respect is out the window, and he's looking for his own respect out there, and he's trying to gain it from Josh Upperman right now as he pulls up side by side, nearly passing a couple of different moments. 0.2 of a second is what they're reading the separation at, but as you watch this battle unfold, you know it's a lot tighter than 0.2 of a second. To the inside goes Janusa.
Oh!
Boom, almost.
little contact there, but he could not make that pass stick. Those lines come together, but it looks like he made it happen there.
He sure did, man, and that might have been a window of opportunity he wasn't necessarily expecting to open, and actually Josh might not have been expecting to see him thread that needle like that either.
Probably not, Rodney.
So there we go. We got a new third-place ride. It is the young Janusa, Nick Janusa. Joel Hetrick leads Chad Ween and Nick Janusa in third. Josh Upperman in fourth. And look at this. Thomas Brown has worked his way through all the rookie traffic and has moved himself into the number 4 position out there. 5 position, I mean, right behind Josh Upperman now.
That's a heartbreaker that we see for Restrelli. He was definitely one of the men to beat out here today, and unfortunately he had a rough go at it during the first lap. So we're just seeing him get lapped right now. But out front, we got Joel Hetrick with pretty comfortable.
Kid Dynamite exploding into that first turn, taking the whole shot and the lead. And right now it's a matter of waiting to see whether or not Chad Wienen is going to knock him off the top of the box as they head to Gatorade Victory Lane, where we'll be doing our podium celebrations here in just a few moments. They're going to be right over there, same place the guys from the Daytona 500 celebrated just 3 weeks ago at, and it's going to be one of these AMA Pro ATV racers. I can't guarantee it's going to be Joel or Chad or Nick Janusa or Josh Upperman. We don't know what's going to happen still, as we're only 6 laps deep. We're a third of the way through this race right now, and a lot of things can still happen and unfold. And that's early, especially in an AMA Pro ATV race.
Right now we're seeing Joel run a little bit faster lap than Chad. He was about 0.4 of a lap faster on the last one. That could change this next one, but both riders are kind of distancing themselves from Nick Janusa, who is about 1.5 seconds off pace.
6 seconds back. That separates. Yeah. Actually, Janusa is 6 seconds behind Chad Wienen. Wienen is 3.3 seconds behind Joel Hetrick right now. Lap time
6 now.
51.4 for Joel Hetrick, 51.7. So 3.6 seconds between those two. So that's still not a comfortable zone, especially if you got Chad Wienen in your rear view.
Exactly.
And we're only a little over a third of the way through this race right now, so the track's still changing and getting rougher, and the lines are changing. You know, Chad's always been strong at the end, the last half of the race. So let's see what happens with the lines and what how much time's left. He could pull that back in.
How heartbreaking for Jeffrey Restrelli, 17th place position out there today. Restrelli was touted as possibly being one of the front runners, and I'll be honest with you, he could have very easily been a contender for a win. He took a 2nd place position in his heat race out there against the best of the best in the world, and that's got to be a heartbreaker for that Florida native right there. But you know what? It could also be fuel for his fire, because he knows how close he was here, so it's only going to make him that much hungrier for a win, I think.
For sure, Rodney.
Well, right now, as we have 8 laps down, the gap is 4 seconds between Hetrick and Wienen. Janusa is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds back. Josh Upperman is 1.4 seconds back. They've got a 4-second buffer over Thomas Brown at the moment. Then we see our rookie Parker Reworka in 6th place. Another rookie, Cole Sepisi, in 7th. Ronnie Higgerson is 8th, the almost evil one. Wesley Wolf, rookie, 741 in 9th. And Sam Rowe rounds out your top 10. Dylan Tremellon is 11th, Brett Music in 12th, Sean Taylor 13th, Wes Lewis in 14th, Zach Kaczmarek in 15th, Cody Jansen 16th, Jeffrey Restrelli is your 17th place position.
Now you're seeing the lap times actually, they picked up the lap before this. Right now Joel, he must have ran into possibly some lappers, but he slowed up almost 0.8 of a second this last lap. Chad slowed up about 0.5 second, so they're pretty much maintaining that 4-second gap right now.
Well, we were talking about lap times by comparison to some of the amateur lap times to those A-class laps. Look at this.
The A-class guys are running pro lap times.
They're running, yes, and if you look deeper into the pro class, they certainly are.
Faster.
They're faster
than half of the field.
That's pretty amazing. That says a lot about this track. It says a lot about how hard the amateur program is working to achieve this level. Now, the thing we got to point out is that those are amateur race times in 5 laps. We're looking at 10 laps at this point, and these guys are still running that speed, and they will continue to run that speed right up till the 18th lap mark.
Joel just went down.
Uh-oh, Joel Hetrick is down.
Man.
See if we can get a replay on that one, quite possibly. That happened right in front of us. Talk about that one, Johnny Gallagher.
Joel Hetrick got up on that center divider, got up on 2 wheels, high-sided, and now he's back to the 4th place spot as he's passed both by Nick Janusa and Josh Upperman. We saw Hetrick last year leading, throw it away, and today leading, throwing it away.
Oh,
2 years
man.
in a row, history repeats itself. He's got a long road to hoe if he's going to get back up front in this one.
Well, I got to tell you, 4.3-second lead. I know Chad was beginning to have to bank on that one. Talk about patience. That was patience.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it because we're stuck in our little bubble here, and we were talking instead of paying attention to the monitor. But, man, that's a heartbreaker for Joel Hetrick.
Wow.
Luckily, he still got back on his machine, and he maintained 3rd place. But still, going from 1st to 3rd is not what he was planning on doing today.
You know, Joel's really going to have to concentrate now and not go out there and push it too hard and go down again or make another big mistake. Right now, it's about, trying to get points. Like you're talking earlier about Dungy and Supercross.
Right.
He needs to be really smart and just keep pushing. He has the speed to get back up to 2nd and only lose a couple points.
Right, exactly, and that's another thing that I was going to point out. Even though he could come out of here a little behind the 8 ball, this is going to be incentive as much as anything. I mean, I think Joel could use this as fuel for the fire, knowing that he had this one in the bag, and knowing that he's just got to calm himself down and knows what he's got to look forward to. Chad Wienen, a 12.5-second lead over Nick Janusa. Joel Hetrick, let's keep an eye on this battle for 2nd place. This Kid Dynamite now challenging Nick Janusa as he goes to the inside. Janusa is not going to give up. He's not going to relinquish anything to Joel Hetrick. Joel is going to have to work to get around this kid from New Jersey.
But like Corey was just saying, he has to keep a level head. Obviously, you fall over, you tip over. His heart rate went from something he was maintaining to completely elevated, and now he's probably a little bit ecstatic, and he just needs to keep his calm and just get by Janusa, and then try to pick away at Chad. Worst case, you come out of here with a 2nd place. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, he was running about 2 seconds faster than Janusa, so he has the speed. He just needs to be smart with the pass and not do anything dumb. Couple points behind Chad, 3 points behind Chad, leaving here.
That's
much better than he was last year when he left here.
25 down.
25 down. So, this has to be a smart race for him from now on, from the rest of this series, rest of this race. His crew has to be over there telling him, ride smart, be smart, and get 2nd.
And honestly, I got to say that it might not be a bad idea for Joel to be behind the 8 ball. Joel does so much better whenever he's trying to come from behind than he does when he's in the lead in points.
Guys, keep an eye on that number 84 machine. We're talking about these podium battles. In that 5th place spot, Thomas Brown is charging. He's now up to the rear of 4th, which is Upperman, who is right on the rear wheels of Hetrick, who is 3rd, who is right on the rear wheels of Janusa in 2nd. So 2 through 5 are wheel to wheel working their way around this course.
Rodney, you were talking a little bit ago about, Parker Aurora and you think Janusa being rookies. I was in here looking at the top 10, and it looks like, do we have 5 rookies in the top 10 right now?
Yeah.
We got Thomas Brown, who actually moves up to the 4th place position. He got his way around Josh Upperman.
And look at this battle. Here they come. That is going to put the pressure on Janusa for 2nd place. This could change the face of this race, man. I mean, this could make this championship. Something could happen here in this battle that could really put this championship on its ear as well.
When you get 400-pound machines this tight in racing, anything can happen.
Look at the track out there. It's just getting rough and rutted, too. And they have lappers to deal with. Anything can happen. A lapper can stall out.
It's amazing the damage that the pros do to the track in a course of 20 minutes.
Yes. Isn't that's crazy. 15 laps down now. 15 laps of 18. 3 laps to go. A 12.5-second lead still for Wienen, but it's Nick Janusa in 2nd, Joel Hetrick in 3rd, Thomas Brown in 4th, and Josh Upperman in 5th that we're keeping an eye on here in the closing moments of this battle. Wienen in the lap traffic. It's not, unless he gets held up and knocked off the track or something crazy, there's no reason to be concerned or worried about his position right now. It is Nick Janusa that, honestly, if he is able to fend off Joel Hetrick.
Just got
Joel
Janusa.
just got Janusa.
Wow. Made the pass there on the inside. That line's been working for a lot of people all day long.
It's crazy how that line works because they go in way late, but they come out way early. I don't understand how that line is. It must be just the way it formed, but you know, hats off to Janusa for holding off Hetrick as long as he did.
Yeah.
Now we got Brown, who is putting Janusa under fire.
Yep, so here's the running order now. It is Chad Wienen out front. He has a 12.5-second lead over Joel Hetrick.
Side by side through the rollers, and is it going to be Brown or Janusa coming in front of us?
Right there and block him off. Oh,
nope.
Almost.
Mercy sakes alive. Well, this is just going crazy. These guys are just throwing it down out there.
This is going to come down to the checkered flag, that's for sure, Rodney.
It is. Look at that, the gaps, 9/10, 1/10 of a second separating those guys right now. Janusa and Brown and Upperman back there. Upperman dropping off pace just a little bit, but I tell you, he's got a lot to be proud of coming into this Daytona ATVSX for sure.
Well, Restrelli better get out of the way there.
That's a heartbreaker for Jeffrey Restrelli, a lap down, 28th place position.
The white flag's out right
White
now.
flag is out,
The last
so
lap.
Chad Wienen with a 12.2-second gap, just maintaining.
It's getting hairy out there, I believe, for those guys in amongst this big battle, the heated battle we've got going on out there. It's Chad Wienen. We're keeping an eye on him on the TV, but we're trying to watch the battle back for second, third.
Brown is all over Nick Janusa on this last lap.
And is it going to work for him?
I think he might have got him.
I think he did too.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Yep, he did get Janusa on the last lap. We got 2 corners left for him.
Checkers are out. Chad Wienen does it. It's back-to-back Fly Racing ATV Supercross victories for Chad Wienen.
Yeah.
As he takes the win here on this Tuesday. What a heartbreaker for some, but what a major accomplishment for others. Joel Hetrick will finish up in second. He was closing up on that final lap, but a 12-second deficit after stall. Basically, he gave that race away today. He had a major comfort zone building, and about the midway point, Chad Wienen was waiting and bided his time, and Joel Hetrick made the mistake, got a little bit out of sorts there, high side, and just a little tip over, I guess you could say. And he takes a second. He drops back to third, gets back up. Thomas Brown from back in the pack. He was 8th place all the way up to 3rd place. Over to Gatorade Victory Lane is where we're doing our podium presentations right now. So we're going to be heading over there right now. I'm not sure. Casey may be over there in just a minute. Johnny will be over there, one of the two. So we're going to be talking with those guys on the podium in just a moment. Chad Wienen, Joel Hetrick, and Thomas Brown. Nick Janusa will take 4th. Josh Upperman, a commendable ride in 5th. But how about this for Parker Weeworka? Stretch. Is that what they call him? Stretch?
That's a pretty good debut. I don't think he did the number 9 wrong today.
No, he did not. And that makes you feel good, right?
That makes me feel good.
All right, you going to go shake his hand?
I will.
Do that. And that's hard to do when you take somebody's number like yourself there. You got a lot to live up to, and I think he's doing a great job of it. Ronnie Higgerson, the almost evil, won 7th. Another commendable ride by the young Wesley Wolf as he'll finish 8th in his rookie debut. Cole Sepisi, 9th in his rookie debut. And Sam Rowe will round out the top 10. Then it was Brett Music, Dylan Tremellon, Wes Lewis in 13th, Sean Taylor in 14th. Jeffrey Restrelli in 15th. He actually got a couple of spots there, and you think, oh, that's not a big deal. He went from 17th to 15th. The way these championships are starting to stack up nowadays, and as tight as the competition is, it wouldn't surprise me that we're going to see that 2 points or whatever it is that he gained there could be very monumental at the end of this championship season.
For sure, Rodney.
It's amazing. I mean, and it all starts right now, and you know, you got to do your hardest work on your worst days, the days that your luck goes worst against you. You've got to work harder and salvage whatever it is. If it's a 16th instead of a 17th, by golly, you got to work for that 16th. Or if it's a 15th instead of a 16th, you got to work for that 15th. And that's exactly what Jeffrey Restrelli has done. So my hat's off to him. I got to say, the entire field, man. I mean, we were just presented with a debut for 2017 that I believe is going to keep the entire ATV Motocross Racing Nation and Fan Network on the edge of their seats.
I mean, you just watch that track go from not that bad to completely destroyed in a matter of 18 laps, and those guys pushed until the checkered flag on lap 18.
Amazing, no doubt about it. We still got more racing to go after this, but that right there was the pro show for sure.
I'd be curious to see that replay with Joel.
Yeah, I'd like to see if we can get a replay there. That one, unfortunately for Joel, that's a heartbreaker.
It is, and I don't know that we're going to get the replay on it yet, but I'm sure it'll be making the highlight reel for this weekend. And folks, when this show is over, you can stop it. You can go back. It's going to archive, and you can watch it over and over and see for yourself just exactly what took place there. As Johnny Gallagher has made his way down to the podium, again, you know, I'm sure that poor Kid Dynamite has got to be a little frustrated, but at the same time, he's got to be wiping his brow.
He's got a $100 whole shot award.
He got a $100 whole shot check, and he's got a much better position heading into the championship season than what he did a year ago at this point.
For what happened, he walked away with a second, and, you know, no harm done there.
was it the zooming in or did the TV really move?
No, it was I think it's zooming in and the backdrop moved.
Corey jumps up and goes grabbing the TV. The sides of the tent were waving, and it did look like, I guess, the TV was coming. That was good. Good way.
It's quick.
It was quick. All right, let's head on down to the podium where Johnny Gallagher stands by with our top three.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm here with Joel Hetrick. We're going to start off with our Whole Shot Award. Joel, you got a $100 Whole Shot Award from Bell Helmets. Also, you get to hold on to this, which is our SSI Whole Shot Championship points leader. You know what that's all about. You got to hold on to that for quite a while last year. You were lightning quick out of the start in both your heat and the main today. Tell us a little bit about how you got off that line so quick.
Oh, well, the Dustin motor and the Maxxis tires are a great combination. It just pulls me out of the start every time. And like last year, I locked up the Whole Shot Award. And, you know, we're off to a good start this year for that award. And, you know, it was a good race. I made a mistake. And the mistake didn't cost me too much this year. Over the years, it's cost me big time. And, you know, I'm just glad to be up here. My main goal for this weekend was to get a podium. I'm up here. I'm a little upset of what happened. I went wide, caught the Honda banner, and it just tossed me off. And, you know, I'm lucky I got up and got going as quick as I did.
Joel, we saw that, and, you know, that's something we've known, obviously, in the past. Last year, you lost a lot of points here. Today, you got the whole shot. You were out front. You had the race. One little mistake, like you said, but you recovered to come back for second. That's an amazing comeback, and you minimized – I wouldn't even say minimize the damage. You maximized the points based on the situation you had. Obviously, right in the thick of this championship hunt here. After one race, in second, in the points. We'll talk to you a little bit about that more here in a moment when we get up for your second-place finish. But obviously, the key today for you in the heat and in the main was that quick start. So we got $100 for you from Bell Helmets. Also, as we said, that whole shot championship points leader. You don't want to let that go anytime soon. Congrats on that whole shot, and we'll be back to you here in just a moment to talk about your second-place finish.
Thanks, Johnny. It was a good race. I thank SSI for giving us this whole shot award to earn, and you know I'm pumped for the rest of the season. Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll work our way over to Thomas Brown now, our third-place finisher. Thomas, you hold on. We're going to back these up here and get this podium reset. Thomas, you did not make this easy on yourself today in either the heat or the main. You started in the back. You know, we had our whole shot winner up here just a moment ago, and if there was a whole shot loser, we'd give that plaque to you. You were in the back from the start. I can see your machine covered in mud. You're sweating, but I noticed about midway through, you seemed to find a rhythm. You were able to start making some passes, get yourself up in that battle for a podium spot, and ultimately ended up here in the third-place spot. How'd it go down for you today, man? An exciting day.
Oh, you know, I guess we'll start with the off season, and we put a lot of work into our starts. And man, it was we put a lot of work into starts, and I did not nail anything today. So you were right. It's seems like I'm my old self and had to come from the back, and man, we're gonna fix that before Texas. But man, yeah, you're about halfway. I was like, all right, I got into like 5th or 6th, and I'm like, all right, let's do this. Like, come on. I found a few good lines that nobody else had found, and man, it just reeled them in and clicked them off. I couldn't see my pit board anymore, and I was just like, I don't know what place I'm in, but we got to keep going. And I caught to Janusa and Hetrick, and they were battling it out, and I'm like, all right, we got to make some passes. Let's do this. Made it through, and man, I was super pumped, especially from that bad start. You know, last year I got up here on third, and I was disappointed, but I came from an okay start to that. But this year I'm really happy with my ride. I felt like I had some awesome speed, and wish I could have started up front and see if I could have give Weenan and Joel a little bit more of a battle. I heard they had a good running up front, but man, like I said, I'm pumped. My Root River CST Pro Motorsports Yamaha is just working great. You know, I got Fox suspension with JB, and then got some precision with the dampeners, Dasa Motors, CP Pistons, and there's a whole list of people that help me out, Forworks.
And man, everybody just man kills it for this deal. I even got to switch hats. You know, I got tons of people supporting me this year, and I have to say we debuted this CST Pulse MXR, and we put it on the box, so everybody now knows it's a competitor, and you got to go pick yourself up a set.
All right, folks, that's it. Thomas Brown, I don't know if you know this or not, but early in the race you were outside the top 10, so it's a long road to hoe from way out there all the way up to third. He fought for every inch of it. Thomas, you had a chance to thank your sponsors. Anything else you want to say before we move on?
I got to thank my team, too. Brian comes to all the races for me, takes care of me. My dad, my girlfriend, Lane Barnes, Jesse Barnes, you know, I switched teams this year. No one got my rig, and I'm running out somewhere else's tent, and they made me at home, and, you know, this relaxed program's doing work. Got a text with the guys from Fox this year, and they killed it. So, you know, like I said, everybody's just doing great. So I'd like to thank my mom, too. She couldn't make it here this day, but, man, just got a great group behind me, and I can't thank everybody enough.
All right, Daytona, put your hands together. Thomas Brown, your third-place finisher in today's Fly ATV Supercross, charging through the pack to do it. Didn't make it easy on himself, but ultimately he stands up here on the podium. We work our way down here now. Joel Hetrick, we got to talk to you already about that whole shot, but it was a heck of a day for you overall. Obviously took a commanding win in that heat race, even fending off some charges from Jeff Restrelli halfway through. Ultimately maintained your composure, got the win, got that first gate pick, got off to a quick start, got the whole shot, and we're going to let you tell us how it kind of went from there for you.
Well, it was going great. It was going smooth. The track was getting worse and worse as it went on. I mean, it was getting tore up pretty good. And, you know, I was looking to just stay consistent and keep my laps safe and, you know, just ride at my level. And, you know, I just got out of whack for 1 second. I went a little wide, caught a Honda banner over here, and it just grabbed my front end and tossed me off. Luckily, I got up super fast and got going. Still happy with the podium finish. Last year we got 18th. This year we got second. So we're off to a good start. It was definitely a tough race. Chad, Thomas, Nick Janusa, Restrelli, they were all battling hard today. And, you know, I'm very, very fortunate to be up here today. And, you know, coming off last year, it's definitely an honor to be up here in victory lane at Daytona.
Okay, so I'm going to play this out for you real quick, the scenario. Last year you said you got 18th here. Yes, so the points you lost, when you actually do the math at the end of the season, if you would have had the same season versus right now being second, you would have been right there in the battle for the championship and actually maybe have that number 1 plate. So considering what you went through last year, having to climb all year long, today you couldn't call it a bad day in second place, but obviously having that lead, having that little miscue, you got to feel good about what you were able to salvage given the circumstances.
Oh, I'm very happy with what happened today, even with the incident. You know, David Eller just told me, he said, look at last year, you know, 18th to second. This is where we need to be. You know, we're only lost I think 3 points. We're 3 points down right now. So, you know, we got a long season ahead of us, and we got a lot of races to race and a lot of points to gain. So it's going to be an interesting season, and I'm very excited for it. You know, I can't thank all the fans enough for cheering me on. I could hear you guys yelling out there. All my family and friends for coming out. It was definitely a cool race, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, we know it's a long championship season ahead, but you're not going to be fighting that battle alone. You got a lot of people that are helping you, a lot of people that are making this program work for you. Why don't you tell us who those are?
Oh, you know it. I would like to thank David Eller and Jonathan Parrish, my mom and dad, the whole Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Honda team, Phoenix Racing, Elka Suspension, Jay Goebel and Doug Roll for tuning my shocks all winter, Pafford EMS, Brad Reilly for letting me ride with him this winter, Precision, Evans Coolant, Honda, Hinson, Dassa Motors for getting me that whole shot today. Maxxis Tires, gripping all the time, you know that. And DWT Wheels. Oh, my fiance Carly. Cheerwine, SSI Decals, 4Works, Fly Gear for keeping us fresh in this nice new 2017 gear. The program with Dominic Sapola keeping me going out there. It was a long race. 18 laps was no joke, and that track was gnarly. So, you know, it's a whole team effort, and, you know, I'd like to thank everyone. CP, Wordle Wheels, Ori, my dad for doing the gate for me, Brandon Lauer, my mechanic, TDR, 4Works, Tire Balls, Rip It Up Films, ATV Riders, Scott Goggles, DC Designs, and everyone else that's cheering me on. Thank you, guys.
All right, folks, he just thanked a whole lot of people. Daytona, how about we thank Joel Hetrick? One heck of a show he put on. Great day today of racing, and we certainly haven't seen the last of the battles that are going to happen this season. We work our way to the middle here, and I think we got some more hardware. Again, we got that whole shot award that Joel earned. We've got some special awards here for today's winner, and first-time repeat winner from last season. We got Fly Racing's Chris Harris here. He's presenting the first-place AMA ATV Pro Award to Chad Weenan. Chad, looks like you got a wakeboard. It looks like you're going to need to take up a new hobby, spending the winters here in Florida. You're going to need to buy a boat now, but you can use some of today's winnings to try and make that happen. Chad, you came out, was about 4th off the start. You kind of went to work right away, got yourself into 2nd, and then from there it was a little bit of a gap to Joel. Looked like it kind of hovered around 3 seconds. There were some laps where he was faster, some laps where you were faster, and then all of a sudden, tell us about it was like coming around that corner and seeing that number 88 machine on its side, and what went through your mind at that point.
Thanks, Johnny. I think the main thing was I cleaned up my start from the first moto, and just shaking that rust off after the long off season, and my Henson clutch hooked up good. My Yamaha was ripping. The Mcallister Motorsports engine, just everything's moving, working in sync. Those Maxxis tires, tire bulbs, and we got a great start. We came out 4th, and much better than the qualifying race. And I just knew I put myself in a good position, made some quick passes right away, like you said, and just rode a clean race. The track was lines were crossing everywhere, so you had to be super precise. And my goal was to go out there and not make the mistakes that would make me go backwards. And I started really clicking off some good laps, like around the midway point on, and really started cleaning stuff up and hitting the smooth lines. There was very few out there, but I was able to find some. But just the Fox shocks are working so good, and then seeing Joel tipped over, I knew that he rides hard, and it shows. He's super fast out there, and he just made that little mistake that took him out of getting the win today. And I just knew that I had to be cool, calm, and collected, and just ride my laps. And regardless, get on the podium. Getting this top spot is super sweet right here.
So you're the first time back-to-back or duplicate winner of this event to be able to do that here today. It was a brutal track. We could see the track deteriorating as the day went. And I tell you what, it really got thick with lappers there in the middle of the race. Was it as challenging as it looked to negotiate your way through with the limited number of lines and the kind of the traffic that you had going on out there? Because on the screen, it looked brutal.
Yeah, a lot of the guys, they realized what was going on, and I was coming up on them. A lot of them, were really nice, and taking the. It's hard saying which line is going to be better, and I just had to take the opposite line and make it work. And it was a really successful day, and I'm really happy with the end result. And just one of those things. The track didn't get me physically at all, so it was more mentally and just being smart out there.
Well, we know obviously it was a great day for you, being up here with the win, leaving here as the points leader. I know you don't do it alone. There's a lot of people that help make this program work for you. Wanted to tell us who those people are.
Oh, absolutely. It all started with the personnel, and we got Mikey from Walsh Racecraft, building this great stuff, helping me behind the scenes, and doing a lot of testing this year. And Mikey Bard, coming in, filling in the wrench this year, and he did a great job today, and prepping the gates for me and getting me a good gate where I give myself a good position on the start. My wife Danica, my father, my grandparents, Mama Dina, Doc, Donnie Luce in the house from Yamaha, just provide me with the championship-winning machine that really makes this all happen for me. And we got Tom Mcallister from Mcallister Motorsports. Big thank you to them, and VP Racing Fuels, the guys from Behringer making it out today, and Tire Balls, CWI, Renthal, GPS, Maxima Racing Oils, guys from FMF, Henson Clutch Components, TM Design Works, Wrath Racing, of course, and there's just so many others. Webcam, Fuel Custom, Vortex, Precision, NGK. I'm just so stoked with the team that I have. Of course, the guys from Fly. We got this new 2017 gear on. It feels so good, and it's a full Fly podium sweep today. And guys from Fox Shocks. The track got super rough out there. Truck Country, a new one coming on this year. The guys from GoPro. I'm just so pumped. CP Carrillo, of course, K&N, and DID, GYTR, and I'm just really stoked with all the people behind me, grandparents, you, Johnny G, training with you this winter. We got Borge out there in the stands, and it's been really great training with you guys this winter. And Chris Harris, thank you for being here and being a sponsor for the series. So thank you.
All right, guys, one more time. Let's hear it. We also got this. We can't forget about that. This is our points leader plate. Chad has earned that today with the #1 finish. Let's hear it one more time for your top 3 overall at today's ATV Supercross by Fly Racing. Thomas Brown in 3rd place. Kid Dynamite Joel Hetrick in 2nd, and Chad Wienen, your back-to-back overall winner. And that's back to you, Rodney.
All righty, thanks a lot, Johnny, and congratulations to Thomas and to Joel and to Chad as they put on a spectacular show today. No doubt And the show continues here from Daytona International Speedway as the 450B class on the track right now. Brogan Geyer, the man to beat from earlier this morning, as he got the whole shot, took the win and checked out. And as we open up here in the main events, it's Geyer out front once again. Austin DeCato, the number 39, he finished second that first time out this morning. Martin Graminga in qualifying sessions, the 823, he took a third-place position finish. And as we wrap up this first lap, we're going to get them all sorted out for you as Geyer continues to hold point. And just as he did earlier this morning, able to stretch out a little bit of a comfort zone there on that first lap of racing. That is DeCato back to the number 2 spot. Martin Graminga is third. There's Kenny Payne, the Payne train, 496 in the 4th place position.
I think Geiger's probably the second most happiest person here besides Chad Wienen right now. He pulled a huge hole shot right there and on a smooth track is out front cruising.
That's true. They just did a bunch of track work and got that all dialed in for these guys. So here we come now, Brian. Got some riders down ahead of our leaders, but they easily maneuver their way by. Geyer continues to open this up. DeCato still in second. Back there in third, watch Martin Graminga, the 823, as he is closing up on second place right now. We're starting to see that battle. That was 1.3 seconds a lap ago, and he might have just opened the door up a little bit more, but at the same time, he's trying to get a big drive heading over that finish line, and at this point, we see 0.3 of a second separating second and third place position. So this is going to be very interesting on this lap to see whether or not the 823 can make the pass on the 39 machine. You got Kenny Payne still back and forth. Brock Jumper rounding out your top 5.
Graminga's going all over the track looking for other lines out there right now. You know, he's trying to make it happen the best he can. You can see him diving in, going wide. He's just looking for a place to pass.
And again, remarkably, we're starting to see this track dry out quite a bit. Some dusty sections starting to kick up a little bit. And, well, Josh Creamer called that one earlier today. He said, wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't get a little dusty out there in some places, and that's exactly what's taking place. The battle still wages on as Geyer's checked in with 3 complete, a 52.9 as he just chills right now. He's got a 5.5 second lead over DeCato, and DeCato now 0.8 of a second, so he gained a half second on him that last time around. And looking like, I think DeCato might have this one dialed in as far as the second place position is concerned. And as much pressure as Graminga has put on him, he has risen to the occasion each time.
Minga made a mistake right there. Lost quite a bit of ground. Yeah, I think it looks like Austin there in second place has a nice little cushion going on. So
I'll tell you, if you look a little further back, you don't have, well, actually a battle is shaping up right now for 4th place. Brock Jumper, the number 112 out of Newville, Pennsylvania, just passed Kenneth Payne. Payne is 0.6 of a second behind him. So if Kenny can actually remount a challenge on that, we might have another battle going on for some top 5 spots right now. But looking at that, it looks like maybe they settled into pace, and actually Dylan Rouse has moved up into 5th. Payne drops down to 6th now. Nick Mathard in 7th. And I have to think that we're starting to see the conditioning or the lack thereof possibly come into play, and not taking anything away at all from Kenny Payne, but I'm not sure that he had the resources to do as much of the off-season training as a lot of folks did. So he's got a little bit more work cut out for him as far as the championship is concerned, but still an amazing feat. It's a good opportunity for him to feel out the water a little bit and then see where he kind of sits. So he sees that, you know, he's got the speed to run up front. He's just got to find that conditioning level to make it happen for the entire length of the race.
Yeah, like we were talking a minute ago, Rodney, you know, this morning everybody was bundled up, had hoodies on and, you know, jeans and whatnot. Now the sun's out, it's warm, people are getting t-shirts and shorts. You're starting to see, and that heat is really going to start affecting these riders as well as the track conditions getting rough.
Oh, yeah, the track, it does tend to show a little bit of a challenging face. Even after all the work that's been done on it out there, you just real quickly, the braking bumps, the acceleration bumps, and those deep holes in and out of those turns begin to redevelop. And like we pointed out, each lap it's only turns in more and more and more till it becomes a rather unrecognizable racetrack. And again, this is only 6 laps on this one. I think these kids in the production A class, the 450B class, have really put this racetrack through its paces, to be honest with you. These last 2 amateur classes. Talk about lap times. We saw that the fastest lap time was a 52.991. 53.6 is where your leader is running now in this 450B class. So 53s, 55s, 54s. Again, we saw some of the pro class riders in about that same area as far as lap times are concerned. Interesting to see the level of competitiveness that we have working our way through the amateur ranks here in ATV motocross. Checkers are out, I believe, or should be, yep. Right there. Brogan Geyer takes the win. Austin DeCato takes 2nd place. Martin Gramigna in 3rd. Brock Jumper in 4th. In 5th place is Dylan Rouse. 6th place, the 27, and Nicholas Mathard. 7th place, the Payne Train. Unless something changes, Matthew Bernard, followed by Ethan Underwood and Richard Panella. So with that, race 16, production C, getting set to roll next. Hard to believe, friends, that we'll now have our first AMA Pro ATV round of racing in the history books. Chad Weenan, your points leader. Joel Hetrick, 2nd in points. And wow, I loved it when Thomas Brown said, I finished 3rd here last year and I wasn't very happy with my performance. Today I finished 3rd place. I worked to get here. I'm happy with the way things. And it's amazing. Not saying that Thomas is expecting less of himself here this year, but he knows what kind of challenge he faced out there just to achieve that 3rd place position. He knows as well as anyone that 3rd meant a whole lot on a whole lot of different levels for himself personally, as well as for the points and the championship. And it also was good incentive, I think, for the race fans that are Thomas Brown fans, knowing and believing in him for so long and seeing him pull it out like they knew he could.
Yeah, Thomas had, not a great start, like Johnny said, and had to come back, come from behind and make some good passes, just like he did in the heat race. He was really showing that he has what it takes this year and has been out training. And can hopefully pull off a couple wins this year and be right there in the points when it's all over.
Yep, it's going to be an exciting championship season as production C are off and rolling. Larry Kendrick, the man to watch in this one again. Tyler Rager, the 33. He finished 4th. Nick Crawford, the 37, took 2nd. 322, Blake Stiltner out of Hampton, Ohio. That's up near my hometown. He's in the number 3 spot. Actually, that's like the next county up. We got 4th place, as we said, Tyler Rager. 5th place was Ryan Smith. 6th was Tristan Alarel. And then Lance Walker, schoolboy senior, 14 to 17-year-old class. We only have one of those riders, Lance Walker, but I can tell you, that's probably the reason that nobody else showed up, because Lance Walker is wow. That kid is phenomenal.
He was pushing around the leader of this production C class during the first heat, so.
Not a bit surprising, and he's running, what, a 250 or something like that?
Yep.
Yeah, he looked amazing in that other main event earlier today.
Yeah.
Really riding good.
Lance is one of those kids, man. He's kind of a backward type child. He don't say a whole lot, don't brag a whole lot. You don't even see or hear a whole lot from him from the pits. Just see him smile every once in a while. He's got that long, wavy hair, and of course, whenever the gate drops, that's whenever the little beast comes alive, man. I mean, everything that he bottles up on the outside of the track, he unleashes out there on the racetrack, I think. Good kid, no doubt. Good, great kids all around. Nick Crawford leading this one now in the production C class. Ryan Smith in 2nd. Rager is 3rd. Stiltner is 4th place. Blake Stiltner just dropped to 5th place as Tristan Alaret.
But you know who's leading the whole thing?
30, Lance. Is he really?
Yep.
That's amazing. Again, let's point out that he's running 250 cc's against 450 cc's. Now, I got to ask you, is that really that much of a, is it that big of a deal?
I would assume it's a pretty big deal. I mean, it was nothing that I ever got the chance to ride was one of those 250s. They sound like a blast, make a lot of noise. As far as how much horsepower they make, I'm not sure. Obviously, the bike is a little bit lighter, so maybe horsepower to weight ratio is similar. But regardless, it's still probably a 350-pound machine, 325, 350, something like that, and it doesn't put out the power that a 450 machine does. So it's, and you look at him, he's a big kid. He puts me to shame.
He's probably 6'2", 6'3".
Right, so.
Kind of reminds me of you see the Motocross the Nations where they run the 250s and the 450s together. And some of those 250 guys that run right up there with the 450 guys most of the time. So I think it still runs pretty good, it looks like.
It looks like it's running all right.
Lance Walker actually from right here out of Florida. So he's
actually running about 2 seconds faster than Nick Crawford, the leader of the
2.4 seconds faster. Almost 2.5 seconds faster than the leader in the production C class. Well, this is kind of paving the way for Lance Walker. Again, he's the only one in the schoolboy senior class, and all the schoolboy senior kids that are watching at home right now, I'm pretty sure are probably thinking, oh boy, we're going to have our hands full this year. So now down to the production C class. Nick Crawford, Tyler Rager, Blake Stiltner. Stiltner getting around Ryan Smith for the third place spot now as Ryan Smith drops to fourth. Tristan Alfrelite, I believe is that name maybe. Regardless, he is fifth and he's running strong. Larry Kendrick, the number 17 production C rider who won this race in the heat race, is all the way back in sixth. And we talked so much about this kid earlier and the greatness that he was capable of. Don't know really what happened to him this time around, but Kendrick is behind the 8-ball, it looks like.
It looks like he probably had some sort of bike issue, went off the track, maybe had a crash, because he's running a 55 lap time, which is faster than anybody else out on the track, but he's in last place, which doesn't quite add up.
It doesn't quite add up, but he's only a 1/10 of a second behind the 5th place position. That was 4 seconds behind the next guy. Really, if it continues at this pace over the course of the next 2 laps, in theory, he should be able to pass all the way up to 3rd place, but not maybe in the 2nd place. I don't know.
Well,
but it's going to take a lot. So there he is to 5th place now. So he's gotten around. He's got 5-second gap, running a 5-second faster lap time. So in theory, he should be able to get 4th in this lap, and then the next lap, he should be able to capitalize and maybe challenge for 3rd place if timing and scoring, if lap times are an indication of what's going to happen. But like we say, catching someone, passing someone are 2 different things.
Exactly. It's always a lot easier to make up ground than get around.
It becomes all of a sudden those machines that are about, 50, 40 inches wide or whatever they are, they all of a sudden become 10, 12, 16 feet wide at times.
Yep.
Some folks are really good at doing that, too. Nick Crawford, Blake Stiltner, Tyler Rager, Ryan Smith, Larry Kendrick now 0.8 of a second behind on this final lap. He may not make it up to the 3rd place position, but he's got a fighting chance for 4th place here today. And that's exactly what he's doing, is fighting for it as Lance Walker takes the win. Schoolboy Senior 14-17. Next through should be the 37 of Nick Crawford, as he will take the win in the production C class.
Well, it looks like Lance Walker is going to go home with a couple plaques this weekend.
Yeah.
Multi-class winner.
I just wonder if the kids at school believe him whenever they come and he comes home and says, yeah, I'm one of the best ATV riders in the nation.
Well, the good thing is they have this broadcast. You can go show them.
There you go. He probably doesn't even tell them back at school. It's the funny thing. He's that humble of a kid. He really is. But if I was his mom and dad, I'd have it in the local paper, in the school newspaper, and over the school announcements and everything else. Gates down on this next one, folks, as we wrap it up. Crawford does take the win. Stiltner and Rager 1, 2, and 3 as we go to Pro Sport. Here's a great class. David Selecki's going to be one to watch, but it's Cody Gibson who took third, or Gifford that took third in the heat race out front in the early going there. Cody Gibson, which reminds me, where are you, young man? You need to get in the junior 25-plus class to get back out to the Nationals, too. 24 machine, Alan Myers, a much better start to this when he finished 8th out there in this Pro Sports qualifier earlier. He opens up in second place, and that's exactly kind of a spot that we expected him to be anyway. We expect him to be a front runner and contender in this class. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with the Pro Sport class, this is a part of a graduation process. Part of a graduation process, you go from A to Pro Sport, and you can ride an A class and a Pro Sport class, then you can ride a Pro Sport class and a Pro Am class, and then you can move from Pro Am and ride the AMA Pro ATV Pro class. So it's a good progression class, and this is the first step into the pro classes. Cody Gifford, Alan Myers, Brad Reilly, again, who raced the two wheels here yesterday. David Selecki, the 26, is 4th place. Drake Coling, the 798, in 5th. Tyler Turner in 6th. Sebastian Molina, the 151, in 7th. Josh Deemer, the 444, in 8th. Michael Allred, the 44, in 9th. And Jaron Cochran rounds out your top 10 here in this one right now. Alan Myers actually turning the fastest lap there. But get this, we're splitting hairs when we talk about that. Gifford a 52.383, and Alan Myers a 52.101. So there's less than 0.2 of a second that actually separate those guys. Are right at 0.2 anyway. But look, on the track, they're nose to tails. They go past us, and not far behind them is Reilly, Selecki, Trey Coling, Tyler Turner, and Sebastian Molina. A conglomeration of riders that are jockeying for position right now, all trying to track down that front 3 or 4.
That top 10 is actually pretty close together right there. You know, I mean, like we've been seeing all day, someone makes a mistake and hold everybody up and go right to the back pretty quick.
That's a good point. We are looking at 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, only about 9 seconds, maybe 10 at the most, that separate the top 10 first to 10th. And I think it's under 10 seconds with quick calculations. That's pretty tight, you're right.
Yeah. And this front class is so stacked that any of these guys can win. They're all really fast out here today.
Very stacked indeed. Gifford and Myers, 0.8 of a second separated them from the battle. Here they go right now. And I can tell you right now, Cody Gifford is great at defending those lines that will give the opponent the advantage.
Alan Myers is really starting to pressure him, you know. Like we saw earlier with Thomas Brown and a couple of those guys passed on that inside rhythm section. Seems to be a place to make a pass and see what happens when he comes around there. I think that's where he's going to make his move. Kind of saw that opening, I think, this last lap, and he's going to wait for it. Try to get up as close as he can and then strike right there.
Knowing that kind of pressure right now, these guys both rising to the occasion. I know Alan Myers has been working very, very hard to put himself in this position. One of the goals for Myers coming into this 2017 season is to take the championship in this class. Now, the Pro Sport class is not paying points today for the series championship, but what it is doing is, like we said earlier, giving us a prelude to what the rest of the 2017 ATV Motocross Championship Series is going to be like.
Myers is really hanging it out there, looking for his spot to pass. And
well, he needs to get out from behind him.
Yeah.
He's got the speed, but he keeps following him into these corners. The only way you're going to get by him is in the corners, and you can't get by him if you're behind him.
He keeps peeking out a little bit. He's looking. See
now
right
he's
looking for a line.
He's listening to you, Josh Kramer.
That's a good thing. I might not be a great teacher, but I know a thing or two.
Might not be able to teach you, but I can sure tell you what you're doing wrong, right?
I can yell at you all day long.
Cody Gifford taking the inside line there. Last couple laps before that, he was going outside. And then you kind of realize that, hold that inside, keep Alan Myers from passing him, you know, trying to block as much as you can.
Oh, we got a mistake by Gifford. That could open the door. Nope.
Oh, white flag.
Sometimes, the white flag is out. Yes, it is, Corey Ellis, and tail the tape is on this one right here. If he's going to win this one, he's going to earn it. Alan Myers has got his work cut out for him as Cody Gifford leads here heading into the final lap of racing. David Selecki is third. Ray Coling in fourth. Tyler Turner in fifth.
Myers really have to put in a good push right here and try to make something happen in these last couple turns. He does. Goes to the outside. He's looking for anything he can find, any type of ground, speed, something. He's really trying.
Try to slingshot
He
around.
just needs to leave it out into that outside corner and keep it pinned.
Go for it.
What's going to happen here? Oh,
not going to happen.
Went outside and scored it up, but just didn't have enough.
He tried.
Wow, good effort.
That was a good race.
That was a great race. 0.3 of a second separating those riders at the end of that one. Cody Gifford taking the win and Alan Myers taking second. David Selecki is third.
Gifford looked pretty happy there, a little fist pump out there on the oval.
And I believe we're going to actually go down to the podium to talk with Cody Gifford on this one, man. That right there deserves some accolades. There's no doubt about it. That was just an amazing show of athleticism, skill, hard work, determination. I mean, you rolled all up into one ball, man. And Cody Gifford really put in the work. And, you know, he comes from out of Eustis, Florida, so he's got some pretty good familiar training grounds. But let's head on over to the podium where Kevin Bailey stands by with our winner.
All right, up here on the podium, he's up back again. Cody Gifford gets the whole shot and this time gets the win. So congratulations, great race.
Oh, that was awesome. I knew I messed up the first race, but I figured it out and got it that one. It's not always about being the fastest. Sometimes you got to be super wide.
Well, I tell you what, Alan Myers was on you the whole race, and I can see from the mud on your teeth that was a big smile there out on the track.
Oh, yeah, it was for sure. I look forward to some great racing this year. I'd like to thank Custom Axis, Maxis, Walsh, Empire, Sunstar, FTR, Ori, Recluse, everybody. My parents, girlfriend, Ethan, thank you.
All right. Hey, we got somebody else you need to thank. Mike Pelletier from the AMA is going to come up here and hand you the #1 plate and the Pro Sport. Congratulations, Cody Gifford. Let's hear a big hand for him.
All right, that looked like that was great. Parker Gray with the hole shot on the Yamaha. Or no, actually, take that back. Let's see here. Comes back around, see who that was. Where they got the
42.
veteran plus 30. 42.
Yeah.
Parker Gray.
Yep.
We got Parker Gray, yep. Parker Gray is in the lead right now. But it was a Yamaha with the hole shot to see check the number when he comes by.
Okay, we didn't get to see it, but I guess there was a big pileup in the second turn, so that's where we might have lost our hole shot winner.
Oh, yeah.
But right now we got Parker Gray out front, but it looks like he is under fire from
Merrill Cross, our plus 40 winner.
Uh-huh.
Merrill Cross is going for another victory here. He just made the pass on Parker Gray and already pulled out a couple second there. Looking pretty good. Merrill Cross is really putting on a show this weekend.
He is putting on a school this weekend to anybody that he lines up with.
Yeah. He's looking smooth on that beat. Oh, that's why. We're on the wrong one.
Oh,
come on. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. All right, Merrill Cross out there on that Can-Am. He's putting on a riding clinic, showing everyone what's going on. Parker Gray there in second place still. And it looks like Travis Schneider moved up to third place the last lap. Top three are running pretty close together there, it looks like.
Yeah, so far they're staying within a couple seconds of each other, so it's a pretty good race out there.
Track's really coming in today.
Track came in beautiful today. It's definitely getting rough. They can only fix so much now because now it's just getting hard, getting that solid four-wheeler crust like it usually gets.
About halfway on this one, so it's going pretty good out there for Parker Gray and Merrill Cross. You know. Oh, looks like so Merrill Cross with the lead. Gray Parker in second place, and Travis Schneider in third, and Christopher Fellers in fourth, with Emily Young in fifth. Parker Gray looks like he might have his hands full right now.
Yeah, he's under fire.
Looks like Travis Schneider might have just made the pass on Parker Gray. Meanwhile, Merrill Cross starting to slowly pull away.
Coming up on some lappers.
Let's see here. Oh, Parker Gray's still in second. Travis Schneider in third. Look at the ruts they got going on in that turn right there, Josh. They're getting pretty deep.
Yeah, I don't know how these guys are getting their machines through them. Look quite deep.
Pretty amazing how much the track changes in just a couple laps.
Yeah.
You know, from when they used to do some track maintenance a few motos ago.
Yeah, it's tough, especially with this Florida material. It's a lot sandier base, so they can push it around, but four-wheelers push it right around pretty much just as fast.
Gray's looking really good. He's out there in second place, holding strong with Travis Schneider pressuring him as hard as he's been doing. And Merrill Cross, though, just making it look easiest.
Yeah, he's got a demanding 7-second lead right now, so he can pretty much just coach this one through to the finish. Just stay on top of the bike, and he'll be taking his second trophy home from the weekend.
That's about a half a lap to go, and he's going to be two-time champion today. Not a bad Tuesday afternoon in Florida.
Pretty good little Tuesday.
Let's see. Got the Youth All-Star coming up next. Meanwhile, Middle Cross in the final turn here, making it look easy. And he takes the victory.
Gray Parker grabbing the number 2 spot.
Travis Schneider seemed the fist pump over the finish line. He's pretty pumped on his third
pumped.
place victory here this weekend.
Well, you know,
or week.
Anywhere on the podium I'd be pretty impressed with.
Yeah, this plus 30 class is also, you know, pretty competitive, just like that plus 40. You know, all these classes out here, everybody shows up here is here to win and wants to take a win.
Everybody wants to go home with that number 1 plate, that's for sure.
Yeah. So Youth All-Star 13 to 15's up next. Looks like they're loaded on the gate. Oh.
They're loaded on the gate. Looks like we still got our same guy smoking a little bit.
Apparently he finished the last time, so he's back for more.
He did finish, so that bike must have cooled off a little bit in the meantime.
Oh. Looks like a red Honda out there with the whole shot. Let's see when it comes around who that is.
That's going to be our guy Lance Walker with the whole shot and leading the race.
Who else would you figure with a whole shot out there in that class?
You got to have it as Lance Walker.
The way Lance has been riding today.
And he just got off the track, so he's obviously got some pretty good stamina built up because he's only had about
racer to break.
Yeah, he's definitely riding good today. He's just making it look too easy. I'd like to see him in him out there and race maybe those plus 30, 40 guys. Give them a run for their money. I think they'd be a pretty good battle.
I don't think any of those guys would be happy if he lined up with them.
You know, this Youth All-Star program has certainly, I think, afforded us the last couple of seasons some of the best racing we've seen in the ATV motocross. Not a huge contingent of riders out with us today. We've only got 5 riders, but you know, you got to take into account it's early in the season. A lot of kids are going to school. There's a lot of bad weather up north. I'm sure that a lot of folks might have had trouble making it out from wherever it was that they are. So this is a good cross-section to see what we got, and this is a good opportunity for us to get to watch Lance Walker do it to it one more time.
This might be the lucky kids that are on spring break at the opportune time to come race.
Yeah. Yeah. Lance is, he's from right here in Florida, so, you know, this is a given for him. We've got Marcus Thompson, who finished second out there on the 1-55. There, he's actually from California. The 99, of Malachi Marsh out of Greenville, Kentucky. He took third in the heat race earlier, and now off the side of the track. And there you can still see, no matter how much sun's come down, it's still soft and mucky off the edge of this racetrack.
You never know, with Lance being from Florida, he might have called in sick today from school. Came out and did a little ride.
Let's just hope his teachers don't watch ATV motocross on racertv.com. Walker, and there's Marcus Thompson again, the rider from out in California. That's good to see those guys making the visit from out west like that in this young age class like this, and it's a good opportunity for Marcus to gauge himself against some of the other best in the nation / the world as far as ATV motocross is concerned.
Yeah, Marcus is looking really good out there. I saw him going on that final turn before that finish line straightaway, and he's on the gas too. He's really not giving up too much to Lance right now. Lance has been riding good all day, and Marcus is hanging in there and really pushing.
You look at the lap times, there are only a few tenths difference in their lap times, about 7 tenths last time around, but you start adding those up, and they add up into seconds all of a sudden, and that's why we see the gap that we're looking at right now. But I think Marcus Thompson might be a rider that, if he comes to many more of these East Coast events, could be a force to be reckoned with in this Youth All-Star class.
Yeah, he's looking really good. That'd be really interesting to find out if he's actually going to attend some more races or what his plan is, because the way he's hanging right there with Lance, he definitely could be a upcoming rising star in this series.
I honestly, yep, you're absolutely right. That is for sure. And you come from out in California. You know it's not an easy trip to make every couple of weeks, is it?
No, definitely not. You definitely have to plan ahead and have some bikes and leave some things to fly back and forth. It's a really big commitment to make the trip out here to race. I mean, you saw with Davey Hogsma the last year or two coming out to race. You definitely have to put in a large effort and make a good commitment to make it happen.
And the thing about it is, not only does he have to be committed, but he has to have committed parents and sponsors and everybody that's going to back him out there.
Yeah.
But Lance Walker, I tell you, comes from some humble beginnings, I think, through the youth ranks. His mom and dad, very quiet, humble people. They just come here to the races, and they go racing, man. I mean, that's what they come here for. It's all about the racing. And this kid has progressed so much in the last 3 years. Just watching him ride is just, to me, been a joy. And to see where it ends is going to be even more fun. I mean, the kid right now is only 13 years old.
Yeah.
He's like 6-something. He might be 14, but according to the paperwork I got, he's 13 years old. He is going to be on these bikes for a long time if that's the case.
Yeah, these youth classes like this are really good. See the people who come out of them. Joel Hedricks and even back to the Harold Goodmans and some of those people. They come out of these classes. See them come up through the ranks through the years and just keep progressing.
And I think he's going to be one that is in that position. 450A class coming up next. It's going to be another barn burner. 5 laps of 7 in the history books. And wow, I'm going to point something out to you. Lance Walker and Marcus Thompson. There's 6.6 seconds that separate them. Again, it's only a few tenths of a second each time. that is adding up. But look at the gap back to third place. 1 minute and 8 seconds. Called a minute and 9 seconds. That goes to show you that Walker and Thompson, they came here on a mission today. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and especially like we were talking earlier about their lap times compared to the pro-ams and the pros. I mean, they're running really strong lap times out there on these 250 machines.
55.6 is the fastest that we've seen so far by Lance Walker, I think. And in this particular race, I think we might have seen him down in the 54, 53 range in the other class he was racing in there earlier. But regardless, kid's going to be a joy to watch all year long. So hopefully you'll see a lot more of him and hear a lot more about him in the future.
And then another championship trophy to his wall right there.
Yep, a big Majors #1 plate. That's got to look really good in amongst all those other great trophies he's got out there. Marcus Thompson will take second. Kyle Johnson will take third. Malachi Marshall will be your fourth place finisher. Now we move on to race 21 now. And this is another one of those highly anticipated classes as we've got several riders moving up this year into this one. The winner in the heat race was Noah Mickelson, the 100. We saw him out there take a very convincing win a few minutes ago over Troy Hill. Hill got second in this one. Michael Allred, the 44, was third. Fourth was Tyler Powers. And fifth was Tommy Vossman. Now, looking back a little further, he got Grayson Eller in sixth. Seventh, Ed Franco. Eighth is Michael Gavin. Ninth, Nick Royalty. And your 10th place position, Andrew Hartwell. But how about one name that DNF, the 721 of Peyton Zimmerman? He could be a force to factor into this one as Noah Mickelson gets the hole shot.
No surprise there.
Yeah, I'll say that's almost a given at this point. Watching him ride all day.
You would have been surprised if he didn't get it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Troy Hill is back there in that number 2 spot again. Troy spent a lot of time out west on the West Coast training for this 2017 season. I know a lot of people wondered what that was going to do for his riding, and obviously it has helped elevate him to yet the next level. But, man, that next level that the 100 of Mickelson is riding on is just one that's tough to achieve at this point.
Yeah, Mickelson's is doing amazing this weekend. He definitely, he's been training and testing in the winter. You can see it. And this is restarts, results, speed, everything. He's just pulling together. He's looking really good out there.
Michael Allred back in the number 3 spot. That's where we saw him earlier. Tommy Vossman is fourth. Alex Gillette, who struggled out here in this, and I think this is the one that he got bumped off the track in. And anyway, he's running fifth right now. Grayson Eller is sixth. Andrew Hartwell in seventh. Tyler Powers eighth. Ed Franco in ninth. And Nick Royalty rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Eller makes a move. He didn't get a real good start, and that last race he was in with Mickelson, he made some passes there and was running really strong and coming up through the pack. So have to keep an eye on Grayson Eller, see what kind of damage he can do and get up there and
I really
think, podium.
Yeah, I think he's one of those kids that we're just now seeing the tip of the iceberg on. He is a lot of potential, and once he unleashes the potential that he has, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with right now, and still is, especially for Alex Gillette right now for that 5th place position, as he is less than a second behind him, breathing hard down his neck, about a second faster on the lap time. So the 171 and the 88, we should see a great battle going out by the Elka Liquid Wrench, or the Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Honda team rider against that Root River Racing rider.
Got a battle right there with Michael Allred and Tommy Vossman for 3rd and 4th. They're all over each other. They're getting close. See them battle down here into the last turn before the finish line. Looks like Tommy Vossman is trying to get an inside line, get a pass going. Meanwhile, Mickelson's just checking out. 3-second lead. Hill's kind of trying to keep up with him, but Michael Allred about 4 seconds back from Hill.
Those top 2 guys, Noah Mickelson and Troy Hill, they're running pro lap times out there. Granted, it might not be for 18 laps, but But right now, they're running the same lap times as the pros, which is
Grayson Eller making a pass up into 5th place out lap.
Wow, so Eller up to the number 5 spot around Gillette. Gillette's going to, I'm sure, try to fire back on him right now, so we'll kind of keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Noah Mickelson only 3 seconds ahead right now of Troy Hill, so that tells you the level of competition that Troy is at this year. So though Troy is having a tough time tracking Noah down, he knows now what work he's going to have to go home and do. When we show up to Texas for the first round of amateur competition, now this doesn't count anything in points, so this is just kind of a one-off race. Yeah, somebody's going to get the number 1 plate and get a majors championship. That means a whole lot. But at the same time, these guys are looking ahead at the 10-round series that they're going to be battling against each other in. And Troy Hill knows just exactly what he needs to do, it looks like, in order to keep pace with what's going on out there for the number 100 of Noah Mickelson.
What's that?
So 4 laps down, working on 5. Again, a 7-lap race. And look, that may be starting to tighten up just a little bit. Hill is starting to look a little bit closer. So right now, let's see what that gap is. 1.9 seconds. I was pointing out, it looked like he was a little bit closer on Mickelson. So there is Troy Hill with 5 laps down, working on 6. A 53.190 for Mickelson, a 52.019 for Troy Hill. So a little more than a second faster. There comes Mickelson in with a 51.304. Did it change this time? Oh, man. Troy Hill made up all that ground and major gains. A mistake that cost him nearly 2 seconds as he drops to nearly a 54-second lap time. And now the gap at 4.5 seconds. So he was reeling him in less than 2 seconds, and now it's more than double.
Grayson Eller moving up to 4th place out lap as well. Grayson's putting on another charge.
Wow. Eller, I told you, we've only seen the tip of the iceberg from this young man. He gets around Michael Allred for the 4th place position. Now he's got a long way to go. 11, almost 12 seconds. No, he's less than a second behind Bossman. It's Hill that's almost 12 seconds ahead. So Eller might have an opportunity here in this closing lap to get around Bossman. Let's see if it happens. There is your winner, Noah Mickelson, your majors winner here for the Daytona ATV Supercross. A thumbs up there for that Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka Honda team rider. And man, what an amazing rider he is. Troy Hill, again, a valiant effort by that young man. Tommy Bossman, that kid's really showing some leaps and bounds too. I know last year he had, oh, look at that. Bossman went back 1-2 as Michael Allred got around Grayson Eller. And what happened to Eller on that last lap? Alex Gillette moved back into 5th. And Eller must have crashed out on that one because he hasn't checked in yet. Tyler Powers in 7th. Nick Royalty in 8th. And what a heartbreaker there for Grayson Eller, man, because he really had some big things going on, challenging for 3rd place. Again, it's not that big a deal at this particular point. It kind of lets these riders gauge themselves, know what they're going to have to go home and work on. And honestly, I think a lot of riders gained a lot out of that 458 race right there.
You know, I think if I was Eller, I'd probably go home and start hanging out with Noah Mickelson doing some starts.
Well, they do hang out together.
If they train together and on the same team,
hey,
you know, they start coming out 1-2, they might be a really big
oh
force to
man,
reckon
can you
with.
imagine? Hey, don't count that out. Do not count that out. Speaking of Noah Mickelson, let's head on down. I don't know if we've got that going on. Is that going over air? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So here we go right now. Mickelson is on the podium getting that whole shot award check from Bell Helmets right now. And, of course, Troy Hill finishing up in second. But also Noah will be receiving that Majors plate right there that's going to look good at the home office and right there on his wow, we were talking about that Marcus Thompson being from California there just a few moments ago. Corey, you just got a message from one of your friends there. Marcus Thompson is actually from Denmark, it says, and is staying in Elsinore with his dad right now. Jamie prepares the bike for him and builds the engine. And looks like, who is that, Wayne Henson? Wayne Meridian?
Wayne Meridian from PEP.
Wayne Meridian builds his shocks. So Marcus Thompson looks like, hey, Wayne, is he going to be here for the season, or is this just a one-off event? I guess that's the next question that we need to ask, huh?
Yeah, I'd say if he's over here from Denmark, he might be staying for a little bit after that performance.
No doubt. I'm sure that, his dad's got to be thinking, yeah, boy, we're moving east where we can get to these races a little bit easier. Well, this has been a live presentation from all of us here at Racer TV of the Fly Racing ATV Supercross. It's all right here at Daytona International Speedway. On behalf of all of us here at Racer TV, I want to say thanks to Corey Ellis, also Josh Creamer, former AMA Pro ATV Motocross champ himself, Johnny Gallagher in-house with us as well, and also Casey Greek for being on hand as we've had a most excellent time, and we hope that you have enjoyed it as well. Until next time, my friends, God bless your heart and all your vital organs.